402. Vol 3ch, 101. After hearing the startling news from Constantine, Leon couldn't shake the feeling that the end of this conspiracy was approaching, piece by piece. So when he said that his mentor's findings were the final piece of the puzzle, it wasn't an exaggeration. The next meeting with his mentor was set for about a month away. Even if the mentor's progress wasn't swift, Leon now had a strong lead to offer. Following that lead to gather evidence was far better than stumbling around like a headless fly. No matter what, we can't let those imperial tyrants continue their unchecked ambitions, Leon muttered to himself. As the night wore on, he leaned over the balcony railing, gazing at the endless night sky. His mind was a whirl of thoughts. Though the day to overthrow that despicable emperor's scheme was close, this felt like the darkest hour before dawn, the most dangerous time. Every step from here on had to be more cautious than ever. Leon had no intention of failing. The sudden sound of heels clicking behind him pulled Leon out of his thoughts. He turned around to see the silver-haired beauty approaching him. Rosvisser moved to his side and leaned against the railing, her profile radiant even in weariness. Another busy day, Rosvisser, Leon broke the silence. The queen gave him a faint, tired smile. Not too bad, I'm used to it. How are Noah and the others? They're already asleep. Oh, I should try to finish early tomorrow, so I don't miss saying good night to them again. Moon mentioned before bed that it's been 3 days since you last said good night. Rosvisser shook her head with a sigh, rubbing her sore neck. With the recent shift in the dragon's external affairs, everyone's been scrambling to form alliances. So now, on top of our internal matters, I've got an endless stream of diplomatic tasks. A new shift. She sat down on the bench by the balcony, wincing slightly from the ache in her neck, shoulders, and lower back. Standing for too long was becoming a challenge. Noticing this, Leon quietly moved behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders and beginning to massage them. His strong fingers pressed into her shoulder muscles with just the right amount of force, and Rosvisser could feel each precise touch. Closing her eyes, she leaned back slightly, relishing the massage from the former empire's mightiest dragon slayer. So, what's this new shift? Leon asked as he continued massaging. Remember the team the empire formed that you encountered in the future. A team of 3. Leon's hands paused briefly before he realized what Rosvisser was referring to. The Blade Trio, right? Yes, the empire's already deployed them to the borderlands, where they've clashed with our dragon forces a few times. Border skirmishes between territories weren't unusual, but not to the extent that all the dragon clans were scrambling for alliances. Unless, of course, the dragons had yet to win a single one of these clashes. That trio there, just as you described, seamlessly coordinated and frighteningly strong. Rosvisser continued, the dragons had initially expanded their front lines significantly, but ever since the Blade Trio joined the fray, they've been steadily forced back. We've even lost some territory. Their strength, it's really something else. Though Leon hadn't witnessed the Blade Trio on the battlefield in the Dragon-Human War 20 years from now, he'd had a brief encounter with them. He had to admit, each one of them possessed at least the strength of a Dragon King, and their powers were vastly different from the Empire's traditional magic system. Through several twists of fate, he learned that they, too, wielded the power of primordial magic. From Rosvisser's description, it seemed they'd mastered the primordial magic, enough to make the proud dragons scramble to form alliances. Come to think of it, the last time the dragons were this united was 5 years ago, Rosvisser murmured. 5 years ago. She tilted her head back, looking up at him with those mesmerizing silver eyes. Even upside down, the sight of his strong, rugged features was unmistakable. That man in black armor fought his way onto my Silver Dragon clan's lands and nearly had me. Leon rolled his eyes, moving his hands from her shoulders to her cheek, giving a playful pinch. And yet, didn't I end up winning you over? Let go. Nope. You. Stubborn as ever, Rosvisser retaliated by pinching his cheek in return. Who would have thought? Here they were, a couple with a combined age well over a century, playfully pinching each other's cheeks like schoolkids. After a brief scuffle, Leon finally released her. Rubbing her slightly red cheek, Rosvisser shot him a glare. "You're so immature, Cosmod." Leon patted his own cheek, which was still warm from her pinch. "Yet it was this immature man who left your dragons in shambles 5 years ago. And then you were honorably captured as my prisoner." Seeing his speechless reaction, Rosvisser gave a satisfied smile. Teasing her silly captive had a way of wiping away the day's fatigue. With the massage session over, Rosvisser stood and stretched, looking truly rejuvenated, even down to the tip of her tail, which lifted with a little flick. Free from her exhaustion, she turned to Leon, returning to the earlier topic. "So anyway, as of late, the dragon clans living along the borders seem to remember the terror of the black armor." Leon blinked. "If everyone's recalling the terror of the black armor, why do you seem so at ease?" Rosvisser, honestly, "Because the man in black armor is my husband." Fair point, he supposed, though it did catch him off guard. "Kidding, the Silver Dragons are situated closer to the heart of the dragon territories. Even you needed several years to reach us back then, remember?" Leon nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. Besides, the day you clear your name and overthrow the Empire draws nearer. When that day comes, it won't matter if they're a trio or even a squad of 10. The ambitions behind this war will unravel, and the conflict will ease for a time." Rosvisser exhaled, stretching her slender arms as she gazed up at the moonlit sky. Looking at the brilliant moon, Rosvisser spoke again. "Leon, when it's all over, will you leave this family?" Their family had come into existence by pure chance, and their bond had grown out of a mutual commitment to give their daughters a complete childhood. As the days passed, their daughters would eventually grow up, and the Empire was set to meet its downfall. So would Leon stay? Rosvisser knew he loved this family, loved their daughters, and loved her, his wife in name. But she didn't know if he would stay. Or maybe she just wanted to hear him say it. The two gazed at each other under the night sky, their dark and silver eyes reflecting the starlight. After a long silence, Leon looked into her enchanting eyes, and with a smile replied, "Did you forget, Your Majesty? I told you I'm going to keep you forever." (403) Vol 3ch, 102. At the border of human and dragon territories, deep in the forest, a young girl was running for her life, glancing back every so often. Her face was filled with fear as if someone were hot on her heels. Though there was no one behind her, she couldn't afford to stop for even a second. Not only was she trying to escape from her pursuers, but she also had to lead them far enough away to keep her father from being discovered. However, long-distance sprints weren't a strength of hers, and before long, the 3 figures behind her picked up her trail. Above, the rustling leaves sounded like an invisible cage tightening around her, inch by inch. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed through the shadows of the forest. "Stop running, Rebecca. Just surrender and come back to the Empire with us." Rebecca reacted instantly, raising her pistol and firing 3 shots in the direction of the voice. The gunfire startled birds out of the trees, but it didn't hit her pursuers. She knew her weapon was essentially useless against these 3. Still, she kept running, even if she had no idea where she was heading. As long as she could stall for time, maybe her father would have a chance. Fueled by that belief, she pressed on, sprinting deeper into the woods despite her exhaustion. High above, the 3 pursuers watched her retreating figure. To them, her small frame looked like nothing more than a mouse desperately clinging to life. She must know where Leon and Tiger are meeting, along with information on this Lionchart society. "Lord Scott wants her alive. Remember that," said the leader of the trio, Kinney. "Yes, Captain." After a pause, Kinney noticed he hadn't received a third response and looked up. "Kaimai, did you hear the order?" A man named Kaimai stood on a branch across from him. He glanced down at his empty right arm and muttered, "Captain, can't I at least take an arm off her for payback before we bring her in?" "The one who cut your arm off was Tiger, not the gunner. If you want revenge, focus on the right target," Kinney replied with a cold snort. "Fine, as long as she's alive and breathing, do as you please." Kaimai's face split into a grin. "Thanks, Captain, I won't hold back then." With that, the trio vanished, resuming their chase through the forest. Rebecca pressed onward, but finally ducked into a thicket, her small stature giving her the perfect cover. Whoever said being short didn't have its advantages? This rare chance to catch her breath was something she couldn't waste. Leaning against the bushes, she closed her eyes, her legs trembling from the exertion, barely able to hold her pistol. She checked her magazine. Only 4 bullets left. A feeling of hopelessness washed over her. Gunners like her relied on firearms, and if it came down to close combat, she wouldn't stand a chance against the Blade Trio. Each of those 3 could take down a Dragon King, just like Leon in his prime. Her father had fought with everything he had to sever one of their arms, buying them precious time to flee. But it was only a brief reprieve, as the trio had soon picked up their trail. Now her only hope was that Leon could reach them in time and get her father to safety. As for herself, Rebecca leaned her head back against the bush. Her twin ponytails had loosened, letting her green hair fall around her shoulders, lending her a forlorn beauty. If only I can get this evidence to Leon, he'll finally have a shot at taking down that dog of an emperor. From the moment she chose to stand by Leon, she knew she'd end up in a situation like this. In a way, her life had been fulfilled, uncovering the Empire's schemes bit by bit, forming the Lionchart Society, even becoming friends with Rossvisser. If she had any regrets, it was never meeting Leon's 3 adorable daughters. And not being able to see the day when Leon's name was cleared and the Empire toppled. Well, at least I can die with no regrets. She steeled herself, forcing her exhausted body to stand. Above her, the sound of rustling leaves returned. In the next second, 3 figures appeared, surrounding her in a triangle. "We finally caught up to you, little girl," said Kinney, stepping out from the shadows with a smug smile. Rebecca raised her pistol, aiming straight at Kinney's forehead, and fired without hesitation. Bang! But Kinney emerged unscathed. A white barrier of magic energy hung in front of him, blocking the bullet. As the Empire's former top gunner, you should know that if your bullets aren't enchanted, they can't penetrate a magic shield. Kinney chuckled, continuing, "Or are you too exhausted to enchant them anymore?" Rebecca's only answer was another 2 bullets. But as Kinney said, unenchanted bullets couldn't get through. Imperial standard pistol, magazine capacity of 13 rounds. Since we started fighting a few hours ago, you've already fired 12. He looked at her smugly. "That leaves you with 1 bullet, right?" "Captain, stop wasting time with her. Let me chop off this brat's arm before we question her about Tiger," said the one-armed Kaimai, visibly eager. "Patience, Kaimai. Don't you like seeing the despair on your prey's face?" Kinney said, folding his arms, stepping closer. "I rather enjoy that fierce yet hopeless look in her eyes." The Blade Trio, renowned for slaying Dragon Kings, could easily handle 1 gunner. But they relished the thrill of tormenting their prey. Watching their victims beg for mercy had always given them unmatched satisfaction. After all, they'd emerged from thousands, survived hellish training, and risked death to fuse with primordial magic, all for moments like this. Kinney would savor this hunt thoroughly. "Little girl, if you tell us where Tiger is now, maybe I'll put in a good word for you with Lord Scott. He might let you live." Rebecca's tense face relaxed as she scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "You're dying to know where my dad is, aren't you? Well, too bad. I'll never tell you, you damn pervert." Kinney's expression turned cold. "Stubborn to the end, I see." He stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning icy. "Rebecca Clement, former gunner of the Empire's first dragon-slaying unit. You are wanted for high treason, charged with multiple assassinations and spreading false propaganda. If you resist, we are authorized to use force." Rebecca's brow lowered, her green eyes flashing with defiance. She spat back, "Go to hell." "So it's violence then? Fine, Kaimai, you can begin." "Been waiting for this, Captain." Kaimai's remaining hand began gathering primordial magic. Rebecca knew that if such magic struck her, she'd be instantly incapacitated. At that point, these monsters could extract whatever information they wanted about Leon and her father from her mind. She wasn't about to let that happen. "You twisted freaks, Leon won't spare any of you." "Leon Cosmod? Oh, don't worry. After we're done with you, he'll be joining you soon," Kinney smirked, "but only after we've wrung every bit of intel from you." "You'll get nothing from me," she shouted, raising her pistol once more. The trio assumed she was aiming at them, quickly erecting their shields. But to their surprise, Rebecca turned the gun toward her own temple. "You're right, I have one bullet left. It won't go through your shields, but it'll sure as hell go through my own head." She was always like this, stubborn and wild. If she was going to die, she'd do it her way. Realizing her intent, Kinney panicked and shouted, "Stop her. If she dies, we'll lose all trace of Tiger." The trio lunged toward her. But no matter how fast they couldn't beat her finger on the trigger at point-blank range. Her finger tightened and she closed her eyes. A single tear slipped down her cheek as she murmured, "Goodbye, Leon." Just as she pulled the trigger, time seemed to freeze. Rebecca heard the crisp sound of the pistol's mechanisms clicking, the bullet loaded and firing with a dark flash, speeding toward her head. "Damn it," Kinney cursed as he dove to intercept, rage burning in his voice. There was no way anyone could move fast enough to intercept a bullet at this range. It was impossible. But just then, a streak of blue lightning sliced through the air, faster than the eye could follow. The blue bolt stirred up a cloud of dust, forcing the trio to retreat a few steps. When the dust cleared, Kinney looked toward Rebecca's direction. The black pistol lay on the ground, and the bullet that should have ended her life was lodged in a tree trunk to her right. On the ground, a man crouched, shielding Rebecca beneath him. Blue arcs of electricity crackled over his body. Rising slowly, he looked down at her, his gaze relieved to find her alive. Rebecca's eyes fluttered open, disbelieving the sight in front of her. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged him tightly, like a child clinging to her protector. Leon gently patted her head. "It's all right now, Rebecca." From a distance, the Blade trio stood in shock. So this was Leon Cosmod. His speed had exceeded a bullet. This can't be." Kinney's voice was laced with disbelief as he stared at Leon, trying to process what had just happened. Even with all the enhancements from primordial magic, the trio couldn't come close to what Leon had just done. Leon glanced back at Rebecca, still holding on to him, her small form trembling slightly as she fought to steady herself after her close call. "Want to ride a dragon, Rebecca?" Leon asked softly. "Huh, what do you mean?" she replied, blinking up at him in confusion. "Hold tight," Leon said, lifting her up before she had a chance to react. "W8, she yelped as he tossed her into the air. In that instant, a flash of silver shot through the sky, catching her mid-fall. As she opened her eyes, Rebecca found herself lying on the broad, sturdy back of a dragon. "Rose Rosvisser." "Hold on tight," Rosvisser said calmly, glancing back at her. "We'll wait for Leon at a safer place." Rebecca nodded quickly, gripping tightly onto the dragon's scales as Rosvisser took off, wings flapping powerfully as they soared away from the forest. Back in the clearing, Leon now stood alone, facing the Blade trio, with no apparent intention of engaging them directly. He and Rosvisser had been on their way to a mountain cave when they'd heard the commotion and arrived just in time to save Rebecca from the trio's pursuit. It was obvious now that Tiger's location had been compromised. Rather than getting entangled in a drawn-out battle, Leon decided it would be best to regroup at a safer location. He cast a brief, calculating glance over the three men, his gaze settling on the one-armed Kaimai. Using Kaimai's position as his exit path seemed like the best option. Having quickly formed his escape plan, Leon activated the power of *9 Hell's Gates *, summoning the lightning force of *1000 birds into his hands as he charged straight toward Kaimai. "Kaimai, watch out, he's unbelievably fast," Kinney shouted, his voice panicked. But before Kinney could finish his warning, Leon was already upon Kaimai. Kaimai barely had time to process what was happening. He braced himself, readying a primordial magic strike to counter Leon's charge. But Leon didn't meet him head-on. Instead, he expertly dodged Kaimai's guard, slipping past his defenses on the vulnerable right side where he was missing his arm. By the time Kaimai turned to launch a second attack, Leon was already gone. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving the Blade trio alone in stunned silence. A cold shiver crept up Kinney's spine as he stared into the dark, empty forest. Finally, he spoke in a low voice, "Let's fall back." Having shaken off the Blade trio, Leon quickly reunited with Rosvisser and Rebecca, who were waiting for him near the mountains. Together, they made their way to a secluded cave hidden behind a waterfall. "Rebecca, did they track you and your father down?" Leon asked once they'd landed. Rebecca nodded solemnly. "From what they said, it sounds like they figured out our movements during Alandi's rule. After Constantine's attack, Alandi was removed and Scott took his place. He wasted no time hunting us down." Leon's eyes narrowed. "Where's Tiger now? Is he safe?" At this, Rebecca's expression dimmed, her shoulders slumping. "Father, he's badly injured. I hid him in the cave, hoping to lead the Blade trio away long enough for you to get here." Leon placed a hand on her shoulder. "Thank you, Rebecca." Hearing about Tiger's injuries, Rosvisser immediately quickened her pace, propelling them toward the mountain cave. Half an hour later, they arrived at the waterfall concealing the entrance to the cave. Father, Captain Leon is here," Rebecca called out, dashing inside. Leon and Rosvisser followed closely behind. "Cough, coughs." A raspy cough echoed from the shadows, filling Leon with dread. He quickened his steps, only to freeze when he finally saw the scene in front of him. Tiger lay on a makeshift bed of dried grass, blood seeping through his shirt from a deep wound on his chest, staining the grass beneath him red. "Master, what happened?" Leon rushed to Tiger's side, inspecting his injuries. "During the escape, he went all out to sever Kaimai's arm, buying us precious time to flee," Rebecca explained in a somber tone. "I used healing magic to stabilize him, but it won't last long at best. We have 6 hours. Captain, with wounds this severe." Leon had seen enough friends fall to know what she was implying. The magic would only hold off the inevitable for a few hours, nothing more. Clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked, Leon's chest surged with helpless fury. Tiger had raised him, trained him to become the Empire's strongest dragon slayer. If not for Tiger, Leon wouldn't be who he was today. Even after Leon was framed and disgraced by the Empire, Tiger had risked everything to clear his name. Tiger had done far more than any father figure could, yet this was the fate he faced. "Kid, hey kid," Tiger's voice was barely above a whisper. "Master, I'm here," Leon replied, leaning closer. "See. As he spoke, Tiger's vision grew hazy, each word a struggle. "See what, Master? I'm listening." "See Dragon Clan." Leon's eyes widened, his heart pounding as realization struck him. "Take me to the Sea Dragon Clan, kid, take me there." "404. Vol 3CH, 103. With Rosvisser flying at top speed, they would indeed reach the Sea Dragon Clan before Tiger's healing spell wore off. As they flew, Rebecca explained the events leading up to this moment to Leon. A couple of weeks ago, Martin's father took him to a royal banquet. It was a rare chance to gather intel on the corrupt Empire leadership, so Martin secretly brought a recording stone and attended. At the banquet, both King Cant and Queen Elizabeth were present, and the main reason for the gathering was to celebrate Scott's promotion. Because of Constantine's rampage, the former commander of the Imperial Dragon-Slaying Corps, Alandi, was dismissed by King Cant, and Scott took his place. Halfway through the banquet, King Cant, Queen Elizabeth, and Scott began talking quietly. Martin seized the chance, slipping the recording stone into Scott's attendant's pocket. After they finished their conversation, Martin retrieved the stone without anyone noticing. Rebecca handed the recording stone to Leon as she spoke. Leon activated it, listening intently to the risky conversation Martin had recorded. "The Blade project is progressing smoothly. Even without Leon, we can work with a few Dragon Kings and easily control this war as before. The Queen is wise. It's all thanks to you, Scott. I hear you personally formed the Blade Trio. You've done the Empire a great service." "Thank you, my Queen. I simply did what was needed." "Good. With such dedication, you're 100 times better than Cosmod. That fool never knew his place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up as a wanted man." The conversation matched everything Leon had uncovered from Constantine. To drain the resources of the people, The Empire prolonged the war with the cooperation of some dragon kings, causing endless conflict and suffering. Leon clenched the recording stone tightly. This was it, the final, critical piece of evidence he needed to bring down that despicable Emperor Cant. Thank you, Rebecca. This is essential. It's enough to expose the Empire's ugliness. Thank Martin, Rebecca replied with a bitter smile. The poor kid was so shaken he could barely stand afterward. He said he wouldn't have dared to do something this dangerous if it weren't for you. Getting caught could have cost him his head. That boy, Martin, he'd risked everything for Leon. Leon looked down at the recording stone, committing the loyalty and sacrifice of his comrades to memory. Father and I were planning to give you the recording stone at this meeting, Rebecca continued. But on the way, we were ambushed by the Blade Trio. Father was gravely wounded, so I hid him in a cave and lured the pursuers away, hoping to hold out until you arrived. Not only Martin, but Rebecca had also been prepared to make sacrifices. Why did they follow Leon with such unwavering loyalty? The reason was simple. During their time in the Imperial Dragon-Slaying Corps, Leon had saved them countless times from the brink of death. Without Leon, most of them would probably be long dead. Once they'd been Leon's most loyal soldiers. Now, they were willing to walk through fire for him. Leon looked at his unconscious master, Tiger, with a storm of conflicting emotions. The old man, usually so full of life, now lay still, his heart wound barely held at bay by healing magic. Leon struggled to suppress his guilt. Tiger had been injured because of him, and if the worst came to pass, he had no idea how he'd ever face his master's wife. Leon had always hated tragic separations, but now, one seemed to be unfolding right in front of him. He held his master's wrinkled hand tightly, praying the old man would survive this ordeal. Captain, why exactly are we going to the Sea Dragon clan? Is there someone there who can save him? Rebecca asked. Leon hesitated. I don't know. Rebecca raised an eyebrow. Wait, what? So we're just going, and what if your identity as a human gets exposed? Leon's gaze was unwavering as he looked at his master. He said to go, so I'll go. At this point, my identity is the least of my concerns. Rebecca nodded in understanding, but then asked, do you even know anyone in the Sea Dragon clan? Actually, yes, Leon replied with a smirk. I know my daughter's friend's mother. Isn't that stretching it? How well do you actually know her? Is she a medium rare or well-done acquaintance? Rebecca sighed, covering her face with her hands. She cast a somber glance at Tiger, lying helplessly on the dragon's back. But seriously, why does he want to go there now? When Tiger had first mentioned the Sea Dragon clan, Leon had felt an odd sense of inevitability rather than surprise. Through the books 9 Hell's Gates and Asterisk Soul's Verdict Asterisk, both written by Claudia, Leon and Rosvisser had suspected that his master might have connections to the sea dragons. Perhaps someone or something there truly could save him. Maybe it was Claudia. Leon couldn't be certain. They'd only know once they reached the Sea Dragon clan. After several hours of nonstop flight, they finally arrived at a small island surrounded by endless ocean. Though small, it was just big enough to land. Rosvisser shifted into her human form and pointed toward the open sea. Beyond here lies the Atlantis Sea, the territory of the Sea Dragon clan. We can't go any further. What? Why not? We're already here, we might as well go in, Rebecca argued. Rosvisser lowered her hand and looked at Rebecca, explaining patiently. We've flown here without notifying the Sea Dragon King. This could be seen as a hostile act. If we proceed, they won't hesitate to attack us. To save Tiger, Rosvisser had already bent some rules. She had previously told Leon that Dragon Kings weren't free to roam into other territories without risking misunderstandings. But time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to hold back now. Flying this far was the best Rosvisser could manage without triggering an outright confrontation. Then what do we do? Rebecca began, but she was cut off by a violent fit of coughing from Tiger, blood seeping from his chest. Master! Leon rushed to his side, kneeling by him. Are we there yet? Tiger asked weakly. We're at the edge of the Sea Dragon territory, Master. Then maybe I'll still get to see her. Leon leaned closer, urgency in his voice. See who, master? Tell me her name. I'll go find her for you. But Tiger's strength was waning, and he could no longer keep his eyes open. Master, master, wake up, Leon called, his voice edged with desperation. Rebecca quickly checked him over. The healing spell will only last another hour, maybe less. We need to find someone who can save him now. Leon bit his lip, thinking furiously. He rose and walked to Rosvisser's side. There's no way we can go further, right? He asked. Rosvisser gave a slight nod. I'm sorry, Leon. Don't be. Thank you, Rosvisser, for bringing us here, Leon said, managing a grateful look. Rosvisser glanced out over the vast ocean. But what will you do? Without guidance, we'll never find the Sea Dragon Sanctuary. What would he do? Leon didn't have an answer. He'd come this far, driven only by Tiger's last request, go to the Sea Dragon clan. But now that they were here, what could they do? Was he supposed to just sit by the shore, watching the waves and listening to his master's weakening breaths, waiting for the worst to happen? No. Absolutely not. Leon ran to the water's edge, filling his lungs with air before shouting at the top of his voice. Claudia, can you hear me? Please, I beg you, save my master. It was an absurdly primitive way to call for help, but Leon couldn't just stand there doing nothing. Claudia, he yelled again, his voice echoing across the endless sea and vanishing into the wind. Rebecca blinked, looking at him with wide eyes. She didn't know who this Claudia was, but... Claudia, please help us save him, she shouted, joining in. Claudia. And so, the two stood side by side at the water's edge, taking turns shouting until their voices grew hoarse. Finally, when Rebecca's voice gave out entirely, they fell silent. The sea remained calm, undisturbed, not even a ripple in sight. A wave of despair washed over Leon as he stared out into the empty ocean. He opened his mouth, his voice cracking as he tried one last time. Claudia, please, please. With a strangled cough, he sank to his knees on the shore, his hands trembling as he held himself up. Why does it have to be like this? Captain, Rebecca murmured. Leon had bested death countless times, but death needed only one victory. In that moment of despair, a breeze swept over them, carrying a voice, a familiar, soothing one. Standing at someone's doorstep and shouting like that, have you no manners? Startled, they looked up to see a graceful figure standing atop a nearby rock, arms crossed. Her long, sea-blue hair swayed gently in the breeze. It was Claudia. "405. Vol 3ch, 104. Seeing the beautiful, blue-haired woman silently appear before them, Rebecca tensed up. She noted that the woman had a long tail, much like Rosvisser, though her tail was a deep ocean blue. So, was this Claudia, the one Captain had been shouting for over the waves? Without wasting any time, Leon spoke directly. Claudia, please, save my master. The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow as she looked at Tiger, lying unconscious on the ground. Her expression shifted, her gaze turning complicated. The flicker of emotions on Claudia's face was quick, but telling, an initial displeasure at hearing "master," followed by a flash of shock and recognition upon seeing Tiger. Leon noticed these subtle changes. It seemed his master indeed had some mysterious connection to the Sea Dragon clan. What makes you think I'd save a human? Claudia asked, neither agreeing nor refusing, but challenging Leon on the mere fact of Tiger's humanity. My master kept saying he needed to come to the Sea Dragon clan, Leon replied, trying to reason with her. I believe there must be something here that can save him. That's not the answer I'm looking for, Leon, Claudia replied, her tone calm yet piercing. Or perhaps I should phrase it differently, you and the girl beside you, both humans, right? Leon pressed his lips together, his voice lowering as he glanced at his unconscious master. There was no point in hiding anymore. Yes, we're both human. So, the hero who once saved the dragons by stopping the dimensional rifts, the prince of the Silver Dragon clan, Leon Cosmod, is actually human, Claudia remarked, her gaze sharp and unyielding. Leon's eyes flickered with discomfort, but he looked Claudia in the eye, meeting her cool gaze. You're right about everything, Claudia. I'll explain everything in time, but please save my master first. He doesn't have much time left. Claudia let out a sigh, a smirk curling her lips. Fine, kid, at least you're honest. With that, she gracefully leaped down from the rocks and walked over to them. Rebecca, still wary, leaned in close to Leon's ear and whispered, "Is she the Claudia you were yelling for earlier?" "Yes," he whispered back. "Wow, she heard us all the way out here," Rebecca asked, astonished. "Don't be naive, little human," Claudia interrupted, overhearing them. Claudia moved beside Rosvisser, saying, "It was Rosvisser who released a magic signal only dragon kings could feel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard a single thing, no matter how loud you yelled." "Dragon King, but isn't the Sea Dragon King supposed to be Poseidon?" Rebecca asked. "Of course," Claudia replied, rolling her eyes. "But with my father away, you would have been greeted by the Sea Dragon guards instead." Rebecca gulped, whispering to Leon, "She seems to have a short temper." Leon whispered back, gritting his teeth, "Then stop calling her auntie." "Oh, got it," she whispered back. Compared to Leon and Rebecca, Rosvisser remained calm. She understood that once Claudia sensed her magic, she knew exactly who was visiting. If Claudia didn't intend to help, she could have just ignored them entirely, letting Leon and Rebecca shout into the night. But the fact that Claudia appeared gave Rosvisser hope for Tiger's survival. Claudia knelt beside Tiger, assessing his condition. "Severe heart damage, internal injuries to multiple organs. Who did this to him?" she asked with a grim expression. "A newly formed special team of the Empire, the Blade Trio. They wield the power of primordial energy," Leon explained. "Ah, yes, I've heard about them. They've been quite active on the front lines, causing heavy losses to several clans," Claudia remarked, then glanced at Leon. "How is he doing?" "Not well," she replied bluntly, standing up. "I'll need to take him for a more thorough examination to see if anything can save him." Leon's face lit up, unable to hide his relief. "You mean you'll save him?" "Don't celebrate just yet, Leon. His injuries are grave. All I can say is I'll do my best." Claudia walked to the shore. "Come with me. I'll guide you to the underwater palace of Atlantis." With that, an immense surge of magical energy pulsed from Claudia. In an instant, she transformed into a magnificent blue dragon, shooting into the sky. Claudia's dragon form was unlike Rosvisser's or Isha's. It was more like a long, slender serpent, a true sea dragon, sleek and agile. "Whoa, I've never seen a dragon like that before," Rebecca murmured, captivated by the sight. "So beautiful." Leon cleared his throat. "Oh, of course, Rosvisser's dragon form is also beautiful. Everyone's beautiful," Rebecca quickly added, clearly learning her lesson. Claudia circled above, and in a moment, a large magical bubble surrounded the group, lifting them off the ground and following Claudia into the depths of the ocean. As they descended, the vibrant, otherworldly seascape revealed itself, teeming with colors and life. "Do the sea dragons live here all year round?" Rosvisser asked. "Yes, to adapt to underwater life, our ancestors gradually changed our dragon forms to better suit the ocean." Claudia's voice echoed through the bubble, carried by magical waves. Leon, thinking of his master's connection, asked, "Claudia, you know my master, don't you?" Considering Claudia's reaction earlier, and the two magical books Tiger had, it was clear there was a connection. Claudia fell silent for a few seconds before replying, "I suppose you could say that." "Then you two are." "Don't ask any more questions," she cut him off. "Soon, someone else will explain everything to you." Leon blinked. Someone else? Did someone else in the Sea Dragon clan know him or his master? Puzzled, Leon continued following Claudia until they reached the very depths of the sea. "Welcome to Atlantis, the palace of the Sea Dragon clan." A hidden paradise revealed itself amid the endless rocks and dark trenches, a breathtaking sanctuary under the sea. Claudia reverted to her human form and, with a wave of her hand, dissolved the magical bubble. Rebecca clutched her nose and mouth, alarmed. "Oh no, blue-haired lady is trying to drown us." "You're not dead from the water pressure by now. Why are you worried about breathing?" "Hi." Rebecca hesitantly lowered her hands, realizing she could breathe. "Wait, it's breathable. The Sea Dragon clan can't actually breathe underwater. We have a barrier around Atlantis with plenty of oxygen," Claudia explained. Oh, I see, Rebecca nodded, half understanding. Rossvisser, looking up at the barrier above, silently admired the place. This is truly a hidden sanctuary. Come, everyone, we need to move quickly to save him. Leon hoisted his master up and followed Claudia without hesitation. Cough kid, have we arrived? Tiger asked weakly. Yes, master, we've made it to the Sea Dragon clan. You'll be okay now, Leon reassured him. Good, good, Tiger mumbled, a strange satisfaction in his voice. Leon found this odd. Tiger didn't seem focused on finding a way to save himself. He just wanted to reach the Sea Dragon clan, no matter the cost. But there was no time to ponder. Whatever his master's intentions, Leon was determined to save him. Claudia led them to a secluded chamber behind the palace. At the center was a bed made of dark, icy crystal. Place Tiger here, Claudia instructed, indicating the bed. Leon carefully set Tiger down. Is this some kind of magical material? It's abyssal ice used for life extension, Claudia explained concisely. As soon as Tiger lay down, he began coughing up blood, staining the ice bed. Claudia immediately began a more in-depth examination. Leon and you, girl, go to that shelf and bring me 2 boxes labeled Ghost Lotus Herb and Frost Bone Powder. They quickly fetched the items, handing them to Claudia. Ghost Lotus Herb, Frost Bone Powder, and Abyssal Ice. The Sea Dragon clan is truly resource-rich. Many dragons would never even hear of these, Rossvisser remarked. Living underwater has its advantages. We have access to treasures from ancient times. Claudia used the herb and powder to infuse magic into Tiger's veins, aiding him in absorbing the potent medicine. Leon and Rebecca stood in silence, their hearts pounding. If Tiger didn't make it, the loss would be unbearable. After a painstaking hour of treatment, Claudia stepped back from the bed, visibly exhausted, beads of sweat on her brow. Yet, Tiger remained unresponsive. Claudia, how is he? Leon asked, anxiety in his voice. Claudia straightened, pausing before she shook her head. His heart is too damaged. Even Ghost Lotus, a top-tier healing herb, can't save him. Leon felt his heart shatter as he stood there, his mind blank. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice was choked with despair and grief. Rossvisser approached him, gently holding his trembling hand. No, this can't be. My master can't just... Leon, Claudia said firmly, interrupting his spiraling thoughts. Tiger knew better than anyone that his injuries were beyond repair. He came here not to seek a cure. Then why did he insist on coming to the Sea Dragon clan if there was no way to save him? Because... Claudia's words were cut off as commotion erupted at the door. Your Highness, you can't enter, Lady Claudia said. Let me in, he came for me, didn't he? I know he's here for me, let me through. Princess, please, Charlotte. Charlotte? The name made Leon's head snap toward the entrance. A familiar figure struggled against the guards, trying to push through. Leon's eyes widened, and he whispered in shock, Master's wife. "406. Vol 3CH, 105. Charlotte rushed into the chamber, her face etched with worry. Leon and Rebecca hurried to meet her. Master's wife, why are you here? Leon asked, bewildered. Rebecca held her head in confusion, her wide eyes spinning. I am so lost. First, Master insisted on coming to the Sea Dragon clan, and now Aunt Charlotte just shows up out of nowhere. It feels like I'm missing part of the story. Charlotte looked at Leon, a mixture of urgency and relief crossing her face. But now was not the time to catch up. She quickly made her way to the icy bed. Seeing Tiger lying there, barely clinging to life, she staggered, her legs nearly giving out. Claudia stepped in, supporting her from behind. Charlotte stared in disbelief at the man lying before her. Her trembling hand reached out, brushing against Tiger's weathered, worn face. His warmth was slipping away, his breaths shallow, heartbeat faint. Her lips quivered, and tears began to stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tiger, I'm here, Tiger. Won't you open your eyes and look at me? Her voice broke, the sadness piercing. It was as if Tiger heard her call. He slowly opened his eyes. At the edge of life, each blink felt impossibly heavy. but he strained to see the one before him, his beloved Charlotte. A soft smile formed on his pale, tired face. Weakly, he murmured her name, "Char, you finally came." Tiger tried to lift his hand to touch her face, but he was far too weak. Even breathing was a struggle now. Charlotte clasped his hand, pressing his palm against her cheek. "I'm here, Tiger, can you feel me?" As his hand touched her face, Tiger felt the warmth of her tears. "Are you crying? Char, don't cry, your face will be all messy and less beautiful," he coughed, blood spilling from his lips. Tiger's heart was so damaged it could no longer pump blood. His life was hanging by the thinnest thread, only held by Claudia's magic and emergency treatment. Once that magic and the effects of the medicine wore off. Why is she here?" Leon whispered, approaching Claudia. "Your master once told you that after you chose to stand against the Empire, he sent Charlotte somewhere safe," Claudia replied. "This is that safe place." Leon's mind flashed back. His master had indeed said something like that. "But my master told me, he said she had gone back to her family. So, does that mean?" Halfway through his sentence, the answer dawned on Leon, his realization stunning him. "Yes," Claudia said calmly, confirming his thoughts. "Tiger, like you, took a dragon as his wife." What? The revelation was short but earth-shattering, like a bomb waiting to go off for the past 2 decades. Leon took it surprisingly well, though Rebecca, even with Rosvisser's support, looked close to fainting. "Now you understand why he insisted on coming to the Sea Dragon clan as he neared the end," Claudia continued. "He knew the severity of his injuries. All he wanted was to see Charlotte one last time." "One last time," Leon murmured. Claudia placed a hand on Leon's shoulder. "I know about your plans against the Empire. This is a revolution, Leon, and all revolutions come with sacrifice." Leon barely registered her words, feeling like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Moving in a daze, he walked over to Charlotte and wrapped a gentle arm around her shoulder. His master's wife clung tightly to Tiger's hand, refusing to let go, her face streaked with tears. "Leon, did Rebecca give you the memory stone?" Tiger asked weakly, his voice barely a whisper. "Yes, master, she did." "Good, that stone contains the evidence to expose the Empire's schemes. Use it well, it will clear your name." "I understand, master." "How are things with the Silver Dragon King?" "We're doing. Your granddaughters, the older girls must be 5 now, and little Aurora, she must be 3. "Master," Leon's voice was soft and tentative. "Why has everyone gone silent?" Tiger laughed weakly, though it was mostly to himself. "It's only me talking, I must be so boring." He could no longer hear them. The light in his eyes began to fade. "Kid, someday, make sure you bring Charlotte to meet them, and tell them that their grandpa was actually a great man." I wish I could hold them just once. But I guess it's not meant to be." Tiger's gaze drifted upward, as if drawn by an invisible force, though he continued to murmur. "My life passed by in such a messy blur, without grand achievements, but in the end, I think I'm content. In my younger days, I served in the Dragon Slayer Corps, fighting in wars, always without a home. After I retired, I thought I was too old for love and marriage. If I hadn't met you, Char, this old man would have stayed a lifelong bachelor. I used to think the whole world was my home, but it turns out, my home was always with you, Char. It's just, your family never really accepted us, from all those years ago. But we still spent half our lives together, and at the end of mine, I'm grateful to have you by my side, Char." I remember a line from a novel. It felt like it was written about us. "The dragon must return to the sea, yet the sea does not welcome me. Only then do I return." His hand slipped from Charlotte's cheek, and in that last moment, he tried to brush away her tears. "Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Master, Master." "Dad," Rebecca cried out, clutching his arm as she sobbed. Charlotte seemed to have cried all her tears. She leaned heavily against Leon, the crushing weight of despair flooding through her, leaving her numb. Yet Tiger's last words lingered in Leon's mind. "The dragon returns to the sea." A man who had roamed the world with no fixed home had finally found a place to belong. And when death came, he faced it with acceptance. Tiger Lawrence, a dragon slayer of the past, died at the hands of the nation he once served with unwavering loyalty. How was anyone supposed to accept this? I'm going to save him. At that moment of all-encompassing despair, Charlotte's voice rang out, steely and unyielding, like a sword cutting through darkness. His heart is beyond repair, Charlotte. Even Ghost Lotus couldn't save him, Claudia said. I am going to save him. Charlotte stepped up to Claudia, her eyes blazing with resolve. His heart is destroyed, right? Yes. Then I'll use my Heartguard Dragon Scale. Heartguard Dragon Scale. Leon's eyes widened in shock. He had heard of it only as a safeguard for dragons, a source of life in times of great need. But to create a full Heartguard Dragon Scale took over 200 years. In a future timeline, Rosvisser had fallen into a coma after a life-saving attack, unable to recover without her scale. Leon had no idea the scale could also save a life. No, Charlotte, if you give him your scale, what will happen to you? I don't care, I'm going to save him. Charlotte. 400 years. Charlotte's sudden outburst surprised even Leon. He had never seen her this furious. 400 years, Claudia. I've obeyed you and father. Marrying Tiger was my one decision. I hadn't returned home for 30 years. And Tiger saved my life back then, so now it's my turn to save him. What's wrong with that? And if I don't even have the right to defy orders twice in 400 years, then what is my life worth? Charlotte. Please, let me do this, Claudia. Claudia's expression softened, frustration fading into helplessness. She exhaled deeply, finally relenting. Do as you wish, everyone else come with me, only Charlotte stays here. Claudia led everyone out of the chamber, leaving Charlotte alone. Charlotte moved to the ice bed, gazing at her husband with fierce determination. I won't let you leave me like this, Tiger. (407) Vol 3ch, 106. It seems I'll have to clear up some doubts for you all, Claudia said, as she leaned against the wall outside the secret chamber, her arms crossed in front of her chest as she began her tale. 30 years ago, the war between the Empire and the dragons reached a fever pitch. Back then, our Sea Dragon clan had not yet chosen to withdraw from the world, so we, too, were dragged into the conflict. One day, after a particularly devastating battle, our rescue squad was the first to arrive on the scene because it was fought on our turf. They combed the battlefield for anyone still alive. Charlotte isn't the type to engage in combat, but she's highly skilled in healing magic. She thought this mission would be just about tending to the wounded, so she volunteered to join the rescue team. Her father approved her request, but reality turned out to be very different from what Charlotte expected. The rescue team wasn't just there to bring back the injured, they were also tasked with eliminating any surviving enemies. Charlotte had never killed anyone before. Such a thing was far too hard for her. So she buried herself in her work, healing the wounded, hoping she could finish her task quickly and return home. But, as fate would have it, she eventually encountered something she couldn't avoid. Claudia's gaze grew distant as she continued. She came across a dying dragon slayer, barely clinging to life amidst a sea of corpses and blood. He was injured, seemingly while protecting his comrades, though they had all died in the end. I imagine you've guessed by now, yes, that gravely injured dragon slayer was your master. That was their first meeting. And as for the outcome, I suppose you could also guess. My sister spared his life. Their story should have ended there. They should never have crossed paths again. Until... Claudia's tone darkened as she continued, until the Empire began collecting our dragon clan's Heartguard Dragon Scales. Charlotte was one of their targets. Not being suited for combat, she was powerless when she fell into the Empire's hands. Along with her, many other dragons were captured, all unable to resist as they were transported back to the Imperial capital, where the Empire intended to harvest their Heartguard Dragon Scales. Meanwhile, after many battles, Tiger began to suspect the Empire's deeper motives and the darker side of this war. But he couldn't quite piece together the entire conspiracy. His loyalty to the Empire clashed with his sense of justice, igniting a fierce conflict within him. In the end, he chose to retire from the Dragon Slayer Corps, intending to live out the rest of his days peacefully. But due to the ongoing war and shortage of manpower, the Empire forcibly assigned him to a transport unit. And this decision led him to encounter Charlotte once more. To repay her for saving his life, Tiger secretly freed Charlotte and hid her in his home to shield her from the Empire's pursuit. Claudia sighed, then added with a small smile, as in all cliché love stories, they soon fell in love. But since no one had ever heard of a dragon and a human coupling before, they didn't dare have children. Instead, they adopted a child from an orphanage. She paused and looked at Leon and Rossvisser, her lips curling into a smirk. Yes, that child was you, Leon. With a glance at the couple, she chuckled, shaking her head. Your master and mistress avoided having children for 30 years, yet you and your wife have managed to have 3 in just 5 years. Claudia genuinely admired them. Young people these days, they just dive in head first, no hesitation. Leon and Rossvisser both flushed red under Claudia's teasing. Rossvisser turned away, embarrassed, while Leon scratched his temple. Well, it was a beautiful accident. Life is full of accidents. But then, although my master and mistress ended up together, it seems you and your father didn't quite approve of their marriage, did you? Claudia nodded. As I said, no one had ever seen a dragon and a human pair up before, and especially not during a time of war. There was no way our father would approve of such a union. But Charlotte, our good girl, defied his wishes for the first time. She insisted on being with Tiger, and for 30 years, she didn't once return to the Sea Dragon clan. Thankfully, Tiger took good care of my foolish sister. Otherwise, our father might have sent me to bring her back long ago. All in all, though our father didn't support their relationship, he eventually turned a blind eye, allowing her to walk the path she chose. A thought stirred in Leon's mind. Wait, since my mistress is the second princess of the Sea Dragon clan, those 2 magic manuals my master gave me. Claudia waved a hand dismissively. Charlotte took those from me to give to him. She pleaded with me for ages, even promised to make me breakfast for a month before I agreed. At this, Rebecca couldn't help but mutter, trading 2 manuals for a month of breakfast. Auntie, you're... Claudia interrupted her with a glare. I'm what exactly? A genius businesswoman, Rebecca quickly corrected. Considering my mistress's cooking, I'd say a month of breakfast was well worth 2 manuals. Leon chimed in proudly. Of course, it was worth it for you too, but do you have any idea how long it takes me to organize one ancient tome? Thank you for your hard work, ma'am. After the light-hearted exchange, Leon returned to the matter at hand. My mistress mentioned using her Heartguard dragon scale to save my master. What would happen to her if she lost it? Claudia frowned slightly. When a dragon loses their Heartguard dragon scale, their lifespan is significantly shortened. Without a perfectly safe environment to recuperate, there's even a risk to their life. And for a long period afterward, her body will remain extremely frail. Especially someone like Charlotte, who's never been one for fighting. Her constitution isn't as strong as Rossvisser's or mine. She might experience minor ailments, cold hands and feet, spells of distraction, anxiety. It would be quite the ordeal. Even at her age, she's still so. Claudia thought about calling her sister, stubborn but reconsidered. Perhaps that wasn't right. From a traditional standpoint, both her sister and Tiger were paragons of true love, pure-hearted warriors of passion. If it were to save Tiger, Charlotte would likely try anything, even without a second thought. Stubbornness would only serve selfish desires. Charlotte was better described as devoted. Her devotion to her beloved should never be criticized. Claudia smiled faintly, saying nothing more. So, there's truly hope for my master's recovery. Yes, the power of the Heartguard dragon scale is immense. Though it can't bring someone back from the dead, it can indeed mend a broken heart. I see. As he pondered his master and mistress's incredible love, Leon replayed Claudia's words in his mind. Losing the Heartguard dragon scale would leave her weakened, with cold hands, spells of distraction, anxiety. Suddenly, memories surged through his mind, each one surfacing in quick succession. Hey Dad, Mom actually likes you a lot. Why do you say that? Because when you were in a coma for those 2 years, she would always come see you, so lost in thought she looked hypnotized. Don't hold my hand, you fool. Let go. Rosvisser, why are your hands always so cold? It's just how they are. Well, I'd better warm them up for you then. Mom fell into a coma after that attack. What about her Heartguard dragon scale? Isn't that supposed to protect her? It barely worked at all. Where is your Heartguard dragon scale? It's in a very safe place. It was like a fuse had been lit, setting off an explosion. Finally, every image settled on her. In that moment, Leon seemed to grasp the truth. He staggered back, bracing himself against the cold wall. Slowly, Leon turned to look at Rosvisser, standing beside him. She stood there silent, but so radiant like an angel. "408. Vol 3CH, 107. Rosvisser. Did you? Oh, I finally figured it out." Rebecca's exclamation interrupted Leon, her face lit with the excitement of a major discovery, as if she had just stumbled upon uncharted territory. Her sudden outburst startled everyone in the corridor, pulling Leon back to the present. He swallowed the question he'd been about to ask, deciding it would be better to talk to Rosvisser alone later. Turning to Rebecca, he asked, "What did you figure out?" Rosvisser and Claudia both looked at her curiously. "I figured out the connection between all of you," Rebecca declared with an air of importance. "Captain, you just said that Claudia is the mother of your daughter's best friend, right?" "Yes." "And Charlotte is your master's wife, right?" "Right." "And these two ladies are sisters, correct?" "Correct." With her hands on her hips, the brilliant Rebecca smiled triumphantly and revealed her grand revelation. "That means, Captain, you're on the same generational level as your daughter." "Leon." "Rosvisser." "Claudia, equals. Rebecca went up on her toes and patted Leon on the shoulder with a wise, knowing look. "Captain, don't worry. From now on, Noah can call you Big Brother, and you can still call her daughter. Each has their own title, no conflict." Rebecca's sagely advice was rewarded with a flick to the forehead from Leon. Just as he was about to tell her to stop with the nonsense, Claudia let out a gentle sigh. "She's just a kid, only joking," Leon said quickly, trying to cover for Rebecca. Claudia shrugged. "It's no big deal. In dragon society, generational mix-ups like this are actually quite common. We live for centuries, and the age gaps between parents and children can vary widely, so situations like what this little girl just described aren't unusual." The two 20-somethings present looked at each other, exchanging a silent understanding before asking in unison, "So, what should we call each other from now on?" "Just stick with the usual titles, no need to overthink it." Claudia paused and added with a smirk, "Otherwise, I might end up with another son, right, Leon?" Apparently, she was still carrying the dramatic flair from her recent role as the evil stepmother in a school play. The group shared a laugh, but Leon soon turned his attention to the door of the secret chamber, his expression growing serious. "Claudia, when will my master and mistress be finished?" "Very soon," Claudia replied. "Transferring the Heartguard dragon scale isn't a surgery or a medical procedure per se, it's more of a power transfer to another's body. There's no real recovery period afterward." She took out a compass with a special timer from her pocket and glanced at it. "About an hour more, and they'll be done." Leon nodded, though he couldn't fully shake his worry. Even though Claudia had assured him that the Heartguard dragon scale would heal his master's damaged heart, he couldn't help but feel anxious. These were, after all, the parents who had raised him for 20 years. He rubbed his fingers together, leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on the door. Moments later, he felt a soft warmth in his hand. Looking down, he saw that Rosvisser had quietly taken his hand. "It'll be all right," she said, her soft voice full of reassurance as she looked up into his eyes. Leon nodded, her words easing his worries slightly. "Yeah." Rebecca, too, had fallen silent, sitting obediently on a bench in the corridor, patiently waiting for the transfer to finish. An hour later, the door to the secret chamber creaked open. Leon perked up immediately, striding forward. The stone door swung wide, revealing Tiger and Charlotte leaning on each other, supporting one another as they stood at the entrance. "Master, mistress." Leon rushed forward, helping them both. Tiger looked much better, though still somewhat frail, while Charlotte appeared pale, her face almost devoid of color. As Claudia had explained, dragons who lost their heartguard dragon scales would experience extreme weakness for a long time afterward and required a safe environment to recover fully. Leon went to his mistress's side, supporting her arm over his shoulder. Then he looked at Rebecca. Rebecca lent a hand. On it, Rebecca ran over and helped Tiger on his other side. Claudia stepped forward slowly and stopped in front of Charlotte. The two sisters, one tall and one shorter, looked at each other. Though Charlotte was haggard from losing her heartguard dragon scale, she managed a faint smile. "Sorry, sister, I've acted recklessly again." She expected Claudia to react as she usually did, scolding her while still showing her affection. But to her surprise, Claudia simply reached out, gently caressing Charlotte's cheek and tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "You've done enough, I'll take you both to rest." "Sister, Don't talk too much, you're weak now." Charlotte's eyes trembled slightly. She opened her mouth, 1,000 words waiting on her lips, but in the end, she lowered her head, a soft smile forming as she murmured, "All right." She could sense that her sister's feelings toward her relationship with Tiger had changed. For 30 years, Charlotte had longed for her family's recognition and blessing for her love. Though the journey had been rough, at least things were finally moving in a positive direction. Claudia led them to a resting chamber and settled the patients into a soft bed. Once lying down, Tiger slowly turned his head to look at Charlotte, and she just happened to be looking back at him. The two of them, seasoned by life's trials, exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. "You've just undergone a heartguard dragon scale transfer. You need time to rest before you can move around normally, so save any catch-ups for tomorrow," Claudia instructed, adopting her usual outsider tone, even while speaking professionally. "I'll have dinner brought up shortly. We won't disturb you any further." "Master, mistress, rest well. I'll visit again tomorrow." "Good, and you and your wife should rest too. You've had a long day." "Yes." After saying a temporary goodbye, Claudia led Leon and the others to dinner. Afterward, she arranged their rooms. Claudia felt like a tour guide by the end of it all. Was playing host really part of the duties of the Sea Dragon clan's eldest princess? But there was no helping it. Leon and his companions were important figures, and it was best to keep their visit as discreet as possible. "Thank you for everything, Claudia, and thank you for taking care of my master," Leon said sincerely as they were about to part ways. "No need for thanks. Just get some sleep and adjust to life under the sea." "Good night, Claudia." "Good night." After she shut the door, the couple finally relaxed. The exhaustion they'd been holding back all day suddenly hit them. Rosvisser rubbed her shoulder. She had flown at high speeds for hours to reach the Sea Dragon clan in time, a grueling feat even for a silver dragon. She took a look around the guest room. It was a well-organized space, suited to her tastes, complete with a small balcony. Rosvisser stepped out onto the balcony, expecting it to be decorative, since there wouldn't be much to see without sunlight in the depths of the sea. But the view took her breath away. Before her lay a mesmerizing underwater world, colorful and vibrant. The entire palace was encased in a transparent shield, separating the interior from the ocean. Rare fish and marine creatures swam past, their colors shimmering in the dim light. Rosvisser lifted her arm, her sleeve sliding down her smooth skin, and she touched a finger to the shield's inner wall. A few curious fish swam to her fingertip, blowing bubbles in her direction. She smiled, captivated by the sight. Getting older makes you appreciate small things like watching fish and seaweed, she thought, amused. "Rosvisser." Leon joined her, standing by her side. She turned to him, eyes soft. Leon hesitated, seeming unsure of how to start. Rosvisser's gaze sparkled with a knowing smile. "It seemed like you had something to ask me earlier at the door." Leon pressed his lips together, nodding. "Yeah." "What is it?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. She had a feeling she knew what he wanted to ask. The man was too perceptive. Today, he'd heard all about the Heartguard dragon scale, had seen his master's miraculous recovery. It was easy for him to draw the connection to. That moment in their past. Well, Leon took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. Your Heartguard dragon scale, it's in me, isn't it? Gathering his courage, he met her silver gaze, needing to hear her say it aloud, even though he already knew the answer. Rosvisser's eyes softened. She wasn't surprised. She smiled gently and nodded. Yes, it's with you. Why? Back then, when you became my prisoner, you were gravely injured, your heart nearly shattered. To save you, I had to transfer my dragon scale to you. She turned to look out at the ocean depths, leaning against the balcony rail. Don't let it weigh on you, Leon. I did it then. Only because I wanted you alive for revenge. It was the truth. At that time, there had been no affection, only the fallout of their blood feud. Rosvisser had no reason to care for Leon then, and as she said, she'd only saved him to settle their score another day. But afterward, you had plenty of chances to take the scale back, but you never did you? Yes, because I didn't want our daughters to grow up with their father around, only to lose him suddenly one day. And what else? What else? Rosvisser's eyes fell. After a long pause, her lips curved up in a smile, her dimples showing, radiating warmth as she said softly, I didn't want to lose you either. Rosvisser. Oh my Tilda, now you've finally heard it from my own lips. Satisfied. Turning, she stretched gracefully, then lowered her arms and poked Leon lightly in the chest. So please, take good care of my heart, you fool. (409) Vol 3ch, 108. As a human, Leon couldn't roam freely around the Sea Dragon clan's palace without Claudia accompanying him. So, after waking up, he and Rosvisser stayed in their room. Learning last night that Rosvisser's Heartguard dragon scale had been implanted in him left Leon feeling conflicted. He knew well the significance of a dragon's scale, even as a human. Despite Rosvisser's reassurance that she had originally done it for revenge, the fact remained that she'd given him something vital to her very life. How could he ever fully accept that? Sitting at the small table on the balcony, he absent-mindedly touched his chest, feeling the steady, strong heartbeat beneath. It was Rosvisser who had given him that heartbeat. You've been silent all morning. How are you managing it? A cool, calm voice spoke from behind him. Leon turned to see Rosvisser seated across the table. She had crossed one long leg over the other, her skirt sliding along her smooth thigh, hinting at the dark trim beneath. But Leon wasn't in the mood to appreciate the morning view his queen was offering. Still brooding over the dragon scale? Rosvisser asked, letting her leg fall back as she readied herself for a serious conversation. Leon averted his eyes, muttering a soft yeah. Rosvisser sighed, shaking her head slightly. Leaning her chin on her hand, she gazed lazily out at the undersea world visible beyond the balcony. I kept it from you all this time because I worried you, overthink it. Giving me something as important as your Heartguard dragon scale, how could I not overthink it? So what are you feeling right now? Guilt, gratitude, or something else? Leon considered this for a moment before he shook his head. It's complicated. I can't really put it into words. Rosvisser chuckled. Then maybe you should have a chat with your master later. Seems like the two of you have plenty in common now. Why do you say that? She sat up, counting on her fingers. Well, both of you are dragon slayers, both of you uncovered the Empire's schemes, both of you married dragons, and both of you were saved by your wife's Heartguard dragon scale. With a playful clap of her hands, she added, reminds me of that old song, when I grow up, I'll be just like you, Tilda. Leon couldn't help but laugh at her unexpected humor. Seeing him smile, Rosvisser dropped her playful act. HMPH, he'd better appreciate this. Not everyone gets to see the queen acting silly just to cheer them up. You're smiling now, so no more brooding, she said, as if worried he'd sink back into his thoughts the next second. Leon nodded, all right. It wasn't often that Rosvisser took on this role, but he was her only husband. If she didn't cheer him up, who would? Fortunately, Leon was reasonable enough not to dwell too long on things, and he knew better than to keep wallowing. By the way, Leon said, my inability to gather magic before, is that connected to the dragon scale? Rosvisser nodded. After the scale was implanted, it needed a huge amount of magical energy to function properly. With your constitution back then, there's no way you should have been in a coma for 2 whole years, even with the blood feud's side effects. But when I implanted the dragon scale, it drained all of your magic, leaving your body in an incredibly weakened state. Combined with the blood feud's impact, it's what kept you unconscious for so long. Leon nodded thoughtfully. And now, after all these years, I still can't store magic on my own. Unfortunately, no. For a dragon to form, a Heartguard dragon scale takes at least 200 years, and during that time, we have to nourish it continuously with magic. It's only been 5 years for you, so you're about 150 years short. Leon swallowed hard. 150 years, by then, I'll be dust. What's the point of the dragon scale then? HMPH, if that's the case, I'll just take it back from your ashes, clean it up, and return it to myself, Rosvisser replied with a completely serious expression. You're not talking about contact lenses here. It doesn't just pop back in, Leon scoffed. In short, for now, you'll have to rely on the magic stored in your dragon mark during battles, Rosvisser added. And in certain situations, the dragon scale will still perform its original function. Its original function? Yes, like a safeguard. It'll prevent any magic you release from backfiring on you. Got it. After their brief conversation about the dragon scale, Rosvisser turned to the more pressing matter at hand. So, what's your plan from here? Leon knew what she was getting at. He pulled out the memory stone that Rebecca had given him the day before. It held crucial evidence of the Empire's secret dealings with the dragons, exposing how they used the war to exploit their own people. With this evidence, he could expose the Empire's corruption, save countless citizens from suffering, and clear his own name of treason. With this evidence, we finally have what we need to topple the Empire. It's time we took the offensive. He clenched the memory stone, his tone somber and determined. If we wait any longer, more lives will be lost. His master's near-death experience had reminded him of the harsh reality. Revolution demands sacrifice. He understood the concept, but facing it personally was something else entirely. He had to act quickly to stop further bloodshed and put an end to this nightmare. A formal declaration of war, Rosvisser said thoughtfully, helping him analyze the situation. The Empire managed to create Constantine, that monstrous fusion creature, so they likely have even more extreme methods and powerful assets in reserve. And let's not forget the elite 3-man squad. Even though your master took one of their arms, they're still a force to be reckoned with. If you're going to confront the Empire head-on and expose their conspiracy, you're going to need allies, Rosvisser advised. Leon nodded in agreement after a brief pause. My master has established the Lionheart Society as an internal resistance, but that alone won't be enough. We'll need a show of strength. I'll go with you, Rosvisser offered. No. No, do you really think I'd let you go without me? She gave him a sideways glance, muttering with a hint of shyness. Besides, I don't trust anyone else with my Heartguard dragon scale. Leon blinked, then chuckled warmly. All right, then let's tackle this together as husband and wife, unstoppable together. That's so cheesy. Try again, she teased. With a silver dragon on the battlefield, not a blade of grass shall grow. Too edgy, I don't like it. They paused for a moment after that, sharing a glance before both burst into laughter. All right, but with only me helping, it might still be a stretch. If part of the Dragon Slayer Corps remains loyal to the Empire, we'll need to account for that, Rosvisser noted. So, let's see if we can enlist Claudia's help, Leon suggested. Yes, after all, the Sea Dragon clan has its own grudge against the Empire. Rosvisser added, do you think we'll need another Dragon Lord as an ally? Leon thought for a moment. If it's a matter of seeking allies with a vendetta against the Empire, I think I know just the right candidate. (410) Vol 3CH 109. Judging by Leon's expression, Rosvisser could guess which perfect candidate he was thinking of. But he's not only got a grudge against the Empire, he's got a pretty big one against you too. Are you sure he'll help us? Leon considered this for a moment. Last time I went to him for intel on the Empire, he insisted we weren't allies. but I believe, given the chance for revenge against the Empire, he'll take it. Constantine might be a bit hot-headed, but he was also pragmatic. Revenge against the Empire outweighed his feud with Leon. After all, finding Leon would be easy. He was right here in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, taking care of 3 kids who needed him. But the Empire was different. It was a human territory, well out of dragon reach, and their leaders had countless dirty tricks up their sleeves, most of which even Constantine couldn't guess. Leon was counting on this reality, making him confident that Constantine would agree to help. So it's settled, Rosvisser nodded. With Constantine's support, our odds improve significantly. Yes, we'll keep this plan for now. I'll work out more details with my master once he's regained his strength. Sounds good. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Out of courtesy, the couple answered it together. It was Claudia. Good morning, Leon greeted her. Did you sleep well? She asked. Very well, thank you. Great, come with me. I want you to meet a friend. Leon blinked, puzzled. A friend. He glanced at Rosvisser, who looked just as confused. Apart from Claudia and Mistress Charlotte, they knew no one else down here in the Sea Dragon clan. Claudia smiled mysteriously. You'll see, a human girl is waiting for you outside. At that, Rebecca popped up from behind Claudia, practically bouncing with excitement. Captain, hurry up. Claudia says we'll be thrilled to meet this friend. You don't even know who the friend is and you're this excited? Leon thought with a bemused smile. All right, we're coming. Leon and Rosvisser followed Claudia, with Rebecca in tow. They kept to quieter passages, avoiding the palace's guards and attendants. While Claudia's high status meant that no one would dare question her friends if they were spotted, it was easier to avoid any potential hassle. Claudia led them to a beautiful underwater garden, complete with a patch of artificial grass and a small wooden house in the distance. Leon stood just outside the garden fence, gazing in. In the middle of the grassy area, he noticed a shadow moving leisurely. Looks familiar, he muttered. Claudia smirked and put her fingers to her lips, whistling sharply. The shadow on the grass immediately lifted its head, abandoning the grass it had been chewing to look toward them. It was then that Leon and Rebecca got a clear look at this friend. Oh my God. No way it's a donkey. A flood of memories burst forth. The familiar gray fur, that lively tail, the muscular stance, and those big, gleaming eyes like gemstones, it was unmistakable. It's him, it's really him. Just as Claudia began to say, this is the friend I wanted to, whoa Leon, watch out. That fence was expensive. Before she could finish, Leon had leaped over the fence and was sprinting toward the figure he'd missed for so long. And the donkey, as if sensing an old friend, broke into a gallop to meet him. Man and donkey, like star-crossed lovers separated by fate, were finally reunited in this romantic undersea setting. What a beautiful moment, a scene worthy of being etched into the history of humans, dragons, and donkeys alike. Donkey tilde. Ia, donkey sounds. Aya donkey tilde. Iowa, more donkey sounds. Aya. What should have been a heartfelt reunion quickly took a turn. The donkey lifted its front hoof, and without hesitation, kicked Leon square in the face. The loud smack echoed, and Rosvisser and Rebecca, watching from the fence, couldn't help but wince in sympathy. It was Rebecca who broke the stunned silence first. This is the only creature in existence capable of inflicting real, physical harm on the Empire's most powerful dragon slayer, Leon Cosmod. The one and only. His own donkey. Rosvisser sighed, covering her face. This isn't the time for dramatic commentary. Claudia hadn't expected such an unusual reunion either, scratching her head in rare confusion. Honestly, Charlotte always talks about how close her donkey is to Leon, so I thought their reunion would be, well, touching. Who would have guessed? As a princess raised with elite etiquette, Claudia was momentarily at a loss for the right word. But Rebecca, who was used to the gritty underbelly of the Empire, hit the nail on the head. Abstract. Yes, looking back on the captain's life, it's been both glorious and abstract, Rebecca continued. And most of his more abstract moments involve this donkey. Rosvisser sighed. He talks about that donkey so much, you'd think it was his first love. Come on, you're his real first love, Rebecca teased. No need to be jealous of a donkey, ow. Yesterday, Rebecca had been on the receiving end of Leon's forehead flick. Today, she received one from Rossvisser. Meanwhile, on the grass, Leon clung to the donkey's neck, blood trickling from his nose. Donkey, what's wrong? Don't you remember me? The donkey. Are you mad at me? The donkey. Listen, I didn't know you were here. That's why I couldn't come see you these past few years. The donkey, Chinese letter 3 Chinese letter. Now that I do know, I'll finish my business outside, then come get you so we can be together again, just like old times. The donkey. Rossvisser gulped, watching the scene in astonishment. He can actually communicate with a donkey. I didn't believe it at first either, Claudia said, but every time he talks to that donkey, he gets kicked. So now I believe it. He gets kicked every time. Does that mean he's... Ah, Leon was sent flying, a trail of blood arcing through the air as he landed flat on his back in the grass, dazed. Donkey, you're just as quick to kick me as ever, he muttered, staring up at the sky, half dizzy. "411. Vol 3ch, 110. Claudia pushed open the garden gate, and she, Rossvisser, and Rebecca walked over to where Leon lay sprawled on the grass. Rossvisser bent down, resting her hands on her knees, her silver hair cascading down as her delicate face came into Leon's line of sight. Was the last time you had a nosebleed when I wore that bunny suit for you? Let's keep that between us, all right? Leon stammered, glad that Rebecca and Claudia had already gone over to interact with a donkey, sparing them this little inside joke. Rossvisser handed him a handkerchief. Leon accepted it, sat up, and wiped his nose while she leaned down to pat the hoofprint off his face. Meanwhile, across the garden, a donkey had completely changed his tune. The very donkey that had just kicked Leon without mercy was now practically nuzzling Rebecca, his floppy ears drooping as he rubbed against her baby-faced cheeks. Leon gritted his teeth, clutching the handkerchief tightly. Darn. Rossvisser thought he was about to curse a donkey for his inconsistent affections, but instead, he muttered, Darn Rebecca, stealing my donkey like that. Rossvisser blinked, so he's actually jealous over his first love donkey being taken. Strangely enough, she sensed a hint of rivalry, a feeling almost like jealousy in the air. It wasn't exactly the typical love triangle. No, this was something rarer. It was a donkey love triangle. Don't get too riled up over Rebecca, Rossvisser teased. Something even more frustrating is coming up. Leon glanced at her. What do you mean? Rossvisser smirked, nodding toward a donkey. See for yourself. Leon looked back and saw that Rebecca had stopped her affectionate petting, only for a donkey to trot straight into Claudia's embrace. Claudia, ever the elegant beauty, stroked a donkey's ears fondly, cooing, A donkey, you're the sweetest, most well-behaved little one, aren't you? Never kicking anyone, right? A donkey let out a cheerful ee-ah. Good boy, tonight you'll get extra carrots. Leon equals. Rossvisser watched with amusement as he struggled to keep his cool. I think I just heard the sound of something shattering. What? Oh, probably someone's heart breaking into tiny pieces, Tilda, Rossvisser said, feigning sympathy. Before becoming a queen, Rossvisser had read countless romance novels, including many classics that still lined her bookshelf. Back then, she never understood why some authors would add third-party interference or unrequited love into one-on-one romances. Weren't those scenes heartbreaking for readers? Why write them? Now, though, she got it. Seeing her husband's true love seemingly stolen away right before his eyes, his despair jumped off the page and into her life, becoming one of her new favorite pastimes. Especially when the despairing hero was her own husband. Me, heartbroken? Who's heartbroken? Leon jumped to his feet, dusting off his pants. Rebecca played with a donkey plenty of times before, and Claudia's probably been feeding him for years now. It's only natural he's close to them. Totally normal. Rossvisser kept her gaze on him, even while their topic of discussion was a donkey. It wasn't that Leon was her entire world. She just loved watching his defiant, stubborn expression. So, was that explanation meant to convince me or yourself? She asked, her smile widening. Obviously, it's of course, I'm explaining it for you, he caught himself. I'm just stating the facts here. Of course, Rossvisser nodded with mock solemnity. Hey lady, are you doubting me? Leon protested. Rossvisser tilted her head slightly. No, I believe you. You do, you might as well write, I don't believe you across your forehead. Rossvisser's smile turned mischievous, her playful side sparked. And if I don't believe you, what would you do about it? My donkey, not usually like this. He's just out of sorts because it's been so long since he saw me. An idea crossed Leon's mind. If he couldn't salvage the situation with a donkey, he could at least drag Rossvisser into it. Want to bet? If you try to get close, I guarantee he'll give you a good kick. Oh really? She replied, intrigued. Of course, Leon was certain. A donkey had been trained to be incredibly alert, neighing and warning the moment a stranger got within 10 feet. If they dared approach further, well, they'd be met with a swift hoof. Leon's master had never needed a guard dog. With a donkey like a donkey, who needed one? He didn't answer directly, just shrugged mysteriously. Why don't you try and find out? All right, I will. The couple strolled over to where Rebecca and a donkey stood. Captain, did your nose stop bleeding? Rebecca asked, glancing at him. Yeah, it's fine, he replied. Before they could continue, Rebecca noticed Rossvisser reaching out to touch a donkey. Sis, be careful, Rebecca warned. Rossvisser paused, looking at her. Why? A donkey doesn't like strangers touching him. He'll kick you, Rebecca explained earnestly. Oh, let her try if she insists on ignoring the warning, Leon interjected, clearly ready for some schadenfreude. Well then, Rossvisser said with a shrug. Just be cautious, sis. A donkey's got a fast kick. The first time I met him, I didn't react fast enough, Rebecca cautioned. Rossvisser just smiled. Noted. She shot a quick look at Leon, who was practically grinning from ear to ear, waiting to see her get kicked. Idiot asterisk, she thought, smiling slyly. Slowly, she extended her soft, pale hand, moving closer to a donkey's head. Rebecca and Leon both watched, holding their breath. Rebecca was tense, worried her sister-in-law might not escape a donkey's sudden kick, while Leon was secretly hoping Rossvisser would join him in his misfortune. If he had to be the only one kicked, that just wouldn't be fair. But Rossvisser's hand came to rest on a donkey's head, gently stroking his fur in a soothing motion. No sudden kick came. A donkey stood there, perfectly calm under her touch. He even leaned in closer, encouraging her to scratch his ears. Wow, Tilda sis, a donkey likes you, Rebecca cheered, rushing over to pet him alongside Rossvisser. Claudia watched with a warm smile. Up era. At that moment, it looked like the four of them were one big happy family asterisk. Meanwhile, I, Leon Cosmod, am just the odd one out. Leon's composure started to crack. How could this happen? Where's your donkey radar, a donkey? What about your swift hoof? Where's your majestic spirit? She a tea. You see a pretty woman and go soft, huh? Shameful. Meanwhile, Rossvisser turned to him, still petting a donkey's soft ears, smiling in smug triumph. Her expression said it all. What's wrong? Your first love is mine now. At that moment, Rossvisser felt she finally understood the satisfaction of being a donkey stealer. Long live the joy of donkey love triangles. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (412) Vol 3ch 111. A donkey had a bit of a tsundere streak too. After some brief banter with Leon, he reluctantly settled down beside him, allowing himself to be petted. Rebecca hopped onto a donkey, with Leon leading them by the reins as the trio wandered aimlessly across the grasslands. The madcap girl waved her arms around, proclaiming herself a fearless dragon knight as they meandered around the Sea Dragon clan's territory. It was a routine by now. Whenever she visited the captain's house, she'd often play these role-playing games. Not far off, Rossvisser and Claudia stood quietly, observing the scene. After a moment, Rosvisser's lips curved into a gentle smile. It's been a long time since I've seen Leon this happy. Master S out of danger, he's reunited with Mistress and a donkey. Even though the process was a little bumpy, it all turned out well in the end. Of course, he's happy. Claudia paused, then asked, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me your married life with Leon is actually stifling. Is that why he's so overjoyed now?" "Of course not, Claudia. Our married life. Our agreement includes getting along well and being good parents. There's no room for feeling stifled." Rosvisser was used to throwing around the phrase married life with Leon in private, but hearing it from someone else sounded strange. After a moment's thought, she chose the word agreement instead. It aligned with the promise she and Leon had made back then to give their daughters a complete and happy childhood. Claudia watched the young dragon queen before her, a woman hundreds of years her junior, who, despite ascending to her position at such a young age, was well-versed in social etiquette. Yet, whenever the topic involved her feelings for Leon, Rosvisser turned into a shy girl. She wouldn't admit anything outright, nor would she deny it. But if someone pressed further, her face would flush, and she'd avoid the subject altogether. Rosvisser's social awkwardness came out in situations like these. It wasn't surprising. She'd never had any experience with romance before meeting Leon, so naturally, she had no idea how to handle situations like this. Even after 5 years of marriage, the two of them embodied the idea of opposites attract to the fullest extent. In public, it was always, "I don't know my husband-wife very well." But in private, it turned into, "Honey, I want to see you in a bunny costume." Claudia leaned lazily against a fence, her gaze drifting across the grasslands, speaking idly. "Actually, that agreement between you and Leon? Charlotte told me about it ages ago. Tiger must have shared it with her." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow at this, but wasn't overly surprised. After a moment, a thought dawned on her. So, little Helena's script for Love Descends Like the Setting Sun was based on real life, wasn't it? Helena had a flair for writing and could produce a script all on her own. But the storyline of asterisk love descends like the setting sun from their school's theater performance clearly wasn't something someone her age could have come up with. Back then, Helena had claimed her mother, Claudia, had helped her, so neither Rosvisser nor Leon thought much of it. But now, with Claudia's casual mention, Rosvisser was able to piece together the true story behind it. Claudia didn't bother to hide anything, a faint smile on her lips. "That's right. When Charlotte first told me about the two of you, I was, well, to put it lightly, stunned. I thought to myself, my God, how could such a fantastical love story even exist in this world?" Rosvisser could only shake her head and smile helplessly at that. But, Claudia's smile deepened, her tone softening as she glanced sidelong at Rosvisser, carefully taking in her lovely profile. "But when you think about it, every unforgettable romance begins with an unexpected encounter, doesn't it?" A blush spread across Rosvisser's cheeks, and she quickly looked away. "Unforgettable? Please, Claudia, don't make fun of me." She would never admit it was unforgettable, but even Rosvisser couldn't deny it had been unexpected. Leon, the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, had indeed proven his title was no exaggeration. "You and Leon have been through so much together, from meeting each other to knowing and falling for each other. Do you really have to use such saccharine words, Claudia? My job is translating and compiling ancient texts. Picking just the right words is part of my professional skill set." "Fine, carry on." Rosvisser steeled herself, bracing for Claudia to go over their love story, the agonies and bliss, word by word, leaving her at a complete loss. After enduring enough social death moments in Vice Principal's office at St. Heath Academy, she'd built up a decent level of resilience by now. But to her surprise, Claudia didn't go in that direction. Instead, her soft voice dropped slightly, and she turned to gaze at Rosvisser's profile. "After everything you've been through, have you ever thought about an ending with Leon?" "An ending?" "Yes," Claudia said. "Tiger and Charlotte's ending has long been determined. They will stay here by the sea, side by side for the rest of their lives." "But you're different, Rosvisser. You and Leon have an unlimited future. Countless dangers are stirring between dragons and humans alike. Just because you don't seek out trouble doesn't mean trouble won't come looking for you. Ever since you and Leon got married, everything you've faced has proven my point, one event after another. So, have you ever thought of an ending? An ending that would be worthy of all you've been through together. Claudia's words were measured, touching upon that question of an ending in such a way that it settled into Rosvisser's heart. Rosvisser fell silent, lowering her gaze as she thought it over. Claudia didn't rush her, simply waiting patiently. After a while, the sound of Leon, Rebecca, and a donkey playing on the grass drifted over. Rosvisser slowly lifted her head and turned toward the noise, her silver eyes landing on Leon's silhouette. She smiled softly. I haven't, Claudia. Haven't thought about the ending for you two. Why? Because we'll just keep going forward, so there will never be an end. Claudia stared at Rosvisser's profile, her pupils trembling slightly. In those steadfast silver eyes, she could see only one figure, Leon. Whether it's smooth or stormy, through everything, Leon and I will never part. Isn't that enough, Claudia? Her answer wasn't lengthy, it was simple. Yet in that simplicity was a deeply rooted and unwavering conviction. Rosvisser had never been comfortable talking about her relationship with Leon in front of others, but Claudia's question about an ending had made her think. Rather than any notion of eternity, Rosvisser preferred the fleeting beauty of the present. And rather than an ending, she cherished the journey leading up to it. So if you asked her whether she had ever thought about an ending with Leon, this would be her answer. It wasn't a promise, it felt more like a truth already carved in stone. Claudia slowly turned away, savoring Rosvisser's response, and let out a soft laugh. If Leon heard what you just said, he'd be even happier than he is now, wouldn't he? Rosvisser blinked, then quickly said, Claudia, you absolutely must not tell him what I just said. She'd gotten so caught up in her response that she'd ended up blurting out things far too sentimental. She wasn't sure whether it would make Leon happy or not, but she could already imagine him standing before her, hands on his hips, proudly exclaiming, Oh, so you really do like me, my lovely dragon queen? I'd never have guessed. Claudia raised an eyebrow. Oh, and why not? You two have been married for years, what's wrong with a little romance? Just don't tell him, okay? She was starting to panic. Claudia chuckled, all right, I won't tell him. Consider it our little secret. For now, their little secret about the ending was safe. Claudia squinted, looking at a donkey, then suddenly commented, A donkey's always been stubborn and wary of strangers, yet you calmed him with just a touch. She turned to Rosvisser once more, studying her carefully. It seems you've mastered the soul judgment technique down to the finest detail, haven't you? (413). Vol 3ch, 112. Rosvisser was slightly surprised. While interacting with a donkey, she had indeed used soul judgment asterisk to calm his stubbornness. But the magical fluctuations were so faint that it would be nearly impossible for anyone to detect them without focused perception. Yet somehow, Claudia had noticed. In response to Claudia's question, Rosvisser simply smiled and replied, Just a small trick, nothing worth mentioning. Much of her ability to use soul judgment was thanks to Claudia's guidance, so it was only right to show a bit of humility in front of her mentor. But how did you know I've been practicing soul judgment? When she and Leon initially asked Tiger to help them find books on primordial magic, they had used the excuse that Leon wanted to study it. Tiger likely used the same reasoning when asking Charlotte. But here was Claudia, immediately recognizing her magic as asterisk soul judgment asterisk. That was more than just keen observation. Claudia chuckled. At first, Charlotte wanted some primordial magic books from me, supposedly for Leon's training. But primordial magic belongs to us dragons, and it's considerably harder for outsiders to master. So, I thought, perhaps Leon had claimed it was for him to help you instead. Rosvisser nodded. Just as you said, Claudia. Back then, we had no idea about your connection with Tiger and Charlotte, so we made up a small lie. Claudia waved her hand dismissively. Hardly a lie, a thoughtful husband securing a magical text for his beloved wife. Why did every dragon seem to make this, husband and wife, joke? Did she and Leon look that blissfully in love? Did they? Sighing inwardly, Rosvisser looked down at her hands and continued from where Claudia had left off. I've been practicing soul judgment for a long time, and after the battle in the far north, I've come to understand primordial magic more deeply. With this knowledge, I should be able to protect my people better. Claudia listened quietly, resting her chin on one hand, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Most dragons have a natural drive for greater power, and you're no exception. But unlike other dragons, who seek power for conquest, you long for strength to protect. That's a noble goal. Rosvisser gave a small smile. You flatter me, Claudia. It's not all that grand. To continually hone yourself for the sake of those you hold dear, regardless of the hardships. Perhaps not grand in the grand scheme of history, but for oneself, it's more than enough, Claudia remarked. Rosvisser accepted the praise gracefully, recognizing that Claudia's compliment was straightforward yet meaningful, without excessive flattery. After a brief silence, Rosvisser asked, Claudia, is the Sea Dragon clan preparing for a succession soon? Yes, once my father returns, the transfer of the throne and the coronation ceremony will take place. You're the next Sea Dragon Queen. What do you plan on challenging me for it? Claudia teased. Rosvisser chuckled, covering her mouth. Nothing of the sort, Claudia. In dragon society, rulership wasn't hereditary. The throne went to the most capable. Like how Isha often joked with Aurora, when you grow up, your auntie will hand over the title of Red Dragon Queen to you. But in reality, ascending to the throne required both strength and wisdom. Claudia, as the eldest princess of the Sea Dragon clan, had proven herself worthy through rigorous trials and selections, ultimately earning the right to become the next Sea Dragon Queen. Having spent so much time with Claudia, Rosvisser could tell she was more than qualified to rule. Which meant Leon's connections had just leveled up again. Not only was his wife a dragon queen, his sister-in-law was too, and now even his mother-in-law was about to join their ranks. I've never been a queen before, so in this regard you're my senior, Claudia commented. Oh, I don't know about that. You ascended at such a young age. Your future is bound to be bright, Claudia remarked. Most dragon kings or queens were at least 500 years old when they ascended, while Rosvisser became the Silver Dragon Queen at 150. As Claudia said, such determination and talent surely meant a promising future. Honestly, I've always believed ruling isn't about age, it's about capability. It sounded deep at first, but in truth, Rosvisser's mind had wandered a bit. She thought to herself, Noah, darling, hurry up and grow up. Once you turn 20, you can run for Dragon Queen, and by 25, you'll ascend the throne. Then I can retire and start a farm with your father. It was a half-serious thought, but the idea of a 25-year-old Dragon Queen was a bit daunting. Bringing her mind back to the conversation, Rosvisser naturally shifted the topic to matters concerning the Empire. The current emperor of the Empire, it's about time he retired, don't you think, Claudia? Claudia immediately caught the underlying meaning. So, is Leon planning to officially declare war on the Empire? Yes, we've gathered all the evidence to prove his innocence and expose the Empire's conspiracies. Dragging it out further would only lead to needless sacrifices. Good, I've long despised that dog of an emperor, especially after he dared to target Charlotte's Heartguard dragon scale. Oh, so Claudia also had a deep grudge against the Empire, just as Leon had said. Which meant recruiting her to help might be easier than expected. However, Claudia, we might be a little short on manpower, Rosvisser hinted cautiously. Claudia paused, her gaze shifting from the scenery to Rosvisser beside her. Rosvisser met Claudia's gaze head-on, showing no signs of hesitation. After a moment, Claudia let out a small chuckle. So, you want me to help? If you could, Claudia, it would be greatly appreciated. After a pause, Rosvisser added, if there are any conditions you need met, please feel free to name them, as long as they're within our ability to fulfill. Oh, there are conditions, of course. I won't help for free, Claudia said, inspecting her nails with a slight smile. Rosvisser pressed her lips together, mentally preparing herself for any high-stakes demand Claudia might make. In that case, have your eldest daughter come stay with me for a while. How about that? What? Rossvisor blinked, thinking she must have misheard. Claudia shrugged. Helena really wants to play with Noah. If you can manage that, I'll lend you a hand. Rossvisor realized that Claudia's condition was as good as no condition at all. She didn't ask for money or resources. All she wanted was for her daughter's best friend to visit. But after a brief contemplation, Rossvisor didn't immediately agree. Seeing her hesitation, Claudia raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Can't you manage even that? Claudia knew her condition was practically non-existent, just a pretense to help Rossvisor and Leon while offering some support to Charlotte. However, she hadn't expected Rossvisor to hesitate at such a simple request. It's not that I can't. It's just, Leon and I have always respected our daughter's wishes, so I don't really want to use them as conditions for your help. Claudia's eyes widened slightly, then a look of realization crossed her face. Ah, this is a human parenting principle, isn't it? Claudia was a relatively traditional dragon, and Helena had been raised with a typically dragon-style upbringing. While this traditional approach was by no means a bad thing, Helena's environment was somewhat restrictive compared to the environment of Noah and her sisters. Claudia hadn't considered that Rossvisor wouldn't want her daughter involved in a negotiation or exchange. This level of respect for the younger generation was obviously something Leon had influenced Rossvisor to value. Yes, Leon is wonderful with the girls and respects them immensely. So, could we perhaps try a different condition? Claudia massaged her temple, exasperated. Fine, how about this? Helena can stay at your place for a few days. As long as she's with Noah, it doesn't matter where they are. She then added with a touch of pride, that's exactly what Helena said. I respected her wishes this time. Rossvisor couldn't help but smile at her elder's roundabout way of being helpful. All right then, Helena is always welcome in our home. (414) Vol 3ch 113. Progress on Empire Raid Team Assembly 2/3*. Only one key figure remained, the legendary and notoriously obstinate Constantine. Leon planned to rally him as soon as possible. But before that, he needed to make sure his mentors, Tiger and Charlotte, were well enough. After bidding farewell to A-Donkey, Leon and his companions headed to Tiger and Charlotte's resting quarters. Though still looking a bit weak, the elderly couple's health had visibly improved from the previous day, putting Leon's mind at ease. He proceeded to share his plan to officially declare war on the Empire with Tiger. Tiger, as it happened, had been thinking along similar lines. I'd planned to bring you back to the Empire with me after this intelligence handoff, topple that dog emperor, and clear your name once and for all, but cough, cough. Tiger coughed, clutching his chest. Even with the Heartguard dragon scale transplanted, he still needed time to fully recover. Charlotte, seated beside him, gently rubbed his back. Tiger turned his head and patted her hand, indicating he was all right. He then continued to speak to Leon. Who would have thought we'd be tracked by that elite strike force? I was careless, didn't prepare adequate countermeasures against surveillance. For years, Tiger had been meeting Leon in the mountain cave to exchange intelligence without detection, relying on his formidable anti-tracking skills. As a former member of the Imperial Dragon Slayer Corps, Tiger was a respected dragon slayer in his time, skilled in scouting, tracking, and counter-tracking tactics. But age had taken its toll, and the vigilance he once had was waning. Rebecca, young and inexperienced, couldn't pick up the slack, which led to this recent crisis. Leon patted his mentor's shoulder in reassurance. This wasn't your fault, Master. From now on, just focus on recovering. Leave the rest to us. Tiger would undoubtedly want to fight in the final battle against the Empire, but he knew his current condition would only burden Leon. After some reflection, he resigned himself to the reality and nodded. All right, once you're in the Empire, Rebecca will take you to the Lionheart Society. They're all staunch supporters of yours, and many have suffered under the Empire's corrupt rule. With their help, your work in the Empire will be smoother. Yes, I understand, Master. Then your mistress and I will be waiting here for the good news. Leon nodded resolutely. Charlotte approached, taking Leon's hand in hers. It's been so long since I last saw you. And now, after just 2 days, we're parting again. Leon clasped her hand, the cool, reassuring warmth grounding him. It's all right, mistress. Once I take care of things with the Empire, we'll have plenty of time like the old days. Be careful. I will, mistress. Charlotte looked over to Rebecca behind him and made sure to remind the young woman, if you get into any trouble you can't handle, don't try to tough it out alone. Go to Leon immediately, understand? The normally wild, twin-tailed girl nodded seriously. I understand, Aunt Charlotte. Charlotte lowered her gaze, brushing her fingers gently over the scars on Leon's hands. All of you come back safely. You must. It was as though time had rewound to years ago, back when Leon had just graduated from the Dragon Slayer Academy and was about to step onto the bloody battlefields for the first time. Each time he left, Charlotte would hold his hand like this, always repeating those words. Come back safely. Leon had never found it annoying because he understood that, in those war-torn years, every goodbye before a battle could be a final farewell, a harsh truth of war, unavoidable. But Leon's mission this time could very well change the entire dynamic between humans and dragons, exposing the truth and liberating the people from suffering under such cruel rule. At last, Charlotte reluctantly released Leon's hand, wiping away a tear before giving him a smile. Go on, child, do what you must. Yes, mistress. With everything settled, Claudia led the group out of the underwater palace. The four split into 2 teams. Rebecca and Claudia headed to the Empire first, where they would infiltrate with the Lionheart Society's help. Meanwhile, Leon and Rosvisser set off to recruit the final ally and take the chance to visit their daughters. By the time the couple reached the borders of the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan's territory, night had fallen. They found the Silver Dragon Clan's patrol post. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Shirley greeted them with a bow. Any recent activity from Constantine? Rosvisser asked. None, Your Majesty. He's been staying within his territory and hasn't ventured out. So old Constantine was home. Exchanging a glance, the couple nodded in silent agreement. Shirley observed their expressions, sensing that the king and queen intended more than just surveillance. But being a dutiful attendant, she made no inquiries, simply stepping aside to clear their path. I'll go alone, Leon said. Wait here for me. If I insist on going with you, are you going to give me the same excuse as last time? Leon chuckled, which was as good as an admission. Rosvisser had long since learned that once Leon set his mind on something, there was no swaying him. Not even 8 donkeys could pull him back. Just be careful. If he refuses, we'll find another way. Got it. With that, Leon headed into the woods. It was his 3rd time visiting Crimson Flame territory, so he knew the route well. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of the Crimson Flame Dragon Sanctum. As before, a few Crimson Flame Dragon guards appeared, blocking his path. Leon paused, scratching his head. Oh, good, saves me the trouble of knocking. Half a minute later, the main doors of the Crimson Flame Temple crashed open as 2 guards flew back inside. Constantine, you're here to negotiate. Leon's face lit up. Well, look at you, jumping straight to the point. Sitting atop his throne, Constantine held his head in one hand, his expression a mixture of exasperation. He could confidently say that the biggest mistake of his life wasn't working with the Empire. It was accepting the Kill Leon Cosmod assignment. All right, what do you want to talk about? I want you to help me destroy the Empire. Constantine raised an eyebrow. Excuse me. 5 years ago, the Empire wanted you to kill me. Now, 5 years later, I want you to destroy the Empire. In that case, I have an idea, Constantine replied dryly. How about you two go at it directly and take each other out? Wouldn't that be much simpler? Constantine's subtle suggestion cleverly omitted one embarrassing detail. 5 years ago, despite the Empire's orders to kill Leon, Constantine ended up as a tragic fusion of stitched-together monstrosities. And he had no intention of risking another dreadful transformation for Leon's sake. Oh, I wasn't clear, Leon replied. I meant you'd join me, and together we'd take down the Empire. This caught Constantine's attention. Help you. Though he held a deep grudge against the Empire, he wasn't about to agree to help Leon outright. He waited, interested to see how Leon would try to persuade him. "Give me a reason to help you," Constantine demanded. Leon shrugged. "Isn't it obvious? You want revenge on the Empire for what they did to you, and I want to bring down their corrupt leaders to clear my name. We have different motivations but the same goal." Constantine leaned back lazily on his throne, eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Leon. "Same old rhetoric. Don't you have anything else?" "Same old rhetoric?" Leon narrowed his eyes, recognizing the challenge. If Constantine wanted to be difficult, Leon was ready to twist his arm with a little moral blackmail. "Don't forget, you owe me a favor." "You mean the secret Dragon King meeting? I already repaid that by giving you the details about the Empire's dealings with the dragons. You left with that information, completely satisfied." Leon paused, considering his words. Constantine had a point. Seeing Leon's silence, Constantine let out a disdainful huff. "If you've no compelling reason to offer, then I suggest you leave." Leon's mind raced, watching as Constantine prepared to dismiss him. At that critical moment, an idea struck him, the mental equivalent of a light bulb turning on. "If you agree to help, I'll give you access to the full library on primordial magic." I'll consider it." "An entire library, full of ancient primordial magic texts." "When do we leave?" Back in the Dragon Slayer Corps, Leon's mentor had kept him away from politics and leadership roles. But despite that, Leon had mastered one essential skill for the battlefield, and now for recruiting allies. Selling the dream. "415. Vol 3CH, 114. Empire Raid Team Assembly Progress. Complete 3/3**. When Rosvisser saw Leon emerge from the woods with a calm smile, she immediately knew he had succeeded in persuading Constantine. And surely, whatever method he used was something only Leon could come up with. Crossing her arms with a slight smile of her own, she waited until he stood in front of her before asking, "Did he agree?" Leon nodded confidently. "Of course." "How did you manage to convince him? The same trick as last time?" "Well, no. Moral arguments don't work on Constantine, so I used a different approach." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The famous Crimson Flame Dragon King was known to be unyielding and fiercely self-centered. Given their history, it was already remarkable that Leon had managed a civil conversation with him, let alone enlist his help. So how did her reckless husband do it this time? "I told him that once we take down the Empire, I'd give him an entire library of primordial magic texts." Rosvisser blinked. "But all we have is soul judgment. Where are you getting all these other texts?" Leon shrugged. "Draw the big picture first. We'll figure out the details later." Rosvisser shook her head, amused. "Looks like your time in the Silver Dragon Temple taught you more than just fighting." Low EQ, bluffing. High EQ, establishing a grand vision to inspire cooperation. Leon, it seemed, was finally realizing that smooth talk could get him far in the Empire's game. No wonder so many graduates from the Dragon Slayer Academy were drawn to cushy desk jobs in the capital, safe, well-paid, and without the constant risk of death that dragon slayers like Leon faced. Still, he had no regrets. He traveled far and wide, seen wonders that office-bound types could only dream of. And more importantly, he had a dragon wife and beautiful daughters waiting for him back home, definitely not something you'd get working at a desk. Speaking of his daughters, Leon said, "Let's go home. Before we head to the Empire, let's see the girls again." After all, this mission came with its risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to recruit Constantine. They weren't saying goodbye forever, and this wasn't about setting up some ominous last farewell. It was just for peace of mind. Their daughters were the most precious treasures in their hearts. No matter where they were, knowing those little girls were waiting for them at home gave them the strength to face any danger. Rosvisser nodded, and transforming into her dragon form, she leapt into the night sky with Leon on her back, speeding homeward. "Did you really bring peace to the dragon clans for 100 years after ending the Civil War?" In the dimly lit Golden Hall, young Noah's dragon history class was in full swing. A great white dragon lay lazily before her, its massive body almost filling her view. It answered in a slow, steady tone, "Yes." That was the most united and powerful period in dragon history, a time of internal harmony and external peace, with resources in abundance. The overall combat power of the dragon race was far beyond what it is now. Noah spread her hands. But now the dragons are fractured, waging different wars on multiple fronts, especially against the human empire, where the battles are particularly brutal. Seems that in the 10,000 years I've been asleep, both the dragon race and all of Samel have changed considerably, her ancestor sighed. Once dragons ruled everything. How did it come to this? It's as if the tides of history rolled on, only for the waves to crash and dissipate. You awoke to prevent some ultimate terror, right? Noah asked, calm and composed, so much like her mother. Though I don't know what that is, and you're reluctant to tell me the details, I just want to remind you that before this ultimate terror arrives. She paused, voice steady yet respectful. There will be plenty of other troubles on this continent. Even though the young dragon course at St. Heath Academy was simple, Noah often went beyond class materials, diving into extracurricular readings to understand the world better. Partly because she enjoyed learning, and partly because she liked sharing what she learned with Aurora when they were back home. That way, her little sister might stop fussing about things like second personalities. Back to the matter at hand. Her ancestor wasn't surprised by her statement, but neither did she seem impressed. This generation's crises are for your generation to solve. My only aim is the ultimate terror, the great dragon replied. It was a noble idea, echoing her grandmother Veronica's sentiments, a desire to let the younger generation lead. However, the old dragon's response seemed a bit detached. Young as she was, Noah understood her ancestor's words on one level, but couldn't grasp the deeper meaning. You quelled a dragon civil war in your time. Why focus only on this ultimate terror now? The shadows lurking around the continent could easily impact the dragons too. Noah wasn't trying to lecture her ancestor from a moral high ground. She was genuinely curious why the revered dragon hero, upon awakening from 10,000 years of slumber, had grown so singularly focused. The question seemed to irk the elder dragon, but instead of anger, she just looked away, her gaze shifting to the calm water beside them. When you grow up, I'll explain it. Don't treat me like a kid. HMPH, but you are a kid. Noah. The knock on the door brought Noah back to reality from her dreamlike state. She opened her eyes, only to hear the old dragon's voice echoing in her mind. But you are a kid. Irritated, she sat up in bed, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself. Fine, fine. I won't stoop to arguing with an ancient dragon. I'm a well-behaved, modern young dragon. With her mood restored, Noah hopped off her bed, bare feet patting softly on the floor as she went to open the door. The moment she did, a tuft of pink hair filled her vision. Aurora leaned in, her face close enough that their noses nearly touched. In a mysterious whisper, she said, "Big sis, you were talking to that ghost again, weren't you?" "What ghost? I don't know what you're talking about." Aurora leaned in closer. "Really? But I definitely heard you say something about being a kid." Noah leaned back slightly. "I was talking in my sleep." Aurora leaned in even closer. "Big sis, you know." Noah raised a hand and gently pushed her little sister's face back. "You're about to kiss me, Aurora. I really was just talking in my sleep." Aurora shook her head, pouting. All right, but tell that ghost to watch out. One day I, Aurora, will catch it." Noah could already sense this summer wasn't going to be peaceful. Oh well, let her sister be. "So, what is it, Aurora?" "Mom and Dad are back. Second sister's already there, let's go too." "All right, let's go." The sisters headed to the dining room, where a feast was laid out for dinner. After 2 days, their parents were finally home. "Good evening, Noah, Aurora." "Good evening, Mom, Dad." Aurora greeted enthusiastically, climbing into the child-sized seat next to Leon. "Good evening, Mom, Dad," Noah greeted with a composed nod as she sat down. "How was the border patrol?" Whenever they went to the mountain cave to exchange intelligence with Tiger, Leon and Rossvisser used Border Patrol as their cover story. Though Noah had a suspicion this wasn't the whole truth. After all, she believed they were sneaking off for a secret date more than anything else. Still, as long as Noah didn't catch them in a lie, they'd stick with that story. And honestly, if her parents were mistaken for lovey-dovey parents sneaking off for dates, it wasn't the worst misunderstanding. Smoothly, Leon replied. Noah acknowledged this, picking up her knife and fork, but she quickly sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. Aurora and Moon's seats were closer to their parents than usual, and several dishes on the table were indulgent favorites that were typically off-limits. Tonight, however, they were all laid out. Then she looked at Leon and Rosvisser. Though they were busy serving her sisters and inquiring about their studies, Noah had the distinct impression they had something on their minds. Thinking quickly, Noah said, "Dad, I ran into a bottleneck practicing the * thunder wolf-breaking army move you taught me. Could you help me tomorrow?" "Oh, that no rush, Noah. Thunder wolf-breaking army is a high-level technique. It's normal to hit a bottleneck." "Is that so?" "Yes, and, well," Leon hesitated, glancing at Rosvisser beside him. Rosvisser nodded softly. Leon got the message. "And your mom and I have to head out again tomorrow. We might be gone for a few days." "Ah, Tilda, why, Mom, Dad? You just got home and I don't want you to leave," Moon murmured, suddenly uninterested in her steak. Leon reached out to pat her head gently. "Be a good girl, Moon. I'll bring back some treats for you when I return." But Moon's spirits remained low. "But I miss you both." Whenever they left before, Leon's promise of treats had been enough to lift her spirits. But as she grew older, that tactic was losing its charm. Food wasn't her priority anymore. What she truly wanted was for her parents to spend more time with her, Noah, and Aurora during the summer. Seeing her downtrodden expression, Leon was at a loss. In the end, he added, "I promise, Moon, when I come back I'll stay with you the entire time. I won't go anywhere. How's that?" Her eyes lit up. "Really, Dad?" "Yes, really." "Yes, long live Dad." "And Mom." "Long live Mom, too." Noah narrowed her eyes slightly. She couldn't say why, but it felt like her dad was stacking up a lot of flags. 416. Vol 3ch, 115. Early the next morning, Leon and Rosvisser finished packing up and, before setting off, went to check on their daughters one last time. Leon quietly opened the bedroom door, and there they were, still sound asleep. Noah lay on her back, Moon clung to her older sister, and Aurora was gnawing on Moon's tail. Their sleeping positions were unique, but together they formed a somewhat harmonious scene. Leon tiptoed over and gently removed Moon's little tail from Aurora's mouth, placing it aside. Aurora murmured in her sleep, and, finding her hands empty, instinctively reached out, wrapping her small arms around Leon's wrist instead. Leon paused, a warm smile spreading across his face. He carefully loosened her grip, tucking her arms back under the blanket, then softly patted her chubby, peaceful face. This little chatterbox was so calm when she slept. Turning, he saw Rosvisser adjusting Moon's sleeping posture, trying to move her limbs so she wasn't squashing her big sister. Yet even in her sleep, Moon's sister complex persisted. Like a cat determined to keep its paw on top, she clung to Noah no matter how many times Rosvisser moved her. In the end, Rosvisser chuckled softly and gave her daughter's nose a gentle tweak. "You little thing, when will you stop sticking to your sister like this?" Big sis, smells nice," Moon mumbled in her sleep, snuggling closer to Noah's neck. Leon and Rosvisser retreated to the door, sharing one last look at their sleeping daughters. "Let's go. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can come back to them," Leon murmured. Rosvisser's gaze lingered on her daughters a moment longer before she nodded. "All right." With one last look, they quietly closed the door. Minutes later, a silver dragon launched from the Silver Dragon Temple's courtyard, its wings cutting through the sky as it flew into the distance. But from the balcony of the sisters' room, a small figure watched, her eyes fixed on the silver silhouette until it disappeared on the horizon. By dusk, they reached the dense woods near the Empire's border. Rosvisser dispelled the invisibility magic, and the two hid among the branches of a tall tree. Leon was intimately familiar with the terrain here. Back when he trained at the Dragon Slayer Academy, they often used these woods for combat exercises. And he knew the Empire's patrol routes like the back of his hand. Some posts were ones he'd set up himself. He could guide Rosvisser around the patrols with ease. Crouched on a branch, Leon peered toward the wall's entrance. With all these battles lately, they've reduced the patrol numbers around here, he noted. Convenient for us to slip in, Rosvisser remarked. So what's your plan? She asked. Well, we'll wait for a merchant caravan to pass through and sneak in by hanging onto the bottom of their wagons. This old trick worked time and again. No matter the era, the Empire's security never bothered checking under the carriages. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow at the unconventional plan, though it didn't surprise her. Unorthodox, yet coming from you, it's somehow perfectly reasonable. They settled in to wait for a caravan. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side that night. As it grew late, still no caravan had passed. Leon scratched his head. What's going on? Did everyone just decide not to trade with the Empire anymore? There are many factors that affect trade: seasons, population shifts, the frequency of wars, Rosvisser explained. Like you said, the Empire's been active in the field lately, so they have fewer resources to handle foreign trade. Leon looked at her in surprise. How come you never taught me this stuff about money? Rosvisser smirked, afraid you'd stash away a private fund. It was true. Private savings were a hurdle every married man had to clear. In all seriousness, though, it wasn't that Rosvisser didn't want to teach Leon more. There was just too much to teach. She couldn't exactly dump everything she'd learned over 50 years of ruling on him all at once. She had to ease him into it, or he might fry his pig brain. So no caravan, now what? She asked. We wait for an opportunity, Leon replied, trying to sound confident. Rosvisser saw right through him. In other words, you don't have a better idea, do you? Look, the Empire's not just some place you can waltz into. He had a point. As powerful as the Empire was, their security wasn't so lax as to miss a couple of intruders. Leon's past infiltration attempts had succeeded partly due to luck. And when he, his master, and Rebecca escaped the Empire the first time, they'd had to fight their way out. Now, without luck on their side, they had no choice but to sit tight. Leon sighed internally, hoping for a quick way in. He turned to Rosvisser, intending to strike up a conversation, but noticed she wasn't beside him. He glanced back to find her standing on the tree trunk, scanning their surroundings, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? He asked. Oh, just wondering if that tree we climbed ages ago is still here. Leon's curiosity grew. He joined her, looking out over the trees. But all he could see were similar towering trees, none of them particularly distinct. What tree? You know, the one I chose when I humiliated you in front of the Empire you once served. Leon. The memory flashed in his mind, vivid and immediate, as if the branches creaked with the weight of that scene. Your Majesty, who knew you were the nostalgic type, he muttered through clenched teeth. Rosvisser just huffed, ignoring him, and continued her search for the tree where it all began. Before long, she let out a delighted gasp. Oh, found it. She pointed eagerly. There, see. Leon glanced at where she was pointing, barely containing a groan. He didn't remember specific details from 5 years ago, especially when he'd been seconds away from exacting revenge. I don't see how it's any different from the others. You're just guessing, he grumbled. Am not, I'll show you. With that, Rosvisser extended her wings and lifted Leon to the tree. They landed on the highest bough, where she stomped her foot, making the branch creak. Recognize that sound, Leon? She asked with a smirk. Big battle ahead, so maybe let's skip the unpleasant memory lane, shall we? Leon paused, then asked, and you never did explain how you recognized this tree. It's simple. She stepped forward and pointed toward the Empire. This spot has the best view of the Empire. I picked it on purpose to make sure you had a clear look back then. You really went out of your way, Your Majesty, Leon muttered, unable to resist a jab. Just as they were about to resume their playful banter, Leon suddenly stiffened, signaling Rosvisser to be quiet. Crouching down, he cast a wary glance below. What's wrong? Rosvisser whispered. We're within a dragon slayer patrol route. Leon nodded. Remember, after that moment, we ran into a patrol team. Their leader even gave me a signal flare for emergencies. Rossvisser recalled it. This tree was indeed within a patrol range. Let's get back to our previous spot. It's safer there, Leon suggested. All right. They moved to leave, but footsteps below made them freeze, crouching lower, careful not to rustle a single leaf. So tired, when will this patrol end? Almost done. 2 more kilometers and we can call it a day. Another 2 kilometers. Working for the Empire is rough, doing double the work for half the pay. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged glances. It was indeed a patrol unit. They needed to be cautious. When will the Empire get off our backs? Did you do this kind of grunt work when you were in the Dragon Slayers, Walker? Started out on the front lines, but then some royal brat wanted a shiny medal, so I got bumped to patrol duty. Walker's tone carried resignation and frustration, though he didn't dwell on it. Getting pushed aside for royal vanity? Figures, those royals are shameless, a female soldier muttered. Don't worry, Walker. When we topple that dog of an emperor, things like this will be history. Let's just get this over with, Walker said, unwilling to continue the subject. But we've walked so far, maybe we should ask to have someone else handle recon. Our numbers are limited, and everyone has a job to do. Just keep at it and gather all the dirt you can on the Empire. It'll help when we bring down that rotten emperor, Walker replied. Easy to say, but how much dirt can we get on a patrol? Am I even going to live to see the emperor's downfall? Rebecca said it's coming soon, and the man himself will return any day now. Little did Walker know, that very man was directly above him. "417. Vol 3ch, 116. In the slums of the Empire's outer district, a ragged, lame beggar hobbled along, using a crutch to support himself. With his other hand, he held a chipped porcelain bowl, reaching out to anyone who passed by. Hey, nothing here, move along, they'd mutter dismissively. Disgusting beggar, get lost. Child, make sure you study hard and leave this miserable place when you grow up, or you'll end up just like him, begging in the streets. Understand. The people of the slums could barely feed themselves, much less spare any money for a beggar. The beggar continued down the street, hobbling on his worn grass sandals until the midnight bells began to toll. He followed the sound, heading toward the old bell tower. Standing before the tower's decaying wooden door, he knocked 5 times. The first 3 in a quick rhythm, the last 2 more slowly. Soon, footsteps approached from within. Creak! The door opened, and a small head peeked out. A girl with twin braids of green hair and sharp, lively eyes looked around cautiously. Nobody followed you, Rebecca whispered. No one. Good, thank you. Rebecca opened the door wider, allowing the beggar to enter. She glanced outside one last time before firmly closing the door. While the bell tower's exterior matched the rundown look of the slum buildings, its interior was entirely different. Passing through the entryway and a hidden door in the wall, they entered a spacious hall, equipped with makeshift beds, communal tables, a kitchen, and even a station for analyzing intel. At the far end of the room, a circular emblem bearing the image of a fierce lion hung on the wall. Inside, the beggar shed his disguise and washed his face. Rebecca handed him a towel. Any word from the captain? She asked. Nacho Salamander took the towel, wiping his face. No news. Didn't you say a few days ago that you were planning to declare war on the Empire? Where's your captain? The captain said he was going to find someone to help. Maybe it didn't go smoothly, Rebecca said. But I'm sure he'll be back soon. He never makes empty promises, especially about something this important. Nacho set the towel aside and leaned against the makeshift sink, looking down at the girl with twin braids who was much shorter than him. I trust your captain too. He doesn't disappoint. Speaking as someone who used to stand on the opposite side of him, I can vouch for that. Every time Nacho thought back on his days leading the dragon warriors against Leon under the Empire's orders, he couldn't help but marvel. Did they really think I could take down Leon? The Empire had sent at least 5 dragon kings under Nacho's command, including Statter. But within half a year, Leon had beaten them all, leaving Nacho with a mere shadow of a force. How was I supposed to fight with no soldiers left? Running was the only option. After enduring several twists and turns, Nacho ended up joining this resistance organization, following Leon in defiance against the corrupt empire. Just a few days ago, Rebecca had said that Leon was coming back to the empire to lead their fight against the current rulers. But days had passed, and Leon was still nowhere to be seen. Nacho glanced around at the others gathered in the hall. "This war of ours, it's been dragging on too long," he murmured, narrowing his eyes. "Sure, the people joining the Lionheart Society want to resist the Empire, and many are fervent admirers of your captain. But Rebecca, you need to remember, some of these people are desperate for revenge." Rebecca followed his gaze to the members of the Lionheart Society, her small face growing tense. She remained silent, waiting for Nacho to continue. Everyone's holding their breath, waiting for Leon to come back and sound the horn of counterattack. But days have passed, and still no news of Leon. I can wait, you can wait, and so can Martin and Walker. But those who are impatient, they might not have the patience to wait any longer. "Do you know what emotion spreads faster than fear among people?" Nacho asked. Rebecca shook her head. "Impatience," he said. "It spreads like a plague, affecting everyone in its path and will, inevitably, impact the Lionheart Society as a whole. Impatience also clouds judgment, just like any other negative emotion." Rebecca frowned. "Clouds judgment?" Nacho nodded. "I learned that the hard way. When someone lets impatience take over, they start doubting everything around them." Rebecca opened her mouth to ask something, but at that moment, a member of the society banged his fist on the table, drawing everyone's attention. "When are we finally going to topple that wretched emperor? Every day, we hear about the right time, but if we wait any longer, the empire will capture us all." Rebecca said Leon was coming back soon. "I think he'll be here any day now," another member offered. Leon, you young ones joined the Lionheart Society because of Leon Cosmod. But tell me, have any of you actually met him?" "No, we haven't." "I'm not questioning the purpose of the Lionheart Society. I'm just dissatisfied with Tiger's methods. Why rely on the name of someone who doesn't even exist to rally us together? Are we just here to die for someone who vanished long ago?" "Watch your mouth, old man. I served with Captain Leon in the Dragon Slayer Corps, and I met Mr. Tiger too. They're nothing like the deceitful cowards you make them out to be. Just because you met them a few times, you think you know them." The argument grew more heated. Rebecca watched, wanting to intervene, but Nacho held her back. "If you step in now, that troublemaker will shift all his anger onto you. No matter what you say, he'll have a reason to target you, riling up everyone else against you." "So what do we do, just let them fight?" Rebecca asked, frustration clear in her voice. "We'll have to wait until they calm down before you explain," Nacho replied. Although what? I might have underestimated the situation." Rebecca blinked in confusion, but before she could ponder it further, the troublemaker directed his frustration at her. "Rebecca, you said we'd declare war on the Empire soon. But where's Leon? We're still hiding in these slums, waiting for nothing." Tiger wasn't here, and Rebecca alone couldn't keep these men under control. "A few days ago, you and Tiger went to meet Leon, but only you came back, saying that Tiger was gravely injured and needed to recuperate. You said you'd bring back help. But I don't see any help, nor have we seen Leon. Tiger's gone, too. Little girl, have you been leading us on this whole time? Did Tiger and Leon run off, leaving us here to die?" "Shut up, you idiot." The man, letting his emotions take control, grew even more aggressive and insulting. Rebecca, reaching her limit, finally snapped back at him. Surprised, the man paused, but then continued railing against her. "Don't just tell me to shut up. Everyone here is waiting for Leon. Bring him to us if he's really coming." With just a few words, he'd managed to turn the entire society's gaze onto Rebecca. She could feel the weight of everyone's expectations on her small shoulders. Some, like the troublemaker, had begun to waver in their faith in the Lionheart Society, desperate to finally see Leon Cosmod. Meanwhile, the more loyal ones, who had joined because they believed in Leon, were also eager to see him. In short, everyone was waiting for Leon. The troublemaker scoffed, sneering at Rebecca. Cat got your tongue, Ms. Clement. With Tiger gone and your so-called help nowhere in sight, maybe Leon Cosmod is just a myth too, huh? No, that's not true, the captain will. He'll show up at the crucial moment. A voice rang out from the doorway. Everyone turned to look and saw Walker standing there, flanked by a man and a woman. Walker, weren't you out on patrol? And who are these? Rebecca's gaze shifted past Walker to the two figures behind him. Immediately, hope and joy flashed in her deep green eyes. Captain. Someone in the crowd recognized him too. Leon Cosmod. Leon, it's him, it's Leon. Leon Cosmod, the Empire's strongest dragon slayer. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave through the hall of the Lionheart Society. Leon stepped forward, approaching Rebecca. Seeing the young girl looking up at him with a mix of relief and frustration, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Sorry I'm late. "418. Vol 3CH, 117. If it weren't for the fact that she spotted Leon's wife standing beside him, Rebecca would have rushed over to hug her captain, along with giving him a couple of well-deserved punches. Seriously, showing up just when the pressure was at its peak against me. If he'd arrived even a bit later, the main dish at his welcome feast would have been Rebecca's roasted rage. After a quick greeting, Walker stepped forward to explain to the group, Mel and I were patrolling the Empire's outer district when we ran into Captain Leon. We managed to sneak them in undetected. Rebecca blinked her large, expressive eyes in astonishment. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Walker chuckled. It really was. Captain practically jumped down from a tree, scaring both me and Mel half to death. Rebecca stared at Leon, bewildered. Why were you up in a tree? Well, it's a long story. Should I tell her it's because her sister-in-law wanted to relive one of our more passionate memories in the exact spot we used to battle? Rebecca waved her hand dismissively. All right, let's get down to business. She walked up beside Leon and scanned the members gathered in the hall, explaining what had just happened and detailing everyone's concerns. Leon listened intently, nodding as he patted Rebecca's shoulder. You've done well, I'll take it from here. Hearing those words, Rebecca immediately felt a wave of relief. Whether in the heat of past battles with the Dragon Slayer Corps or in recent crises, whenever Leon said, "Leave it to me," he never failed to bring a sense of calm to those around him. Leon turned his gaze toward the hall, his eyes sweeping slowly over every member until they locked onto the troublemaker who had stirred everyone up. The man noticed Leon's gaze and froze. Just 5 minutes ago, he had arrogantly questioned Rebecca, challenging the very notion of Leon's existence, dismissing him as a fabrication. But now, as he stood face to face with the man he doubted, he couldn't even muster the courage to meet Leon's stare. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Leon took slow, measured steps toward him. As a super soldier trained to slaughter dragons, Leon naturally exuded an aura that no ordinary person could bear. From the back, Nacho frowned with concern, muttering, "He's not planning to use intimidation, is he? That'll only make things worse." Having worked for the royal family for years, Nacho knew well the intricacies of hierarchy and leadership. Although Leon was indeed the spiritual leader of the Lionheart Society, he was still a newcomer to these members. Most of them knew of him only from years-old stories and the accounts of Tiger and Rebecca. If Leon now acted in a way completely contrary to their perception of him, like using force to assert dominance, it would undoubtedly harm the unity of the Lionheart Society. A reassuring voice answered Nacho's concerns. The silver-haired beauty who had come in with Leon spoke up. Relax, he knows how to handle it. Nacho looked over, only to realize with a jolt, isn't she, the Silver Dragon Queen? Just as he recognized her, his instinct was to exclaim, but he stopped himself. Rossvisser simply crossed her arms and watched Leon calmly, her expression unperturbed. Leon stopped just in front of the troublemaker, the very one who had incessantly badgered Rebecca, fueling the group's discontent. In a large organization, such types weren't rare. If this had been the Dragon Slayer Corps, Leon would have taken care of him swiftly, using the fear of his fists rather than the power of his words. But the Lionheart Society was different. This group had formed around him, built on the trust and hard work of his mentor and Rebecca. He couldn't betray their efforts or the faith of those who believed in him. Leon locked eyes with the man in silence, his gaze unwavering. Standing much taller, Leon's mere presence emanated a powerful, intimidating pressure. The surrounding members were too stunned to say a word. "Is this going to turn into a fight?" someone murmured. "If it does, what chance do you think Rachel, a cook, stands against the strongest dragon slayer in the Empire?" A good point. The murmurs rose around them, with most members convinced Leon would handle the matter with his usual force, delivering a severe lesson. Just as they expected a confrontation, Leon finally broke the silence. "What's your name?" His voice was steady, firm, devoid of accusation, but not entirely without weight. Rachel," the man stammered. Leon paused, thinking for a moment before asking, "You once supplied the Empire's Dragon Slayer Corps with ready-made meals, didn't you?" Rachel's eyes widened. How did you know?" "How do I know? You were the only supplier in the entire Empire who left out eggplants and carrots in your rations." Leon's memory of Rachel wasn't solely about vegetables. He made a habit of remembering names. If he'd ever crossed paths with someone, he'd recall their name, just like Walker, who had snuck him in tonight. 5 years ago, it was Walker's squad they encountered while Leon and Rosvisser fought in the Empire's forests. Although he hadn't always considered his good memory an asset, Rosvisser had taught him that a leader remembering his subordinates' names could mean a lot to them. True enough, when Rachel realized Leon remembered him as a mere cook, his expression softened, and he sighed heavily, a mixture of shame and remorse. With his impatience subdued, Rachel's judgment and clarity returned. "You know, your family's meals were always a highlight in the Dragon Slayer Corps. I was a big fan," Leon remarked. Rachel lowered his head. "What good did that do, Captain Leon?" "How so?" Wiping his face with his hand, Rachel sighed again, his voice thick with bitterness. 3 years ago, the Empire wanted to buy my family's restaurant. I refused, so they sent thugs to intimidate us daily. Customers were too afraid to come, and business suffered. In the end, I had no choice but to sell my father's restaurant to the Empire. I thought they'd at least run it honestly, but they only wanted the location. Out front, it's still a restaurant, but in secret, they're running all kinds of illegal operations there. The Empire ruined our family's reputation. My brother tried to confront them, asking that we be allowed to work as cooks if nothing else, to keep our family's honor intact. But he was thrown in jail and hasn't been heard from since. "Captain Leon, I lost my temper earlier and I said things I regret. I'm sorry." He bowed his head deeply, offering a formal apology. Leon gave a nearly imperceptible nod. He'd made the right call. "The Lionheart Society is growing," Leon began, placing his hand on Rachel's shoulder. "With so many people, different views are bound to arise, leading to some conflict. It's normal." "I understand your feelings," he continued, meeting Rachel's eyes. "Don't worry, now that I'm here, I'll help you find your brother." Then, raising his voice to address the room, Leon's gaze swept over the crowd. "And I'll help each one of you. Every injustice you've endured, every humiliation you've suffered, I'll make sure the Empire pays for them all." As he finished, the room fell silent, and then applause thundered through the hall. They cheered his name, voicing their support for their leader. Nacho watched, both surprised and delighted. "He was my colleague back in the Dragon Slayer Corps, but we barely interacted. All I knew of him was that he was a brute, skilled in battle but lacking much else. The royals never thought highly of him." Now, watching Leon among the Lionheart Society members, Nacho saw someone with the presence of a true leader. In just a few years, he's grown this shrewd. To call him a qualified leader isn't an exaggeration. Rebecca, proud, straightened up, puffing out her chest and nudging Rosvisser. "Of course, look who his wife is." Nacho snorted. "You look like you're talking about your own wife with all that pride." Rosvisser chuckled, covering her mouth. "I didn't teach him much. Most of what he knows, he learned on his own. He's a fast learner." That was partly true. Leon was indeed quick to learn, but Rosvisser had taught him more than she let on. She said this only because she felt it was her duty to make sure her husband looked good in front of his followers. After all, her man was here to be the boss, and she'd help make sure he looked the part. Of course, she wasn't doing this for free. Once everything was settled, she fully intended to collect an asterisk reward from Leon. (419) Vol 3ch 118. With the mention of how the Empire had forcibly taken over Rachel's family restaurant, the other members of the Lionheart Society eagerly began sharing their own experiences of injustice and mistreatment. Some of these stories were minor grievances, while others were more severe, yet all pointed to the corruption and darkness within the Empire's rule. Until now, Leon had assumed that only the lower class suffered under the Empire's oppression. Yet here, among those who had joined the Lionheart Society out of disillusionment with the Empire, were not only working-class members, but also middle-class citizens and even a few from the upper class. Simply put, as long as one was willing to align with the Empire's dirty dealings, life could be easy. However, if one dared to uphold their own principles, they'd be labeled an enemy of the state, regardless of whether they openly opposed the Empire or not. Under such extreme rule, even without the Lionheart Society, someone else would have eventually organized the oppressed citizens to stand against their tyrannical rulers. Leon listened quietly to everyone's accounts, mentally noting each story. Sitting on the edge of the Lionheart Society's speaking platform, he interacted with them as though chatting with friends without any air of superiority. In the back, Rosvisser, Rebecca, and Nacho observed this scene in silence. "I feel like the captain has changed a lot," Rebecca said, watching Leon blend seamlessly into the group, her expression full of emotion. "Didn't you say you've been in touch with him these past few years? Meeting every 3 months to exchange information, why does he suddenly seem so different?" Nacho asked. Rebecca shook her head. "Whenever we met to exchange intelligence, he was still the same as always, calm, wise, able to formulate the perfect plan under any pressure. He'd predict every outcome and strategize every next move. All we had to do was follow his lead. But I've never seen this side of him. In the past, he wasn't exactly an open person. The Dragon Slayer Corps followed him out of loyalty, but that loyalty came after he pulled us back from death time and time again. It was that shared experience and gratitude that made him our captain." She smiled, her expression softening. Back then, most people found him reserved, a little stubborn, and difficult to talk to at first. Rebecca's smile was warm, like that of a proud family member watching their grown-up child step into their own. "But look at him now, just a few hours in, and everyone here has already accepted him and opened up to him," Rebecca said, glancing up at Rosvisser. "Sister-in-law, Captain must have learned a lot from you, right?" Nacho looked over curiously as well. His previous knowledge of the dragon race had been shaped entirely by the Empire's propaganda, which described dragons as brutal, violent, and war-hungry creatures, bloodthirsty villains. Yet standing here, observing the Silver Dragon Queen, Nacho couldn't sense any of those qualities. If he hadn't been introduced to her as a dragon, he would have thought she was merely an icy, silver-haired beauty, worlds apart from the monstrous depiction the Empire had painted. And Leon, having spent the past 5 years with her, had grown into the leader he was today with her support. Rosvisser crossed her arms, her silver eyes focused on her husband. After a moment, she smiled softly. "Learning is a two-way street. I've learned a lot from him, too." With her principle of showing respect to her husband in public, her reply was incredibly tactful, implicitly confirming Rebecca's statement while modestly suggesting she, too, had gained from Leon. Yes, she'd gained quite a lot. More than just a lot, actually, a whole lot. Nacho was still marveling at the dragon race when Rebecca suddenly elbowed him in the side. "What's wrong with you, crazy girl?" Nacho clutched his stomach. "See that? My sister-in-law is the perfect woman, battle-ready, skilled in the kitchen, a devoted wife, and an exemplary mother," Rebecca boasted. Nacho's mouth twitched. "Sure, unlike some pint-sized wild woman I know." Rebecca blinked, confused, pointing at herself. "Wait, are you talking about me?" "No, of course not," Nacho smirked. "Captain Leon," one of the Lionheart Society members called out excitedly. Rebecca said we'd have a mysterious ally joining us this time, but we haven't met them yet. Can we meet them now? Leon blinked in surprise before nodding. Of course. Standing up from the edge of the platform, Leon looked out at the gathered members, all eyes on him. Before I introduce this ally, I want to ask you all a question, he said. Most of you probably know that, 5 years ago, I was betrayed by my comrades and left for dead. You've heard of this, right? Yes, one member answered. Uncle Tiger told us about it, and Martin's memory stone even holds proof of the Empire's betrayal and the cover-up of your name. Good, then do you know how I survived? At this, Leon glanced toward Rosvisser in the back. Their gazes met, and she discreetly lowered her hands, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Uncle Tiger said a Dragon King saved you. No, Uncle said Captain Leon fought fiercely with the dragons and then forced them to heal him. That's not it either. I heard that Captain Leon was saved because he took a female dragon as his godmother. Leon and Rosvisser could feel their hearts drop. They'd hoped for a straightforward introduction, hoping this would help ease any lingering doubts about dragons. But why were there so many different versions of the story of General Leon's captivity? Master, how many liberties did you take with my backstory? Leon clapped his hands, signaling for silence. At the time, I was gravely wounded and had to negotiate with a Dragon King to save my life. And thanks to her, I stand here today. Captain, is this Dragon King the godmother you supposedly took in? Can we not talk about the godmother part? Fine, Captain, go on. Though she saved me, I remained in a coma for 2 years. When I finally woke up, I spent the next 3 years living with her. Leon continued. Through that time together, I gained a new perspective on the dragons. Of course, I can't guarantee that all dragons are like her, but I assure you that she is nothing like the creatures the Empire's books and records have made them out to be. Some members appeared surprised, though not overly so. Uncle Tiger had shared bits of information about the mysterious Dragon King, and hearing Leon confirm it was both thrilling and intriguing. She wasn't one to start wars needlessly. She could provide for her people on her own. In those years together, I learned a great deal from her. Many of you probably still have biases against dragons. That's fine, I did too. But please trust me, this Dragon King, the one who saved my life, is trustworthy. She's also the ally I mentioned. Leon's gaze shifted to the back of the room. Following his line of sight, everyone turned to look, spotting a tall, elegant silver-haired beauty standing there, silent and still as a statue, her beauty almost ethereal. She's the Dragon King. My God, I've been in the same room as a Dragon King for 2 hours. My knees are shaking, this is terrifying. This was precisely why Leon had taken such care to prepare the group for this introduction. Though the members were less hostile to dragons than before, the idea of a Dragon King still filled them with trepidation. In their minds, Dragon Kings were colossal monsters capable of breathing fire and soaring through the skies. No way, this gorgeous woman can't possibly be a Dragon King, a short-haired girl remarked. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Rosvisser unfurled her dragon wings and extended her silver tail, revealing her true dragon form. The members instantly recoiled, some moving back 10 meters, others 15, even 20, until they were practically pressed against the walls. The hall wasn't big enough for them to retreat any further. Don't worry, she doesn't bite, Leon assured them. Hey you, Rosvisser glared at him. Fine, I'll let it slide. But just wait until we're home asterisk. Rosvisser retracted her wings and tail, resuming her poised, icy demeanor. As the members slowly regained their composure, one of them spoke up. Captain Leon, we've prepared ourselves mentally, but seeing a Dragon King in person is still overwhelming. Please forgive us. It's all right, I understand. After all, most common folk and even ordinary soldiers in the Dragon Slayer Corps feared Dragon Kings. Only Leon would treat a Dragon King as a prize to be won. Back to the point, we don't know the extent of the Empire's hidden cards, so I brought with me the Silver Dragon Queen, Rosvisser Melkve. Leon looked at her. Would you like to introduce yourself? Rosvisser opened her mouth, initially wanting to decline, as she wasn't accustomed to speaking in front of so many humans. But after a moment of thought, she realized it was necessary for the Lionheart Society to trust both her and Leon if they hoped to bring down the Empire. So Rosvisser stepped forward, and the crowd parted to create a path for her. She climbed onto the platform. Turning to face the audience, her expression serene, her voice steady. "My name is Rosvisser Melkve, Queen of the Silver Dragons. I have come to the human realm at Leon's request to aid you in freeing yourselves from a corrupt and oppressive rule." The hall fell silent. It wasn't that anyone wanted to embarrass her. Rather, from the moment she spoke, her dragon king aura had enveloped the room. Her regal presence was so overwhelming that even other dragons would find it difficult to endure, let alone the humans present. Noticing their discomfort, Rosvisser quickly reined in her aura, allowing the tension to dissipate. Clap, clap. Rebecca was the first to applaud. Nacho followed. Then applause thundered throughout the hall. Rosvisser scanned the crowd, realizing she might be the first dragon king in history to receive cheers from humans. After her serious, succinct introduction, Rosvisser decided to break the ice with a small joke. "Oh, one thing I'd like to clarify," she said, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. The crowd focused on her intently while Leon looked on, curious as to what she was about to say. After a moment's pause, she flashed a playful smile. "I'm not Leon's godmother, so please don't get that wrong." Her joke had the desired effect, loosening the tension as everyone laughed. So, dragons have a sense of humor too. Who started the rumor about Captain taking a dragon godmother? "Don't look at me, I heard he took a goddaughter." Silver Dragon Queen, if you're not Captain's godmother, then what's your relationship with him?" someone asked, cutting to the question of the night. Rosvisser froze momentarily, her mind racing. After some internal debate, she decided it might be better to keep things under wraps. After all, they were in public. No need to, play husband and wife here. "Oh, she's my wife. Rosvisser. And we have 3 children together." Rosvisser. Lionheart Society members. Whoa, that's the most explosive version yet. "420. Vol 3CH, 119. The Lionheart Society wasn't just a resistance group against the Empire. Its members were elites from various fields. So, when the news spread that their leader, Leon Cosmod, was married to the Silver Dragon Queen Rosvisser, with 3 daughters, the members were abuzz with spirited discussion. A former imperial dragonologist marveled, "I've studied dragon reproduction for half my life, but I never imagined a human and a dragon could have offspring. This is monumental in cross-species research." A former royal psychologist mused, "What sort of psychological framework would a human male need to have to bond with such an exceptional female dragon? It's a fascinating question." And a 5-star general, once part of the Dragon Slayer Corps, confidently declared, "If you give Leon Cosmod a chance, he can win over a queen dragon. Even if the sun god himself were at his side, he'd be overshadowed by Leon's legacy. This man is destined to be the most luminous figure in the shared history of humans and dragons." Listening to everyone speculate and analyze his relationship with a dragon queen, Leon simply smiled, not bothering to interrupt. As long as they accepted Rosvisser as an ally, he didn't care what they discussed. After all, he had told the truth. He had no reason to worry about rumors spreading. When no one was looking, Rosvisser gave him a sidelong glance before sneaking her hand over to his waist and giving him a hard pinch. A sharp jolt of pain shot through him, but with everyone watching, he held back from crying out, his face contorting for just a moment. The moment Rosvisser released him, Leon instinctively stepped back, clutching his sore side. "What was that for?" he whispered. The queen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she avoided meeting his gaze, crossing her arms in front of her and looking straight ahead. You had to go and announce our business in front of everyone, didn't you?" "But I told the truth, did I?" Everyone from the ancient dragon elders down to 5-year-old hatchlings in your clan knows we're married. Don't humans have a right to know too?" Rosvisser huffed, unable to find a flaw in his reasoning. After a few moments, she could only grumble under her breath, twisting logic to suit yourself. How am I twisting logic? My dear Dragon Queen, let me tell you. Halfway through his sentence, Leon paused as a realization hit him. He looked at Rosvisser's faintly red cheeks and blinked. Oh, Tilda, I get it now. Rosvisser rolled her eyes. Now you get it, huh? You're actually thrilled that I called you my wife in front of everyone, but you're just too proud to admit it openly. You didn't want to break character as the regal Silver Dragon Queen, so you pinch me to hide how excited you really are. Am I right? Rosvisser's blush deepened as Leon nailed her innermost thoughts with just a few words. Embarrassed and indignant, she shot him a deadly glare. If there weren't so many people around, I'd activate a dragon mark and teach you a lesson right now. My master's wife used to say the same thing to him, Leon quipped. Then you and your master are cut from the same cloth, she retorted. No, what I meant is. He dragged out his words, making her wait in suspense. Rosvisser leaned in slightly, listening. We're becoming more and more like a real couple. If you keep saying shameless things like that, I'll air all your embarrassing secrets right here in front of the Lionheart Society. Leon immediately straightened up, holding back his laughter. The members continued their lively conversations, and the two of them refrained from interjecting. Leon moved over to the edge of the platform and easily jumped down. The platform was about 1 meter high, and with her long dress and heels, Rosvisser couldn't make such a leap gracefully. So after Leon landed, he turned back, offering his hand to help her down. Rosvisser took his hand, one hand lifting her dress slightly, and gracefully descended. Captain, this world is truly incredible, Rebecca's voice piped up from behind them. Leon let go of Rosvisser's hand and turned around. What do you mean? The Silver Dragon Queen needs a hand to descend from a 1-meter platform, while the rough and ready dragon-slaying hero considers his wife's every need. Isn't that just the power of love? The couple could tell the little brat was teasing them. Rosvisser, aware of her gentle sister-in-law persona in Rebecca's eyes, kept silent. Leon, however, had no such qualms. He walked over and picked Rebecca up by the collar. Your sister-in-law flew to the Empire overnight. She's exhausted, and I was only helping her down. Got a problem with that? Dangling in the air with a cheeky grin, Rebecca laughed. No problem, no problem. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and us triplets. The moment she said triplets, Leon released her, and Rebecca promptly fell to the ground. She scrambled up, dusting herself off. Geez, why is he only gentle with my sister-in-law, still rough with everyone else? If only you could see how rough I am with your sister-in-law when you're not around, Leon thought with a smirk. By the way, where's Martin? Leon asked. At home, Rebecca replied. Due to his family situation, he rarely comes here. But whenever the Empire plans something big, Martin gives us advance warning, which has helped the Lionheart Society survive until now. Leon nodded in understanding. Captain, now that we're finally going to declare war on the Empire, revealing their schemes and clearing your name, what's the plan? Rebecca asked. Leon had already formed a rough plan on the way here. Let's see, in 3 days, it'll be the Empire's annual Lantern Festival. It's a huge celebration with everyone in the streets, releasing paper lanterns. We can use that opportunity to reveal the Empire's corruption to the public. The Lantern Festival was a cherished human tradition, celebrated once a year. During the festival, people would release paper lanterns. Legends held that if one wrote their wishes inside the lantern, a deity would fulfill them. Children loved the festival, writing down wishes and releasing lanterns in hopes that a deity would grant their dreams. Adults, on the other hand, didn't believe in gods anymore. For them, the festival was just a lively event, an excuse to celebrate. Regardless, the Lantern Festival was a major holiday in the Empire, guaranteeing crowded streets. So, what's the actual plan? Asked the man standing next to Rebecca. Leon turned to him, squinting slightly. The man seemed familiar. After staring at him for a while, the man introduced himself. Nacho Salamander, former assistant to the Dragon Slayer Corps, Chief Erlandy. Nacho. Memories flooded back, and Leon remembered. In the alternate future where Leon didn't exist for 20 years, Nacho had risen in ranks, eventually succeeding Erlandi as the chief of the Dragon Slayer Corps. In that timeline, Nacho's subordinates included the fearsome, three-man squad. In fact, Leon had extracted the information about the Heartguard dragon scale from Nacho himself in that future. Seeing Leon's silence, Rebecca thought he was doubting Nacho's loyalty and offered an explanation. "Captain, a few years ago, Nacho's father was framed and died in prison, so he joined us in the Lionheart Society." Rebecca's summary was brief, and Nacho supplemented it. "My father was forced by the Empire to falsify records under threat to our family. Over time, the discrepancies grew, and when they were discovered, the Empire threw my father under the bus as a scapegoat. Erlandi promised me that if I led dragons to kill you, he'd spare my father's life. But after the battle in the Rift of Ravii, Erlandi lost faith in me and replaced me with my assistant, Scott. When I went to see my father in prison, I learned he'd been killed by a group of death row inmates. Who would believe it was just bad luck? My father knew too much about the insider schemes. As long as he was alive, those higher-ups wouldn't let him be." Nacho's tone was flat, his emotions dulled by years of grief and bitterness. After hearing Nacho's story, Leon pieced together the entire picture. In the alternate future, Nacho had succeeded in luring Leon into the dimensional rift, erasing him from that timeline. With his mission complete, he had climbed the ranks, his father had been spared, and his career had flourished. But thanks to Xia Aguang's reversal magic, Leon had returned to the present, altering the course of events. Nacho, seeing the Empire's corruption for what it was, joined the Lionheart Society, whether for revenge or to give himself a renewed sense of purpose. Still, there was one unresolved issue. "You said Erlandi's mission for you was to use dragons to take me down, and my resistance caused your mission to fail. So, fundamentally, we were real enemies, Nacho." Leon's simple statement laid bare the past conflict between them. Unlike the others in the Lionheart Society, he and Nacho had truly fought on opposing sides. Leon wasn't questioning Nacho's loyalty. He simply wanted to know where his former enemy stood now. Much like Constantine, though a bit insane, Nacho's past experiences could still offer a foundation for mutual understanding. Nacho paused, then replied, "I never thought joining the Lionheart Society would erase the wrongs I've done. I only want a chance to avenge my father. After that, you're welcome to throw me in prison." After a moment, he added, "I mean a prison in the new empire, not this one." Leon met Nacho's gaze in silence. He realized Nacho was different from Constantine. Constantine's willingness to work with Leon wasn't due to any moral reformation. He was simply a pragmatic dragon. If the Empire benefited him, he'd work with them. If they betrayed him, he'd seek revenge. Fair and logical. Nacho, however, didn't view his sins as something to be absolved. He'd willingly accept punishment, but not from a corrupt system. He wanted justice from a better, fairer one. Rosvisser watched quietly, choosing not to intervene. Rebecca, meanwhile, glanced between the two men, her heart racing with worry. She genuinely liked Nacho. Even though he'd once worked for the Empire, she felt he was ultimately a good guy forced into a bad position. "I hope Captain won't reject him just because of their past." "You're right, you'd fit well in a prison," Leon finally said. Nacho blinked, as if expecting that response. Rebecca, however, looked horrified. No, Captain, don't send him to jail. So after we topple the Emperor, I'll talk with the new king about making you warden of a prison. How about that?" Leon grinned. Rebecca blinked, needing a moment to process. Then, with a pout, she complained, "Captain, could you not make us think you were serious?" Leon chuckled. "Because of some unusual circumstances, Nacho and I had met outside of battle," Leon explained, alluding to the alternate future. Nacho frowned, puzzled. "I don't remember that." "Well, it's a long story, but I know you're a capable guy, especially in management. The Lionheart Society's growth owes something to your efforts, doesn't it?" Nacho smirked, his pride showing through. "It's mostly Tiger's doing. I just helped out." "I'm sorry about your father, Nacho, but as for that revenge you seek," Leon extended his hand, "I'll help you achieve it." Without hesitation, Nacho took Leon's hand. "Let's end this charade together." 421. Vol 3CH, 120. After learning about Natch's background, the group returned to discussing plans for the upcoming Lantern Festival. "So, Captain, what exactly is the plan?" Rebecca asked. Leon explained, "The plan is pretty straightforward. We have a recording stone with a conversation between King Cantor and Queen Elizabeth, which exposes their dirty tactics. All we need to do is make sure the Empire's citizens see it. My idea is to gather more recording stones and attach them to paper lanterns during the festival. When thousands of lanterns are released into the sky, we can use the stones' linking ability to display the recording across the night sky." Rebecca's eyes lit up. "Oh, I see. This way everyone in the country will see it." Nacho added, "Not just civilians. There are still some within the Imperial Army and royal family who are waiting for the chance to change things but are forced to lay low. If we can pull this off, some of them might support us. So, if our lantern broadcast is a success, we might get support not just from the public, but also from part of the army and the royal family," Leon asked. Nacho nodded. "But don't get too excited. The people willing to openly oppose the Empire are still few, and will still face hardcore loyalists and creatures like the elite squads and fusion beasts." Leon acknowledged this with a nod. "I suspected the Empire had cards up its sleeve, which is why I called in a few allies." Nacho raised an eyebrow. "A few allies? I only see the Silver Dragon Queen. Where are the others?" Leon turned to Rebecca. "Where's Claudia? Wasn't she supposed to come with you?" "Oh, your aunt said." "Hold on a second," Nacho interjected, an unusual break from his usual politeness. Hearing Rebecca call Leon's ally aunt threw him for a loop. "I remember reading your file. You grew up in an orphanage. Since when do you have an aunt?" Rebecca, seizing her chance, raised her hand. "Captain's aunt is Aunt Charlotte's sister. They're both dragons." Nacho scratched his head, trying to process this new information. Who in the world designed this guy's life? He's not just married to a dragon queen, he's related to them. Leon lightly pushed Rebecca's face away, nudging her over to Rosvisser's side. "Grown-ups are talking, kiddo." Rebecca pulled a face at Leon from behind Rosvisser, sticking her tongue out. Leon returned his attention to Nacho. "She's exaggerating. I only found out recently that my master's wife is from the Dragon clan." Nacho shrugged, as if this revelation no longer surprised him. It seemed Leon had a knack for unsettling Nacho, regardless of whether they were on the same side or not. "So, where exactly is this mystery ally, Claudia?" Nacho asked, glancing at Rebecca again. "Oh, Aunt Claudia said she's really interested in human culture, so she's been spending all her time in the Central District's library," Rebecca replied. The Empire was divided into 5 districts: the Royal City, the Upper City, the Central City, the Lower City, and the slums, where Leon and his group were currently located. Wealth and resources followed the same hierarchy, with each district's affluence decreasing accordingly. "A library? If she's just wandering around the Empire as a dragon, she's bound to get noticed," Leon said. Rebecca shrugged. "Well, the Empire's short-staffed with all the frontline conflicts, so patrols aren't as frequent as before. Plus, the Lionheart Society has contacts in each district. Even you, as a wanted man, could walk the streets safely as long as you wore some simple disguise and avoided drawing attention." Leon raised an eyebrow. "You've infiltrated the Empire this thoroughly." Rebecca scratched her head. "Well, not entirely. The Royal City and Upper City are pretty strict. Aside from Martin, we don't have strong insiders there. But in the Central City and below, we have decent coverage." Pausing for a moment, she added, "So, Captain, if you wanted to go out for a stroll, we could arrange it. It'd be safe, I promise." Leon looked over at Rosvisser, a sudden idea forming in his mind. He opened his mouth but stopped short. "Forget it, there was work to do. No time for." "Sis, you haven't toured any human city districts before, right?" Rebecca asked, snapping Rosvisser from her thoughts. No, I haven't," she replied, slightly taken aback. "With 3 days before the festival, why don't you two go on a date beforehand?" Rebecca suggested. Leon waved a hand dismissively. "Nonsense, we're on the verge of war, there's no time for dates." Rebecca squinted at him, noting the hesitation. While she wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, she could read the room just fine. She noticed the way both Leon and Rosvisser seemed preoccupied, especially after she mentioned they could safely venture outside. And what they were thinking, well, that was obvious. But knowing how stubborn the two of them were, Rebecca wasn't about to press the matter directly. So she tried a different angle. "Captain, we still need more recording stones, and we don't have enough just with our people here. So you and Sis will have to go on an external mission, okay?" Leon stammered, Nacho, give them a budget for a date, for the mission. "Don't let them return until it's spent," Rebecca commanded, hands on her hips, taking charge. Nacho chuckled and added, "Honestly, you two taking a day out won't affect our plans for the Lantern Festival, as long as you're back by midnight tomorrow. Plus, Leon, it's been years since you returned to the Empire. Setting aside the corrupt rulers, this is still your homeland. Before you save it, wouldn't it be good to get a fresh look at what it's like now?" Between Rebecca's insistence and Nacho's appeals, Leon had no room to refuse without coming off as unreasonable. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance. Finally, Leon sighed. "Fine, we'll go out tomorrow and pick up some recording stones." Rebecca nodded approvingly, practically bouncing with excitement. That's the spirit, and take Sis around, show her the sights. Somehow, Leon couldn't shake the feeling that Rebecca saw them as country bumpkins getting a taste of the big city. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. "422. Vol 3ch, 121. Though the Empire's central districts were filled with members of the Lionheart Society acting as undercover allies, Rebecca had rightly suggested that if Leon and Rosvisser intended to venture out, they'd need some form of disguise. Additionally, they'd have to be mindful of their timing. In a private room of the Lionheart Society's safe house, Leon and Rosvisser, with assistance from several ladies, began their transformation. Leon's disguise was simple enough: a pair of dark glasses and a quick change of attire. However, Rosvisser's disguise posed more of a challenge. First, her silver hair was unmistakably recognizable. While silver hair wasn't entirely unheard of within the Empire, it was rare enough to draw attention if she ventured out with it on full display. Next, as the ladies began applying makeup, they realized that their usual techniques wouldn't suffice. Rosvisser's face was a work of art. Whether lightly made up or with a bolder look, no style could hide her ethereal beauty. And when the women learned they'd be handling the makeup of a dragon queen, they were understandably unnerved. They were used to disguising undercover agents, like making Nacho look like a beggar. But doing makeup for a dragon queen, that was uncharted territory for any human. Sensing their hesitation, Rosvisser smiled warmly. "I can manage it myself, thank you for your help." With that, she picked up a comb, beginning to style her hair into something less conspicuous. Perhaps an updo would be best. The ladies exchanged glances, silently deliberating, until one of them finally stepped forward. "WWE have some wigs in various styles. Would you like to try one?" she offered, cautiously avoiding any formal address, uncertain of how exactly one should address a dragon queen. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. "A wig, that could work." "Great, Miri, fetch the wigs," the woman instructed. "Right away." Soon, an assortment of wigs was brought over. Rosvisser took her time choosing, eventually settling her gaze on a sleek, long black wig. "This one should do." Yes, black hair is much more inconspicuous. While the dark color was indeed discreet, Rosvisser's choice had more to do with her own preference. She liked black. It reminded her of a certain someone. "Let us help you put it on," one of the ladies offered. "Thank you," she replied with a nod, appreciative of their assistance. Though still wary of the Dragon Queen, the ladies noticed that Rosvisser didn't embody the wild fierceness they had imagined. Instead, her composed demeanor and graceful manners put them at ease, even if her beauty was intimidating. After a bit of work, the wig was in place. Rosvisser stood before the mirror, slightly taken aback. After 200 years with silver hair, the sudden switch to long black tresses felt unusual. As for whether she looked good with the wig, Rossvisser wasn't quite sure. "Are you ready? We can leave now." Just then, Leon walked through the door. At once, his gaze locked onto Rossvisser, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall. Like her, his first reaction was one of surprise. But as she turned around, only one word came to his mind to describe his wife. Stunning. The dark hair contrasted beautifully with her fair, porcelain-like skin, creating a striking visual harmony that elevated her natural beauty to an entirely new level. The soft glow of the light on her profile made her look like a flawless masterpiece come to life. "Well, how do I look?" Rossvisser asked softly. Snapping out of his daze, Leon replied earnestly, "Beautiful." "Oh, a straightforward answer. I expected you to twist your words a bit before admitting it," she teased, clearly pleased. Seeing the proud look on her face, Leon quickly backtracked. "Actually, it's just average." "Then why did you say it looked good?" she asked, tilting her head playfully, a few strands of black hair falling adorably around her face. Leon's face flushed slightly. "I'll be the judge of what looks good." She huffed lightly. "Our disguises are complete. You two are free to depart at any time," one of the ladies informed, giving Leon a slight bow before they left the room. Rossvisser twirled a strand of her new dark hair around her finger, walking over to Leon. "Do you prefer me with black or silver hair?" she asked. Leon thought for a moment. Silver. After all, that had always been his weakness. "Oh, so you don't like my current look?" She feigned a pout. "I like it now too." "So which is better, black or silver?" she pressed, playfully narrowing her gaze. "I'll just shave it all off. How does that sound?" he quipped. Laughing, she let the teasing drop, glancing toward the parchment he held. "What's that?" Leon unfolded it on the table, revealing a map marked with red lines and circles, indicating safe routes and locations. Rebecca marked the safe areas and places we can visit without risking detection. As long as we stay within these areas, we won't have to worry about being spotted. Rossvisser nodded approvingly, very thorough. "Yes, I never imagined that in just a few short years, the Lionheart Society would become so well organized. We owe so much to Master and Rebecca." Tucking the map into his jacket, Leon patted the coin pouch on his belt. "This is our operational budget for this outing." Rossvisser raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "You mean our date budget?" Leon, flustered, stiffened at once and quickly protested. What date? We're only going out to purchase recording stones." All right, let's go." It was rare to see Rossvisser so eager, which piqued Leon's curiosity, though he chose not to question it further. Leading her out through the back entrance of the Lionheart Society, they entered the Empire's lower districts without fear of encountering patrols. The lower district was a far cry from the desolate poverty of the slums, lively with stalls and shops lining the streets. Rossvisser walked beside Leon, her hands clasped in front of her, wearing the dark dress prepared by the Lionheart Society, paired with black boots. She exuded the elegance of a noblewoman, her black hair lending an air of sophistication. Along the way, her gaze wandered to the bustling street. Everything here fascinated her. Children playing marbles, a rickety stand selling pinwheels, various street foods she'd never seen before. Even the stray cats and dogs piqued her interest. While Leon purchased recording stones from a magic shop, he glanced back to find Rossvisser crouching by a corner, petting a pair of playful cats. He walked over. "Don't dragons keep pets?" "You've lived with me for 5 years. Have you ever seen any cats or dogs?" she replied. Leon thought back and indeed realized he hadn't. Nor did the children know what donkeys or dogs were beyond what was in books. Rossvisser once told him that dragons, being fierce by nature, saw keeping small, fluffy animals as beneath them. Later, she privately grumbled about the rule, lamenting which ancestor had deemed it improper. "Cats are so adorable, why can't we keep them?" "It's unfair. I'm over 200 years old, and today is the first time I've even touched a cat," she pouted. "Then why don't we buy one and bring it home?" Leon offered. Rossvisser blinked, then shook her head, smiling. "No need. I already have 3 little kittens and a big, clumsy dog waiting for me at home." Leon blinked, pointing to himself. "Am I the big, clumsy dog?" She smiled, shaking her head. Leon rolled his eyes as Rosvisser giggled softly, glancing at the bag of recording stones in his hand. "Only these? Won't we need more?" she asked, noting that this amount wouldn't suffice for their festival plan. "True, we'll need more, but we can't buy them all at once. That would raise suspicion." "Understood," she replied, and they continued their shopping. After a few steps, Leon finally gave in to his curiosity, asking, "Rosvisser, why do I get the feeling you're especially excited about this trip?" She paused, then replied with a small smile, "Is it that obvious?" Leon nodded. "From the moment we set out, you've been urging me to move to the next place." The Dragon Queen lowered her gaze, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, then looked out at the distant street, walking slowly as she explained. "Ever since the girls left for St. Hiss Academy, you're often home alone. With my work, I can only occasionally sit with you, chatting here and there. Having you near me brings me comfort, but I also don't like seeing you wandering the garden alone. I noticed you began sneaking out, wandering through my clan's territory. I wasn't sure why you enjoyed sneaking out at first. Then one day, you told me that it was because you wanted to walk the paths I'd walked, to see the sights I'd seen. I wanted to ask you more about it that day, but you didn't answer further." Leon stood there, listening intently, lost in thought. When he looked up, Rosvisser was already a few steps ahead. She turned to face him, hands behind her back, walking backward with a playful smile. "I've kept this question in my heart, wondering why you wanted to walk my path, to see my world. Now, as I stand here on your homeland, I think I've found my answer. To truly know someone, one must not only be by their side but understand their past and the things they've experienced. I wanted to see what shaped the man you are today. And more than that." She tilted her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as a gentle breeze lifted her dark hair, revealing glimpses of silver strands glimmering like stardust against the night. "I wanted to know where the one I love came from." 423. Vol 3ch, 122. This was another purpose of Rosvisser's trip, to better understand the man she called husband through a different lens. It was peculiar, though. Rosvisser hadn't been the sentimental type before, nor did she find much appeal in seeing the sights you've seen as a romantic notion. But after living side by side with Leon for so long, her heart had started to change. Yet, rather than saying she had become more curious or romantic, it was really just Leon who stirred those feelings. If it were anyone else, Rosvisser would probably find it all unbearably sappy. Just like the unopened pile of love letters hoarded by her eldest sister, Isha, Rosvisser never understood the point of letters in a relationship. That was until she herself began secretly writing in a journal almost daily, noting down the little moments she shared with Leon each day. Then she understood. It wasn't the letter that mattered, but the emotions she poured onto the pages: anticipation, contentment, happiness. Much like how she felt now, walking the paths Leon had walked, seeing the sights he'd once seen. Rosvisser had no desire to hide her feelings or pretend otherwise. She wanted Leon to know her unspoken sentiments. And Leon's response? He reached over, took her cool hand in his, and intertwined their fingers. With his dark eyes meeting her silver gaze, a gentle breeze rustled her long lashes. "All right then, let me show you the next place," he said softly. Rosvisser smiled, nodding. "Okay." Perhaps this would be her only chance to visit Leon's homeland. Maybe it would be the first and the last. So, she wanted to express what was on her mind. And luckily, her foolish captive wasn't always intent on sparring with her. When it was time to be playful, they bantered. When it was time to be tender, he knew just how to respond. Hand in hand, the two strolled through the streets of the lower district, a picture of two people reveling in a stolen moment of freedom. They spent the whole day together, Leon taking her to all the spots marked safe by Rebecca's map. As the sun began to set, Leon and Rosvisser sat side by side on a bench along the street. Rosvisser held an orange-flavored ice cream Leon had just bought her, taking small, delicate bites. Leon unfolded the map beside her, scanning it quickly. Only one more place he wanted to show her remained. It was in the middle district, one of the locations Rebecca had flagged as safe. Calculating the time, Leon figured they could make it back before nightfall, just as Nacho had advised. Having decided, Leon put away the map and hoisted up the bag filled with recording stones. All right, let's head to the last spot. Rossvisser glanced down at the ice cream in her hand, just a single bite left. She stood up and handed it to him. Oh, you get the ice cream, and I'm left with the tail end, Leon chuckled, taking it from her. This isn't just any tail end of an ice cream, Rossvisser said, entirely serious. Oh, and what's so special about it? It's the tail end of an ice cream eaten by the queen herself. Only she could think of such a description. Leon looked at the last bite, noticing the faint trace of her lipstick on the cone. Since it was a gift from Her Majesty, it seemed he should honor it. All right then, let's go. Emma. Together, they set off toward the Middle District. As they walked, Rossvisser asked, "Where is this last place?" Leon hesitated a moment before replying, "It's a place that holds a lot of meaning for me." He left it at that, leaving her curious, but she chose not to press further, quietly following him. When the sun had fully set, they arrived at the Middle District. Compared to the Lower District, this area was noticeably more lively, with stalls offering fancier fruits and snacks. Leon led Rossvisser across several blocks, eventually stopping before a church. By now, the evening had settled in, and the church's courtyard gates were closed. Inside, a few children played on the lawn, watched over by two women dressed as nuns. This is Cosmod Orphanage. Leon pointed to an old, weathered sign by the gate, which read the same name. More than 20 years ago, it was here, on these very steps, that a nun found me. Gazing at the aged church before her, Rossvisser finally understood why Leon had chosen this place as their final stop. She had told him she wanted to stand on his homeland, to learn about him from another perspective. And so, Leon had brought her to the place where he'd grown up. Though he'd been adopted at 5 by his master, he'd often returned to visit the nuns who had cared for him. Even as an adult, he would come back on holidays to volunteer. The children loved him dearly, his natural affinity for caregiving showing even then. In front of the orphanage's gate, Leon and Rossvisser's hands clasped even more tightly. It's been years since I was last here, so much has changed. Whether it was his first return to the Empire to deal with Victor, or his later investigation into the secrets of the Heartguard dragon scale, Leon hadn't managed a visit to the orphanage in all that time. At least 5 years had passed. Just then, one of the nuns in the yard seemed to notice them. She approached, unlocking the gate with a polite smile. "Good evening, can I help you two with something?" But Leon simply stared at her, transfixed. Memories swirled in his mind. Scenes from his childhood flashed before him like a slideshow. At the orphanage, he'd celebrated his first birthday, the very day this nun had taken him in. There had been the time he'd gotten into a fight with another boy in his dorm, complaining that the food the nun made was awful. Or the time he'd fought off a rabid dog with his bare hands to protect a young girl. Of course, it was this nun who had then rushed him to the hospital to treat his wounds. Nearly every moment of his childhood had this woman by his side. If not for his master and mistress, Leon might never have become the dragon slayer he was today. And if not for this nun, Leon might have died in the cold 25 years ago. Her name was Carolyn Cosmod, the only daughter of the orphanage's former headmistress. Leon remembered her as older but lively, yet in just these 5 years, it seemed she had aged more than a decade. Her hair was now white, and deep wrinkles marked her gentle face. "Sir." When he didn't respond, she repeated herself. Leon finally snapped back, quickly replying, "Ah, we're just travelers from a neighboring country, wandering around." "Oh, I see. Would you like to come inside?" Leon shook his head. "No, that's all right. We're fine here by the gate." He lowered his voice, combining it with his disguise. Even Carolyn hadn't recognized him. After all, being recognized might lead to complications. But just as he thought he'd managed to remain incognito, Carolyn tilted her head and asked with a hint of suspicion, "Sir, have we met before?" Heart-pounding, Leon shook his head vehemently. "I don't think so. My wife and I are visiting the Empire for the first time. You must be mistaken." Is that so? Carolyn's gaze softened as she murmured quietly, "Then perhaps I just miss that child too much." Leon blinked, curiosity piqued. "Are you referring to?" His name was Leon. At the mention of his name, a warm smile appeared on Carolyn's face. He was the most exceptional child I ever taught. "424. Vol 3ch, 123. Carolyn sighed softly, her gaze dropping as her expression shifted from contentment to sadness. "But I haven't heard anything about him for a long time. They say he lost a major battle 5 years ago and was labeled a traitor by the Empire. At one point, his wanted posters were plastered all over the streets." Her sigh held a complex mix of emotions. Did Carolyn still secretly believe in Leon, or had she begun to feel disappointment in the most promising student she had ever taught? Leon couldn't tell. Realizing she might have said too much, Carolyn quickly changed the subject, replacing her solemnity with a warm smile. "Judging by the looks of you two, I'd guess you haven't been married for very long." Would 5 years count as recent? Leon and Rossvisser exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to play along. "Yes, not very long," Leon replied. "While walking around, we heard the children laughing here and thought we'd take a look." "Are you both fond of children?" "Yes, my wife and I do enjoy children quite a bit. So much so that in just 5 years of marriage, they already had 3. Carolyn chuckled softly, turning to watch the children playing in the courtyard. "If only every parent were like you, then perhaps there would be fewer unfortunate little ones left behind." After decades of working at the orphanage, Carolyn's empathy was something Leon knew well. She loved children, but had never married. Partly because of her role as a nun, but also because she knew that if she had a child of her own, she'd find it difficult to spread her love equally among all the orphaned children. The orphanage was a sanctuary for these abandoned children, giving them a chance to face life with courage again. And it was the love from nuns like Carolyn that filled the void in these children's lives. So, in a sense, every child at the orphanage was hers. "Teacher, teacher." As they chatted, a young nun hurried over. Leon glanced her way and, seeing her, opened his mouth in surprise. "Sharon." Rossvisser turned to him, picking up on his surprised whisper. Had he just said the young nun's name? From the look on Leon's face, this Sharon seemed to be someone he knew. Rossvisser wasn't jealous. Leon's tone and expression held only the surprise of an old friend meeting again, devoid of any long-lost love melodrama. "What is it, Sharon?" Carolyn asked. Sharon, the young nun, stopped in front of Carolyn. "Teacher, we still have so many paper lanterns left to make for the Lantern Festival. The headmistress says we need to hurry." "All right, I'll come help right away." "Mem, I'll just..." As she spoke, Sharon's gaze drifted over Leon and Rossvisser. She didn't recognize the beautiful woman with black hair. "But the man..." Narrowing her eyes, Sharon said, "Wait, sir, have we met somewhere before?" Before he could answer, Leon felt a sudden squeeze on his hand. He looked over to find it was Rossvisser, who had activated their private conversation. "Yes, husband, have you two met before?" Not that she was jealous, but it was still good to clarify who this familiar face was. "Have I ever told you about the time I single-handedly took down a rabid dog at the age of 5? "Yes, you did, to save a little girl, wasn't it?" "She's that little girl." Rossvisser rolled her eyes with exasperation. The world really was small, and fate even stranger. After his quick explanation, Leon shook his head at Sharon just as he had with Carolyn earlier. "I don't believe so. I probably just have one of those faces. Carolyn mistook me for someone else just now, too." Sharon nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. I thought maybe Leon brother had come back." At the words, "Leon brother," Rossvisser's grip tightened noticeably. Leon kept a straight face, pretending not to notice. Ah, he thought, maybe he should have left his good deeds anonymous back then. "You thought he was Leon too," Carolyn smiled ruefully. "Who knows how that boy is doing now? I hope he hasn't been caught by the Empire." "He wouldn't be." Sharon's youthful spirit shone through as she blurted out, "Leon brother would never be captured. And besides, I never believed he was a traitor to begin with." Carolyn cast a cautious glance toward Leon and Rossvisser, quickly pulling Sharon's wrist and offering an apologetic smile to the couple. Forgive her, Sharon tends to speak without thinking. Given she couldn't be sure of Leon and Rossvisser's origins, discussing rebellion was best avoided altogether. Despite Carolyn's longing for the boy she'd once cared for, she was bound by the rules of the empire in which she lived. It's no problem, Leon said. I heard Sharon mention you're making paper lanterns for the Lantern Festival. Yes. Is the orphanage actually making them now? While the Lantern Festival was a significant holiday, Leon didn't recall the orphanage ever having to make lanterns. They'd always bought them from outside vendors. It's out of necessity, a way to bring in some extra funds. Leon's brows furrowed slightly. Since when had the orphanage in the Middle District needed to make paper lanterns to make ends meet? Looking at the worn-down state of the church and its entrance, Leon felt an uneasy pang in his heart. But the orphanage receives government funding, doesn't it? Oh well. A few years ago, sure, the royal family allocated funds, Sharon cut in, her tone bitter. But lately, they've added all kinds of ridiculous audits and approvals, so by the time it reaches us, we're lucky to see even a third of it. Carolyn didn't even stop Sharon this time. Hearing her frustration, Leon's heart grew heavier. What had happened? The once prosperous empire, how had it declined into the state in just a few short years? From his master navigating the empire's gray areas, gambling and underground dealings to pressure the government, to Leon being framed as a traitor, labeled a criminal, to the empire's hidden agenda with the dragon clans, to exploit the people on an even larger scale. And now, that corruption had even crept into the orphanage. The empire's stench of power had become a plague, seeping into every corner. So, with little choice, we make paper lanterns to sell in the upper district, Carolyn explained. We can't very well let the children eat stale bread during such a festive season. Leon forced down his anger and disappointment. When did this all start? Well, about 5 years. Since Leon brother left, everyone's lives have just gone downhill, Sharon interrupted. Carolyn shook her head with a resigned smile. Though she's blunt, she's not wrong. 5 years ago, after Leon vanished, for whatever reason, life for everyone seemed to take a nosedive. I think I know why, teacher. Sharon continued. Leon brother was the leader of the Dragon Slayer Corps, with troops under his command. He was upright and hated evil. There's no way he'd allow the royals to pull these tricks, so. You're saying too much, Sharon, Carolyn warned gently. HMPH. Sharon huffed, still muttering under her breath. I just think, if Leon brother were here, we'd be living better than we are now. But he isn't here, Sharon. The sadness in Carolyn's voice was unmistakable, as she softly repeated. He isn't here. The mood grew somber. But Carolyn quickly adjusted, offering another apologetic smile. Sorry about that, just commoners sharing their worries. Oh no, it's all right. If not for their mistaken identification of Leon, they wouldn't have shared so much, so he wasn't worried they'd be caught saying something dangerous. Dong dong. The orphanage's bell rang, signaling dinner time. Would you like to stay and share a simple meal with us? Carolyn asked. Oh, no need. All right then, enjoy your stay in the Empire. We have work to get back to, so we'll take our leave. Carolyn and Sharon nodded in farewell, turning to leave. But Leon suddenly called out to them. Wait, Carolyn. Yes, sir. Leon took out his wallet and handed over a small pouch of gold coins. For the lanterns, I'm ordering all of them. I'll pick them up in 2 days. Carolyn looked at the coins, hesitating. That's far too much, sir. We couldn't possibly make so many lanterns. Leon's mind raced, quickly responding. Then the rest is a donation to the orphanage. Well, all right, thank you, sir. May I ask your name? Constantine. Ah, a name that promises a bright future, Mr. Constantine. Carolyn accepted the coins. We'll do our best to make as many lanterns as we can. Thank you. With a nod, Carolyn turned and walked away. Once they were out of earshot, Rossvisser crossed her arms, teasing. You really are a master of anonymous charity, aren't you, Leon Tilda brother Tilda? Leon grinned, linking arms with her. I did leave a name, did I? Rossvisser laughed. And Constantine is what you went with, huh, you fool. Consider it laying the groundwork for support for the Red Flame Dragon King's arrival in 3 days, Leon replied with feigned seriousness. She rolled her eyes. Come on, let's head back. Then, after a beat, she looked back at him, a mischievous glint in her eye. Need a ride back, Leon Tilda brother Tilda. You're no fun, dragon lady. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, Carolyn and Sharon were handing out dinner to the children. Afterward, they sat together, speaking in hushed tones. Mr. Constantine really is a kind man, Sharon murmured. But Carolyn frowned slightly. Yet he really did look a lot like Leon. Sharon scratched her head, sighing. I thought so too, but Leon brother-'s been gone for so long now. Who knows where he is? I wish he'd come back and help us. Come back and help us, asterisk. Carolyn looked down at the coins in her hands, left by Mr. Constantine. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes widened. Sharon. What is it, teacher? I never introduced myself to him, so why did he keep calling me Carolyn? It was as if a thunderbolt struck Sharon. She paused for a moment, drawing a sharp breath, disbelief etched on her face. Leon brother came back. But Carolyn swiftly covered her mouth. As Sharon tried to push her hand away, she realized her longtime mentor, the woman who'd served at the orphanage for decades, was softly crying on her shoulder. He came back, Sharon, he really came back. (425). Vol 3ch, 124. After a long day out on field duty, Leon and Rossvisser made their way back toward the Lionheart Society's clock tower in the slum district, carrying their bags filled with recording stones. In the slum district, people tended to turn in early. It was only 8 in the evening, and while the middle district still glowed with lively lights, the streets here were already deserted, save for the occasional stray cat darting across. Walking leisurely down the empty streets, Leon and Rossvisser strolled right in the center of the road without a care. No need to worry about oncoming carriages, as few here could afford one. Rossvisser, still in her heels, had been walking all day and was now carrying one of the shopping bags. Despite her dragon queen physique, even she couldn't completely stave off the ache in her ankles. Leon noticed her slight limp and immediately offered, Here, let me carry that for you. Oh, it's fine. But before she could protest, he'd already taken the other strap from her hand. She massaged her sore shoulder, murmuring, Thank you. Leon caught a glimpse of her profile before looking ahead, remarking with a grin, You look pretty satisfied with yourself. Do I? Oh, definitely. Leon's tone softened as he continued, No matter how exhausted you are, you usually keep a straight face, not showing any hint of how you're feeling. But today, after an entire day of wandering, carrying a hefty bag of recording stones, you didn't have that cold look on your face. In fact, I caught you sneaking a few smiles on our way back. He shrugged, So, I'd say you had a pretty fulfilling day. Rossvisser didn't deny it. Nodding, she replied, You're right, today was very satisfying. Because you fulfilled your little wish. Little wish? Yeah, to walk where I've walked, see what I've seen. She smiled gently, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Not only that. Oh, what else? They didn't often have moments like this to talk openly. Usually, by the time Rossvisser returned from a long day, she was so drained that all she wanted was a hot bath and a good night's sleep. Often, Leon would join her for the bath. In those quiet moments, they would embrace or share soft kisses, not going further, savoring just enough closeness to relax. Afterward, they rarely had the chance to chat. If they did, it was usually to discuss more serious matters, like whether Constantine had been behaving or the girls' school plans. So, personal conversations were a rarity. Only when they stepped away from their busy lives, leaving behind the daily demands and small tasks, did they talk about themselves and admit to the feelings they might usually brush off. It helped that here, they were just another anonymous couple in the slum district of the Empire. And since they still had about half an hour before they'd reach the Lionheart Society's base, they could talk freely for a while. Rossvisser walked with a light step, swinging her long arms naturally, her voice thoughtful as she spoke. What else made me happy today? Well, I suppose that would be you. Leon raised a brow, matching her pace. Me. She glanced sideways at him, a faint smile at her lips. Yes, you. Shopping with you, playing with cats, trying all sorts of street food. Oh, you humans call those snack stalls, street vendors, right? Leon watched as she counted the things they'd done on her fingers, one by one. Finally, he laughed, nodding. Yes, they're called street vendors. They're a bit lacking in hygiene, but the taste was good, very down-to-earth, Rossvisser said, giving her honest assessment. Leon smirked, teasing, but eating at street vendors doesn't exactly fit a queen's image, does it? When I'm out with you, I'm not a queen. She suddenly stopped walking, prompting Leon to pause and turn to face her. Reaching up, she removed her wig, letting her radiant silver hair spill out, gleaming in the moonlight, reflecting in his dark eyes. Looking directly at Leon, she finished her thought, I'm your wife. A gentle breeze drifted down the street, causing the street lamp above to hum softly, and the faint meow of a cat echoed from a nearby alley. Her silver hair caught the wind, partially covering her flushed cheeks. For a moment, they stared at each other, until Rossvisser broke the silence. Oh, I mean, I'm technically your wife, she quickly added, recovering her composure. The Silver Dragon clan prided itself on speed, and Rossvisser wasted no time retreating to a safe distance from her own vulnerable words. After all, their pretend marriage arrangement provided the perfect cover for every honest admission they made. Leon understood her, so he never pestered her with silly questions like, do you even care about me? Whether or not she cared wasn't defined by her words, but by her actions. Every choice Rossvisser made, including her willingness to journey to a foreign human land, showed how much she cared for him. Otherwise, how could the Queen of the Silver Dragons let herself be captivated by a mere human? So, if you're technically my wife, Leon said, taking a step toward her. Instinctively, Rossvisser took a half step back. What are you doing? Before she could react, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her softly on the forehead. Then I'll give you a asterisk technical. He disgusting, I don't want it. Leon blinked, feigning offense, then give it back. Fine, you think I'm scared. Rossvisser stood on her tiptoes and quickly returned the kiss to his forehead. There we're even, she said, her face flushed. Then she spun around, her high heels clicking as she hurried down the street toward the clock tower. Apparently, even 20 minutes was too much. The moment either of them showed their true feelings, it took just 5 minutes to get each other's hearts racing. This was no good. There was a war on the horizon. Shaking his head, Leon laughed and chased after her. When they finally returned to the Lionheart Society's clock tower, a few members were still working the night shift. Rebecca and Natcha were both awake. Leon dropped his bag of recording stones onto the long table in the center of the hall. There were already several bags of recording stones collected by other members, enough to create the resonance effect he had mentioned the day before. Oh, Captain, you really did buy recording stones, Rebecca remarked, sounding surprised. What? Going out on field duty was precisely for buying recording stones, wasn't it? I thought you'd just been on a day-long date with sister-in-law. Why not both? Leon replied. Rebecca's eyes lit up. So that's the legendary time management of a married man? Impressive. Leon waved her off, ignoring her cheeky comment. Nacho, hands in his pockets, glanced through the collection of recording stones and commented, Tomorrow, we just need about a third of what we got today as backup. Leon nodded, agreeing with Nacho's plan. But we have a problem, Nacho continued. While using resonance to spread the message will work, the real issue is how to get the recording stones inside the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. A new hurdle. Leon frowned. It was indeed a tricky problem. After a moment of thought, Leon asked, Do any of our members have families in the lantern business? He remembered Carolyn mentioning that the orphanage was currently making lanterns to sell at the festival for some extra funds. Maybe they could work something out with a lantern supplier to get the stones directly into the lanterns. Nacho shook his head. No one here has ties to that kind of work. Lanterns are only made for the festival, no one makes them year-round. I see. Leon scratched his head, then offered, I can get us a few lanterns, but it won't be enough. He was referring to the batch he'd ordered from Carolyn at the orphanage. But as he'd already mentioned, there was no way the orphanage alone could produce enough. Nacho ruffled his hair in frustration. All right, we'll think of something. Let's all get some rest for now. Rebecca, wake me up at dawn. He gave a wave as he headed off to his quarters. Why the early night? Leon asked. Nacho waved dismissively. That brat was after me again today, drove me crazy. With that, he disappeared into his room and closed the door. Who's Will? Leon asked. Oh, he's a kid who hangs around the streets in the Middle District. Apparently, he's heard some wild stories about the Lionheart Society and decided Nacho's the leader. Now every time he sees Nacho, he pesters him to join. Why not let him join? Rebecca shrugged. First, he's too young, not even an adult yet. Second, he's got sticky fingers and a sharp mind. We couldn't dig up much on his background, so Nacho decided to keep him at arm's length. I see. Rebecca hopped off the table. Captain, sister-in-law, you two should get some rest too. We'll tackle the lantern problem tomorrow. Good night, Rebecca. Good night, Captain. Good night, sister. In-law, oh, by the way, Captain, can I sleep with sister-in-law? No. Why not? Your sister-in-law has social anxiety. HMPH, stingy married man. $426. Vol 3CH, 125. With 2 days remaining until the Lantern Festival, Leon and Rossvisser returned to the Lionheart Society's clock tower, still needing a solution for the paper lanterns. While the society lacked a dedicated supplier, they did have contacts in the Empire's business circles who could pull a few strings. Still, it wouldn't be enough. Leon's goal was ambitious. He wanted the recorded messages to reach every one of the Empire's 5 districts, not just the central areas. Focusing only on the palace or the upper district would leave the rest of the populace in the dark, missing the chance to witness the truth behind their leaders. The more people who learned the Empire's secrets, the better it would be for Leon and the Lionheart Society. They needed the public's support to challenge those in power. With that in mind, Leon decided to seek help from Claudia. His resourceful auntie might just have a solution. Rebecca had mentioned that Claudia had been spending time at the Central District's library, so Leon and Rossvisser headed there. As they arrived, they overheard a young paperboy nearby shouting the day's headlines with enthusiasm. Central City Daily, Central City Daily. Collapsed bridge, who's to blame for this tragedy between districts? Secret warehouse revealed, what surprises lie inside? Crime rates rise ahead of the Lantern Festival. Is it human nature or moral decay? Read all about it in the Central City Daily. Sir, care for a copy? Leon ignored the boy, his focus set on finding Claudia. They entered the library, eventually spotting her by a second-floor window. Seated by the window, her ocean blue hair catching the sunlight, Claudia looked every bit the picture of serene elegance. She sat surrounded by thick ancient tomes and a stack of newspapers. Leon and Rossvisser approached her. Hearing footsteps, Claudia glanced up and, after a brief pause, recognized them through their disguises. Nice disguises, but I still prefer Rossvisser with silver hair. The two took seats across from her, and Leon noted the books on her desk, mainly texts on human history and culture. Come to wage war already? Claudia asked, flipping through a page. Almost, 2 days from now during the Lantern Festival, Leon replied. Lantern Festival? Her blue eyes twinkled as she mused. It's a traditional human holiday, dating back over 900 years. It was initially created to honor the first great mage in human history and has since evolved into a major annual festival. Leon raised an eyebrow. Wow, looks like you've done your homework. Claudia tapped her temples, smiling. Know your enemy. Closing her book, she looked at them. So, the plan set for 2 days from now, have you figured everything out? Leon nodded, explaining his plan to use the lanterns and recording stones to create a massive public display. Claudia listened carefully, then remarked, It's a solid plan, but with only 2 days left, will you have enough lanterns and stones? That's actually why we're here. We've gathered enough recording stones, but we're short on lanterns. With a sly smile, Claudia teased, "And what do you expect me to do? I don't exactly look like a lantern maker, do I?" Leon laughed. "But you did offer to help me, and this counts as part of the operation, right? You can't just be muscle, you have to help with logistics too." "Oh, you cheeky brat. When I agreed to help, it was to take on the Empire, not to go lantern shopping." "Then, Auntie, I'm raising the stakes." "Raising the stakes?" Claudia nodded. "Originally, the deal was that I'd help if Helena could visit your daughters. But now, if I'm also going to assist with gathering lanterns, I'll need an extra incentive." "Name it," Leon said, grinning. He knew Claudia well enough by now to see where this was going. Satisfied, Claudia leaned forward, gesturing for them to come closer. As they leaned in, she whispered her request. When she finished, Leon and Rossvisser exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. "That's quite unexpected," Leon managed. "What, is there a problem?" "No, not really. We just didn't expect you'd be interested in that sort of thing." Claudia crossed her arms, replying coolly, "It's Helena. She seems to have taken a liking to it. So, what do you say?" "All right, no problem. We'll take care of it after this is all over." "Good." Leon cleared his throat. "Now, could we ask for your advice about the lanterns?" Claudia nodded. "You're on the right track trying to find suppliers, but lantern vendors are scattered throughout the Empire, so collecting a significant quantity quickly is difficult. For the Lantern Festival, the royal family actually built a special warehouse stocked with thousands of lanterns, enough to light up every district. All you have to do is get into the warehouse, insert the recording stones into the lanterns, and hide them with illusion magic. Then, on the festival day, the images from the stones will be broadcast all over the Empire." Leon blinked, momentarily stunned. "What's wrong?" Didn't follow. No, just," Leon scratched his head. "If there's really a warehouse, how come Rebecca and Nacho, who have been operating here for years, didn't know about it?" Claudia had been in the Empire for less than a week, yet she was aware of the lantern warehouse. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Nacho, who had been active in the Empire for 5 years, had never even mentioned it. Leon felt at a loss. Claudia picked up the stack of newspapers and waved it at him. "Because it was only announced this morning. The Empire set up the warehouse this year as part of a publicity stunt for the festival. It's all written here in detail." "Wait, what?" "Leon, your mistake, and that of the entire Lionheart Society, is in assuming that you need to go to extreme lengths to gather intelligence." Claudia explained patiently. "In some cases, the most crucial information hides in the most ordinary places." Leon absorbed her words, reflecting on what she'd said. He suddenly recalled the paperboy's cries outside the library. "Central City Daily, Central City Daily. Collapsed bridge, who's to blame for this tragedy between districts? Secret warehouse revealed, what surprises lie inside?" It turned out, the warehouse he'd been so desperately seeking was right there in the headlines. And he'd brushed it off because it sounded like tabloid nonsense. Wait. This really asterisk was a tabloid headline. How could anyone expect him to buy a paper with a headline about missing cattle? This was all because of that silly newsboy. Ouch. Leon felt a sudden tap on his forehead. It was Claudia, rolling up the newspaper and giving him a little smack, like an elder scolding a clueless youngster. Rossvisser stifled a laugh until she too received a tap. The couple rubbed their foreheads, wearing matching expressions of mock indignation. "When you're reaching for the stars," Claudia advised, "remember to keep an eye out for the puddles at your feet." A thought-provoking line. Leon was so focused on his big mission, revealing the Empire's corruption, fighting for justice, that he hadn't even taken the time to read a newspaper. And sometimes, the smallest details held the key to everything. "Well, I didn't mean to turn this into a life lesson," Claudia continued with a smile. "Consider it friendly advice. It might help in the future." The couple nodded in appreciation. "Good, and don't forget our little arrangement once this is over," Claudia reminded them. "Don't worry, Auntie. We, the Melkve family, keep our promises." 427. Vol 3ch, 126. After parting ways with Claudia, Leon and Rossvisser decided to head back to the Lionheart Society and discuss their plans with Rebecca and the others. Although they could take advantage of the Empire's paper lanterns for free, they still lacked crucial information about the warehouse, such as its precise location, surrounding environment, number of guards, and whether any Imperial personnel were stationed there. Rushing in without knowing these details could ruin the entire Lantern Festival operation. Walking down the street in the Middle District, Leon ruffled his hair, looking a bit annoyed. Rossvisser noticed his slight shift in mood and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Leon sighed. "The Lantern Festival is in 2 days. If we don't finish our preparations tonight or tomorrow, this whole plan could be a bust." As the leader, Leon felt the burden of responsibility heavier than anyone else. Although he once led the Dragon Slayer Corps, marching across battlefields with his fellow warriors, the current situation was unlike any from his past. As a general with an inherent dragon-slaying physique, Leon hadn't felt pressured when facing dragons. The weight was always on his enemies. But now, leading a group of oppressed people forced to rise against their rulers, he felt an entirely new kind of pressure. On one hand, he feared failure. A victorious general who had survived countless battles couldn't bear the thought of defeat. On the other hand, he dreaded disappointing those who trusted and relied on him. Everyone had gathered around him, hoping Leon would lead them in overthrowing this corrupt empire. If all their efforts ended up wasted, the consequences would be unbearable for him. He had to answer to those who believed in him. He couldn't let his mentor and comrades down. This pressure weighed on him like an invisible mountain. Rossvisser observed his profile, reading his worries and fears. She understood that no words of comfort would suffice. Leon didn't need solace or a way to release his stress. Only Rossvisser knew what he truly needed. She turned her gaze forward, speaking lightly. "You rarely used to worry about, what if I fail before doing something?" Leon smiled bitterly. "It's different this time, Rossvisser." "What's different?" "This time, I'm leading everyone. If my decision causes the plan to fail, then I'll share the consequences with you." Rossvisser's tone remained calm, as if she were discussing a casual matter. "Whether it's the disappointment and blame from the Lionheart Society or retaliation from the Empire and the Dragons, I'll face it all with you." Her simple words, spoken in an even tone, carried unshakable conviction. Leon's steps faltered, and he almost muttered instinctively, "Why?" Rossvisser took a few more steps before turning back. She wasn't smiling, and her gaze was solemn. "Because you're my captive. If I haven't trained you well enough, then I'm also responsible." "Well now." Leon snorted, stepped forward, and wrapped her in a bear hug before she had a chance to react. By the time Rossvisser regained her senses, it was already too late. "Hey, what are you doing? Broad daylight with so many people watching. Let go, you idiot," she protested, feigning resistance. Leon leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Thank you." She stopped struggling and let him hold her. Compared to people like Rebecca, Tiger, or Charlotte, Rossvisser may not have known Leon the longest, but she definitely understood him the best. Leon didn't need comfort, encouragement, or goading right now. What he needed was company. And Rossvisser's stance was unwavering. No matter what happened or how things turned out, she would stand with him. Just like the family sports day at St. Heath Academy, the battle against the Star King Dragon, the journey to the far north, and every other moment in the past. After a moment, Leon released her, and Rossvisser quickly pushed him away, adjusting her hair. "Honestly, aren't you a little too old for this?" she scolded playfully. "It was just the heat of the moment, my dear wife." Rossvisser rolled her eyes in mock irritation. "Don't call me wife like that, it's way too affectionate." Leon spread his hands innocently. "Didn't you say yesterday that you're my wife in public?" "That was yesterday, today's today. Today you're my captive and I'm your queen." "Changing roles so quickly, huh?" "Mind your own business." Her steadfast support for Leon was unchanging, as was her quick switch in attitude. While the couple bantered, a faint breeze brushed past Leon. He didn't think much of it. But Rossvisser's expression shifted slightly. You know, Leon said, your attitude is so stiff that even my magic couldn't break through. Ignoring his taunt, Rosvisser replied while still watching behind him, maybe it's a matter of speed. Leon paused. What? Was she really interested in discussing magic right now? You've seen my speed. It's super fast. Finally, Rosvisser raised her hand and pointed behind him. With that speed, I'm sure you can catch the pickpocket who just stole your wallet, right? Leon what? Omega da Omega. He spun around, just in time to see a shadow slip into an alley. Rosvisser patted his shoulder calmly. Just a reminder, your wallet contains the funds Rebecca allocated for us. We still need to buy some lanterns. Leon narrowed his eyes. Just a petty thief. I'll bring him to justice in no time. Rosvisser covered her mouth, pretending to be impressed as she clapped. Wow, you're amazing, hubby. Now I'm your hubby again, not your captive. Whether you're my husband or captive, that's up to me. Leon waved her off, choosing not to argue, and chased after the thief. Rosvisser followed closely behind. Honestly, for a former Empire's greatest dragon slayer and a queen renowned for her speed to team up against a pickpocket, well, it was overkill. As the thief weaved through the maze of alleys, it was clear he was experienced. But he overlooked one thing. Leon had grown up here too. The chase led them through winding alleys, with Leon and Rosvisser soon catching sight of the thief's silhouette. They turned into a narrow alley, and Leon spotted a wooden stick leaning against the wall, an idea forming in his mind. Grabbing the stick, he charged at the thief. Ha, you think you can escape? Lightning whirlwind. Before he could finish shouting his move, the thief made a sharp turn at the corner, and Leon, caught off guard, plunged headfirst into a pile of cardboard boxes. The thief disappeared into the distance. Rosvisser strolled over, glancing at the thief's retreating figure before turning her gaze to Leon lying among the boxes. Crossing her arms, a smile played on her lips. Lightning whirlwind what? Strike. Ooh, what a mighty move. Does it only work on cardboard boxes? Laughing, Rosvisser extended a hand to pull the dummy out of the pile. Leon looked toward the direction the thief had gone, muttering, I've changed my mind. Not only will I catch him, but I'll also stuff his head into a box. Rosvisser chuckled. Sounds good, let's race and see who catches him first. Leon raised an eyebrow, his competitive spirit reignited by her challenge. All right, let's race. Oh dear thief, why on earth did you provoke him? $428. Vol 3ch, 127. Will never thought of himself as a thief. After all, he never stole from regular folks, only the wealthy, especially the nobles who strolled leisurely through the Middle District. In his mind, his actions were simply a form of robbing the rich to give to the poor. Of course, the poor he gave to was himself. Take that couple from earlier, for instance, the ones embracing openly in the middle of the street. Just one look, and he could tell they came from uptown nobility, maybe even the royal family. Despite their simple clothing, everything about them exuded elegance and poise. After a decade in the Middle District, Will could spot the rich a mile away. And once again, it looked like the thief, Will, had chosen the right targets. Relying on his knowledge of the city's layout, Will easily shook off those two clowns. He even heard the man shouting something about lightning and whirlwind. What a dork. He's probably not even outgrown his teenage phase. That was Will's honest evaluation of the guy, who ended up face first in a pile of cardboard boxes. Once he was confident they hadn't followed him, Will ducked into a quiet corner and opened the wallet he'd just swiped. The sight of all that gold nearly blinded him. Whoa, that's more money than I'd make in 20 years as a warehouse guard. He snickered. See, told you I didn't pick the wrong people. This is definitely the blood and sweat of the common folk, wrung out of us by those royals. Just as he was about to pocket his prize, he recalled the words of a mysterious man he'd met recently. Kid, wanna join the Lionheart Society? Do something big and show us your worth. Consider it your initiation. An initiation. Will understood what that meant. Back in his street gang days, young boys had to prove themselves if they wanted to join a group. Doing something daring or risky was the norm. And as rumor had it, the Lionheart Society was a revolutionary group founded by none other than Leon Cosmod, the Empire's former strongest dragon slayer. This group was filled with people determined to defy fate and resist the Empire's tyranny. Though the Empire branded them as traitors and rebels, everyone knew how the Empire treated its citizens. Will had long admired Leon Cosmod and had always dreamed of joining the Lionheart Society. The only clue he had was a beggar known as Nacho, who was rumored to be affiliated with the society. For a long time, Will tried to prove his loyalty to Nacho. But Nacho would always laugh it off. Now, however, Will weighed the wallet in his hand. This should make for an impressive initiation, Nacho. Let's see you refuse me this time. Just as he was silently celebrating, a male voice called out from above. Enjoyed the view? If so, hand the wallet back. Startled, Will looked up. The man he'd stolen from was standing on a low wall, arms crossed, looking down at him. Will took 2 instinctive steps back, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn, how did he catch up so fast? It wasn't just his speed. The guy had managed to sneak up on him without a sound. As someone who prided himself on his skills, Will felt a slight sense of pressure. Oh, if you want it back, let's see if you've got what it takes. With that, Will turned to run. But as he took his first step, he found his path blocked by a tall figure. Her black hair swayed in the breeze, her stance upright, arms folded across her chest. Though her face was expressionless, her silver eyes radiated an intense pressure. Swallowing nervously, Will spun around, darting down another path. Rosvisser in her high heels strolled over casually. He's stubborn, isn't he? Leon jumped down from the wall, hands on his hips, watching Will's fleeing figure. He squinted, estimating the distance. Still wanna bet on this? I'm sure I'll win. Don't strain your tongue making such big claims. Hey, I was the one who found him first. If I hadn't been giving you a chance to enjoy the chase, I would have won ages ago. The Queen shot him a sideways look. It's not over yet, keep going. With that, Rosvisser headed down another path. Leon smirked and took off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Will kept running. Maybe I underestimated these uptown types. They've got training, no way they could have kept up otherwise. He quickened his pace, trying to shake them off. But the famed thief was about to be caught this time. Minutes later, Will darted into an alley. Just as he thought he'd finally lost them, a familiar voice echoed from the end of the path. Run, why don't you keep running? Leon stepped out in front of him, blocking his way. Will gritted his teeth and spun around. But his retreat was cut off by the dark-haired woman. The couple had cornered him, trapping him like cheese between 2 slices of bread. Will looked back and forth, finally pressing his back against the wall, hoping to avoid any sneak attacks. Not that they needed to resort to tricks to capture him. The couple walked toward each other, eventually standing side by side as they turned to face Will, cornered in the alley. Looks like I won, Rosvisser said. Lies, I won. HMPH, well, rock, paper, scissors. Bring it on, not scared of you. And so, in a scene that left Will completely dumbfounded, the two began playing rock, paper, scissors as if capturing him was no big deal. Are these people even human? What is this, a marketplace game? Taking advantage of the distraction, Will glanced toward the alley's exit. He knew he couldn't outrun them, but he just spotted someone who could save him. Nacho. Will stumbled and scrambled toward Nacho, who happened to be passing by. Nacho, dressed as a beggar and wandering through the middle district to gather information, felt a sinking, feeling the moment he heard Will's voice. This persistent kid just wouldn't leave him alone. Nacho. Will reached him, thrusting out the wallet he'd stolen. Look, I swiped this from some royal guys. Doesn't this count as my initiation into the Lionheart Society? Nacho looked down at the wallet, a flash of recognition crossing his face. Why does this look familiar? You said royal guys. Where are they? Nacho asked. Over there, those two. Will pointed back toward the alley. The couple had paused their rock, paper, scissors game to look over. Seeing Leon and Rosvisser, Nacho's expression, hidden behind his disguise, was a mix of exasperation and confusion. Meanwhile, Leon and Rosvisser were equally stunned to see Nacho here. The three exchanged glances, none of them saying a word. Finally, Will broke the silence. Hey, you two were so cocky before. What happened? Why the silence now? Hey, Nacho tried to stop him. But Will continued, blissfully unaware. Let me tell you, I'm actually with the Lionheart Society. I rob from the rich and give to the poor. If you two just walk away now and pretend this never happened, maybe when Leon Cosmod leads us in toppling the Empire, he'll spare some of your fortune. Leon Cosmod? Leon asked. Yeah, what, you haven't heard of him? Leon smirked. Can't say I have. Figures, you're all brawn and no brains. Leon. Anyway, all you need to know is that Big Brother Leon is leading us into a new era. Will, I'd advise you to be quiet, Nacho interrupted. What? Oh right, secrecy rules, I get it. Will glanced at the couple in the alley, adding, but they know who we are, so maybe we should just. He made a throat-slitting motion. Nacho buried his face in his hands. Seriously, I'm begging you, shut up. Will scratched his head, confused. What's going on? Nacho slowly raised his hand and pointed at Leon. He's not with the Royals. Will blinked, puzzled, then he's. Before he could finish, a large, scarred hand clamped down on his shoulder. Will's entire body stiffened, a shiver running down his spine as goosebumps spread. I'm Leon Cosmod. Now can I have my wallet back? $429. Vol 3CH, 128. Leon took the wallet back from Will. Looking up at him, Leon noticed that the previously smug thief no longer had his bravado. His lips were pale, sweat trickled down his face, and even though his pants were loose, anyone could see that his legs were trembling slightly. It made sense, after all. A skilled thief eager to join the Lionheart Society would never expect to one day pickpocket the leader himself. Leon sized him up, noting how young he looked, and asked, How old are you? 18, Will stammered. Tell the truth, Nacho interrupted sternly from the side. Will quickly corrected himself, 17. My birthday's in 2 months and then I'll be 18. Oh, then shouldn't you be in school? Why'd you drop out to become a thief? Brother, let me clarify, my profession is thief asterisk, Will replied with a straight face. Leon raised an eyebrow, glancing down at his recently recovered wallet. So, if you're not a thief, what are you? A noble bandit. Oh, Will yelped as Nacho smacked him on the back of his head. You read a couple of books and suddenly you're a noble bandit. Nice try. Will scratched his nose, giving an embarrassed smile. All right, fine. My dad got me a decent job recently, so bandit is just, okay, fine. It's a asterisk part-time asterisk gig. Nacho scoffed and pretended to kick him, though Will skillfully dodged. Leon chuckled, amused. He never heard of anyone who moonlighted as a thief. People like that usually only existed in strange comic books. A struggling office worker by day who transforms into a masked hero or a vengeful villain at night. But a part-time thief, now that was rare. If you're this good at your side gig, you must be amazing at your real job, right? Leon joked. Will huffed, it's nothing, really, brother. I'm just a night watchman at a warehouse. Before Leon could say anything, Nacho chimed in with a snicker. Asking you to guard a warehouse is like asking a monkey to watch over a peach orchard. Hey Nacho, that's not fair, Will protested. Oh, how should I put it then? I'm way smarter than a monkey, Will declared proudly. Nacho shook his head, covering his face. This was one of the reasons he didn't want Will joining the Lionheart Society. Despite his potential, the kid was impulsive, a little too enthusiastic, and always half-joking. Recently, Nacho had dug into Will's background. Born and raised in the Empire, he came from a family in the lower district. Through his father's efforts, they managed to climb into the middle district and start a small business. But, as everyone knew, doing business in the Empire meant you might make a little money, but the Empire never lost. Without connections or power, people like Will's family were the first to be squeezed dry by the Empire. In theory, Will was a suitable candidate for the Lionheart Society. But this overly eager kid was just a bit too hot-headed. What kind of warehouse would hire you as a guard? Nacho asked. Isn't your reputation as the thief extraordinaire well known in the Middle District? Locals know me as a noble bandit, but outsiders don't. This warehouse isn't run by the Middle District. It's a temporary setup on royal land right here in the Middle District. Pausing, Will's tone turned indignant. It really ticks me off. They've taken up Middle District land, yet the rent they pay is only half the usual rate. They call it an honor to serve the Empire. But one day, I'll burn down that warehouse myself. Royalty, Middle District, temporary warehouse. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a quick, knowing glance. What's stored in that warehouse? Leon asked. Oh, these, Will said, pulling a folded paper lantern from his pocket. Since the Lantern Festival required so many lanterns, they were designed to be foldable for easy transport and storage. You just had to open them up on either side to use them. Looks like the monkey made it into the peach orchard, Nacho commented dryly. I'm guessing this isn't the only one you took. Nacho, I swear I only took one. Fine, 5. Keep going. Around a dozen or so. Look, no one's going to notice a few missing lanterns with that huge stash in there. Will explained, I plan to sell a few of them as compensation for the Empire's rental payment to us. Your imagination is something else, Nacho said, rolling his eyes. Right, Nacho. Stand over there, kid. Will hung his head and shuffled off to the side. Nacho stepped over to Leon, speaking in a low voice. I bet you're thinking what I'm thinking. Leon glanced at Will, who was idly kicking a pebble on the ground. After you mentioned him last night, I asked Rebecca. She said his background was tough to trace, and I'm concerned he might crumble under pressure and betray us, Leon said, voicing his concerns. While he didn't dislike this brash, self-proclaimed bandit, Leon couldn't afford to let personal feelings cloud his judgment in such critical matters. He won't betray us, Nacho replied. It was tricky, but I managed to dig up his background. Other than his age and his hot-headedness, he's got what it takes to join us. Is that so? Leon mused. So what do you say? Nacho asked. This is our quickest way to get the lanterns. Leon thought for a moment before giving clear instructions. Bring a small team tonight. Don't take too many people. We don't want to risk any unexpected incidents that could compromise the society. Got it, and we should bring enough recording stones. We won't need to steal the lanterns. We'll hide the recording stones inside the lanterns in the warehouse, then conceal them with illusion magic. That'll save a lot of time. Also, tally up the lanterns we've collected from other sources. Our goal is to cover all the Empire's districts. Nacho nodded. Understood. I'll get it done by 3 a.m. With his orders clear, Nacho walked over to Will, sharing a few words with him. Will leapt into the air, fists pumping in excitement. Thanks, Nacho, and thank you, Brother Leon, for this opportunity. Will called, waving enthusiastically at Leon. All right, move along. Nacho nudged him toward the alley's exit. Wait, Brother Leon isn't coming with us, Will asked. Of course not. Have you ever seen a leader fighting on the front lines? Oh, true. The two figures slowly disappeared into the crowd. Rosvisser looked over at Leon, her eyes filled with amusement. To be honest, I thought you'd handle this yourself. Leon shrugged. You taught me that a leader doesn't have to personally handle every single task. But you also have to. Also be prepared to take full responsibility if the plan fails, Leon interrupted with a smile. HMPH, seems you've got it all memorized. A good leader never competes with their followers for credit. Take the warehouse plan, for instance. Leon was in charge of strategizing and decision-making, while the society members would carry it out. If the plan succeeded, it would be the collective achievement of both Leon and the Lionheart Society. But if it failed, Leon wouldn't place the blame on Nacho or anyone else. As he discussed with Rosvisser, this was the pressure on a leader's shoulders. He would bear the full weight of any failure. And Rosvisser would always be by his side. So what should we do now? Rosvisser asked. Leon thought for a moment. Let's go see Teacher Caroline. At the Casmod Orphanage, children and several nuns were busy carrying 2 large boxes of paper lanterns to the entrance. Thank you for your hard work, children. We're having a stew for dinner tonight, one of the nuns announced. Yay! Teacher Caroline is the best. Cheering, the kids ran off to the dining hall, eagerly anticipating their rare yearly treat. Caroline turned her gaze from the children to Leon, who stood at the doorway. "These are the paper lanterns you ordered, sir. We stayed up late to finish them," she said warmly. "Thank you, Teacher Caroline." Caroline looked at Leon, her old friend in disguise. Even in just that brief moment, she felt a deep sense of comfort. She didn't know exactly what Leon was planning. But as Sister Sharon had said, Brother Leon is back and we're safe. "Teacher Caroline." They turned to see Sister Sharon running toward them, clutching a paper lantern. I just finished the last lantern. Please, Brother Leon, sir, take it." Sharon held out the lantern with both hands. This one was already opened. Around the outer surface were the names of every teacher, nun, and child at the Casmod orphanage, packed together in tiny script, filling nearly every inch. But at the very top, one line had been left blank. It held only a single name. Leon Casmod. "This lantern is," Leon began. "It's a memento, sir," Sharon explained excitedly. "Everyone wrote their names on it, and at the very top, well, that name is." Overwhelmed with excitement, Sharon stumbled over her words. Leon noticed the single name, written neatly at the top of the lantern. Judging by the handwriting, Teacher Caroline herself must have written it. At that moment, Leon understood. Could it be that they had already recognized him? "He is our hero, sir," Teacher Caroline said, gently placing her hand over Sharon's to hold the lantern a little closer to Leon. "He was in the past, he is now, and he always will be in the future. So please, accept this lantern. It carries the hopes of everyone at the Casmod orphanage." Leon was certain now. But this wasn't the time for reunions. Too many eyes were watching. Once everything was over, there would be time for embraces. Looking at the lantern filled with names, his gaze softened, and his hands trembled slightly as he reached out to accept it. "Thank you, Teacher Caroline, and thank you, Sharon." "You're welcome, sir." After a brief pause, Caroline spoke, smiling but with a tone of solemnity. "May you find victory on the battlefield." As a nun, she rarely said those words. In fact, there had been only one person to whom she had ever said them in parting. His name was Leon, the most outstanding child she had ever taught. 430. Vol 3CH, 129. In the early hours of the morning, Nacho returned to the Lionheart Society headquarters with a group of members. Trailing behind him was Will, his face lit up with a triumphant grin that suggested success. "Walker, take this kid around to get familiar with the place," Nacho instructed. "Understood," Walker replied, leading an eager Will away. Nacho then went directly to find Leon, who was studying a large map of the Empire's 5 regions. "All done," Nacho reported. "We've hidden recording stones in all the paper lanterns stored in the warehouse. We also secured the placement locations for the Lantern Festival. There'll be lanterns in the Royal City, the Upper District, and the Middle District." "No coverage for the Lower District and the slums?" Leon asked. Nacho shook his head. "Seems those in the royal family don't think these areas are worthy of special lanterns." Leon chuckled bitterly. Absurd as it sounded, with the Empire it somehow made sense. "No worries. We've gathered enough lanterns from other sources to cover the Lower District and slums as well," Leon said. "Now, we just need to wait for the festival to begin. Once we've positioned our people, we can launch the lanterns and reveal the Empire's rotten truth to everyone." "Martin's been quiet, so the Empire doesn't seem aware of our actions," Nacho observed. "Our biggest unknown now is what the Empire might pull out as a last resort." Leon had discussed this with his mentor earlier. Likely threats included fusion beasts and dangerous creatures. That's why Leon had enlisted the help of 3 powerful allies, including Rosvisser, for this mission. "With our own aces in play, we'll be ready. This will be a real fight, and everyone's prepared for that," Leon said. Nacho nodded, about to say something more when he noticed a palpable excitement among the members in the hall. Curious, Nacho raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up with everyone? Can't sleep from nerves?" Leon grinned, looking around at his comrades. Maybe a little nervous, but mostly excited. Excited. Absolutely. A young girl with twin ponytails sauntered over, patting Nacho on the arm. About half an hour ago, the captain gave everyone a pre-battle pep talk. It got everyone totally fired up. Was it really that impressive? Coming from a royal background, Nacho had always been skeptical of speeches and pep talks, which he viewed as brainwashing tactics to make subordinates more willing to die. Of course it was, Rebecca chimed in. Back in the Dragon Slayer Corps, the captain would always give us a huge speech before battle, telling us not to be afraid, to face fear head-on, to offer up our hearts and all that. It was a little cheesy, but boy, did it work. This time, though, it was even better. Hearing him talk, it was like he wasn't just our captain. He felt like a real leader. Nacho glanced at Leon thoughtfully. In that moment, he finally understood why he'd never won against Leon when they'd been on opposite sides. Leon was the type who always had a spark inside him, a force that kept him moving forward, no matter how dark things got. He had an incredible ability to stay focused on that glimmer of hope and to inspire everyone around him with his unwavering faith. Even someone as powerful as Rosvisser, a dragon queen, was willing to stand by his side, a testament to Leon's charisma. Meanwhile, the Empire, despite its numbers, was fractured at its core. Sustaining loyalty through brainwashing and threats could only lead to backlash. In terms of rallying people to his cause, Leon was in a league of his own. Tell everyone to get some rest. Tomorrow we'll start our preparations, Leon said. Yes, Captain, Rebecca replied. And Nacho, you've worked hard, go rest too. All right. Rebecca and Nacho left, and the other members of the Lionheart Society gradually dispersed to their rooms. Leon remained seated at the large table in the hall, gazing at the map of the city. The locations for releasing the lanterns were nearly finalized. Now, he was focused on mapping out their escape routes. Only with thorough preparation could he minimize unexpected incidents and casualties. As the cool night deepened, a soft, white hand rested gently on his shoulder. It's late, you should get some sleep, a calm voice murmured from behind him. Just a moment, Leon replied. Rosvisser sat down beside him, glancing at the map on the table, marked with circles and lines. As the leader of the Silver Dragons, she understood some strategy and tactics herself, and could tell that Leon was working on their retreat plans. Noticing he seemed stuck, she remained silent, studying the map quietly. After a long moment, she pointed to an unmarked area on the map. How about starting the middle district evacuation point here? There's a river on the left, and a bit farther on is the east entrance to the lower district. I remember there's an abandoned dump there. It'd be perfect for regrouping and ambushes. Her suggestion immediately clicked. Leon's eyes lit up. Impressive, Your Majesty. You've just been awake too long. You're not thinking clearly. She raised her chin proudly. How much more needs to be mapped out? That was the last piece. Leon rolled up the map and stood. Come on, let's go to bed. All right. Rosvisser blew out the candle on the table. In the dim moonlight streaming from the clock tower, she took Leon's arm, guiding him toward the rest area. The Lantern Festival, the Empire's grand annual celebration. Tonight, all 5 districts of the Empire, from the wealthiest to the poorest, were immersed in the festival's lively spirit. The streets were adorned with colorful paper lanterns, and stalls offered various rare treats and foods. Children ran around with lanterns in hand, playing and laughing. Fireworks lit up the sky, forming beautiful patterns that, for a moment, seemed to cover up the Empire's hidden darkness and decay. Rebecca stood on a low rooftop in the upper district. She wore a pair of short shorts, and holstered on each thigh was a pistol. She also had an assembled sniper rifle strapped to her back. Of course, an ADC, attack damage carry, like her wouldn't work alone. Leon had provided her with 2 support teammates, Nacho and Martin. Wow, I didn't even get this kind of support in the Dragon Slayer Corps, but now I have 2 spotters, the sharpshooter said excitedly. Nacho and Martin lay at the edge of the roof, each holding a pair of binoculars, scanning the streets below. Save the excitement for after the battle, Nacho muttered, eyes fixed on the boundary between the upper district and the royal city. That was where Leon would soon signal the start of the operation. "You're the best shot in the Lionheart Society, which is why Leon assigned you the crucial role of sniper," Nacho added. "When the time comes, you might even need to put a bullet in that dog emperor." "Don't worry, I've been practicing for ages. My target dummy has always been a big poster of King Cantor's face, so I'm more than ready," Rebecca said confidently. Empire's top female marksman, Martin cheered her on. Rebecca puffed up with pride, wrinkling her nose playfully. "Oh, stop, let's keep it low-key." "All right, enough chit-chat." Through his binoculars, Nacho saw Leon in position. "Get ready, wait for Leon's signal." "Got it." Meanwhile, down on the bustling street below, Leon moved slowly through the crowd. Dressed in a black hooded cloak, he made his way against the flow of people, walking toward the boundary between the upper district and the royal city. As he ascended the steps, every step brought him closer to the goal he had been striving toward for years. The festive atmosphere grew more intense with each step, the air filled with cheers, music, and fireworks. After climbing the final step, just a few hundred meters separated him from the royal city's main gate. From his cloak, Leon pulled out a paper lantern covered in names, the names of the children and teachers from the Casmod orphanage. All debts, all grudges, tonight they end. 431. Vol 3ch, 130. As midnight approached, the gates of the royal city slowly opened, and out marched the royal guards, followed by a large, grand parade vehicle. But calling it a landship would be more accurate. Equipped with rows of wheels under its hull, it moved forward, surrounded by guards and soldiers on all sides. Such tight security could mean only one thing. Standing on the deck of the landship was the Empire's king himself, Cantor. Alongside him was his wife, Queen Elizabeth. The king, draped in luxurious attire, held the queen's arm with one hand and waved to his people with the other, projecting an image of a benevolent and approachable ruler. According to Lantern Festival tradition, everyone would release their lanterns into the sky at midnight. And this was also when King Cantor and Queen Elizabeth would make their annual appearance to the public. Back when Leon was in the Dragon Slayer Corps, the royal couple had different ways of making their entrance each year. Sometimes they arrived by hot air balloon, sometimes with illusion magic, and on a few occasions, they had hidden in the crowd only to emerge dramatically. So this year's landship entrance didn't surprise Leon much. According to Martin's intel, the landship was set to arrive right on the border between the royal city and the upper district at exactly midnight. At the same moment, thousands of paper lanterns, each equipped with recording stones, would be launched into the sky. Leon took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, watching as King Cantor and his army drew closer. There was a time when he, too, had served his country with pride, even risking his life to defend the king. But all he'd received in return was betrayal and slander from the Empire. Everything and everyone were merely tools for the ruling class to exploit, even the war itself, just another piece in their calculated game. Now, the pawn who had dared to defy the board was back. Old grievances and new vendettas would be settled tonight with that despicable emperor. Dong dong dong. The midnight bells began to toll. With each resounding chime, countless paper lanterns floated into the sky, illuminating the night as if it were day. Simultaneously, the massive landship reached its position at the border between the royal city and the upper district. King Cantor stepped forward to the ship's bow, gazing down at the masses beneath him. He held himself with the pride of a king, yet lacked any true royal presence. Leon watched him quietly, poised to act. "My beloved subjects," King Cantor began, "another lantern festival has come. On behalf of the royal family, I extend our gratitude for your contributions to the Empire this past year." Contributions. Taxes never owed, battles never chosen, labor never fairly compensated. Even those who weren't part of the Lionheart Society were aware of the Empire's darkness. But who among them dared to tear away that thin veil of pretense? The people's only response to the king's hollow words was polite applause. King Cantor basked in their cheers before gesturing for them to quiet down. Now, don't let my presence distract from the festival. Continue with the lanterns, he announced. Finally, everyone on the streets breathed a silent sigh of relief. And this was the moment Leon and the Lionheart Society had been waiting for. At midnight, all 5 districts released their lanterns simultaneously. And at that moment, members of the Lionheart Society activated the recording stones hidden inside the lanterns. Leon's mentor had once told him that the world was a vast, intricate machine, and that he was merely a cog. But tonight, Leon was done being a cog. He would seize control of this machine and make it move as he willed. As the people and the king admired the lanterns, a brilliant light began to emanate from within each lantern. The light was like a wildfire, spreading from the slums to the upper district and even to the royal city itself. Anyone could tell that this was no ordinary glow. It was the unmistakable shimmer of magic. The spectacle quickly drew everyone's attention. What is that? Mama, look, it's so pretty. Even further away, there are more lights. Is that the light of recording stones? But who would fill so many lanterns with recording stones? Maybe the real question is who could do it. The papers said these were all specially made by the royal family. If it isn't a new feature, then whoever did this has some serious guts. King Cantor, looking up at the glowing lanterns, frowned and asked sharply, "Who arranged this? Why was I informed?" A guard beside him quickly bowed his head. "Your Majesty, this wasn't part of our plan." "Are those recording stones in there?" the king demanded. "Yes, Your Majesty." If it wasn't a royal initiative, then someone was clearly tampering with the festival. And with so many recording stones, it was likely a message or video meant to be broadcast across the empire. King Cantor would not allow anything that might undermine his authority. Immediately, he commanded, "Send word, shoot down every lantern." "Yes, Your Majesty." But before the order could be carried out, a figure cloaked in black stepped forward onto the landship's deck. The guards raised their spears and guns, aiming at the stranger. The king squinted, studying the figure. "Who is that?" "Halt!" shouted the guard captain, pointing his sword directly at the cloaked figure. "Take one more step and you'll be killed." The figure stopped as ordered. But it wasn't out of fear. Instead, he calmly pulled a paper lantern from beneath his cloak, slowly unfolding it as the guards looked on in astonishment. A breeze swept through, knocking back the figure's hood to reveal his scarred face and dark hair. Someone in the crowd recognized him immediately. Leon Kazmod, it's Leon." "Prepare for battle," the guards cried. Their tension was expected. After all, Leon posed as much a threat to them as any dragon king. Yet, even as dozens of guns and swords were pointed his way, Leon remained unfazed. Holding the paper lantern given to him by teacher Caroline and the children of the Kazmod orphanage, he snapped his fingers over the fuel inlet. A small spark flared, igniting the alcohol-soaked wick, and the lantern began to rise into the sky. "Before you act," Leon said, finally breaking his silence. The sound of his voice alone seemed to cast a spell over the guards, paralyzing them with a sense of impending doom. They tightened their grips on their weapons. Though they faced an unarmed man, none dared make the first move. After all, this was Leon. "I hope you watch what comes next carefully. Only then should you decide whether you want to stand in my way," Leon declared, his voice loud enough for everyone, even King Cantor and Queen Elizabeth, to hear. The king and queen exchanged glances, bewildered. Not only was Leon somehow back in the empire, but what were the contents of those recording stones? Queen Elizabeth gritted her teeth, and after a brief hesitation, gave the order. "Seize the traitor Leon Kazmod." But even with her command, the guards hesitated, reluctant to confront Leon. They knew his strength all too well. After all, they had once fought beside him. "You," Elizabeth began angrily. A low hum suddenly interrupted her. Overhead, tens of thousands of lanterns glowed with a faint green light, synchronizing to form a spell circle. But there was no immediate sound or image. Elizabeth frowned. "What trickery, enough stalling, seize him, don't forget who you serve." As Leon's lantern ascended, it completed the spell circle, and the resonance between the recording stones activated. In an instant, a massive image appeared in the sky above the empire. The image was none other than that of King Cantor and Queen Elizabeth on the landship. What is he doing? Cantor gritted his teeth. Voices began to emanate from the image. The dagger plan is proceeding smoothly. Even without Leon, we can easily manipulate this war alongside the Dragon Kings. Brilliant, Your Majesty. This is all thanks to you, Scott. I heard you were the one who formed the dagger trio. You've done the Empire a great service. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I only did my duty. Good. With that attitude, you're already leagues above Casmod, who never understood his place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up as an enemy of the Empire. There have been protests about the new tax reforms. Should we reconsider? No need. If they want to eat in this empire, they must obey. Let them complain. You're right, Cantor. Throwing a few officials under the bus every now and then makes the idiots think we're on their side. In reality, on the recording, they shamelessly laid bare their twisted schemes. If it hadn't been for Martin's daring capture of this recording, if it hadn't been for Leon's willingness to expose it all, if the Lionheart Society hadn't prepared so meticulously, these vile truths would have continued to rot the Empire from within, infecting the state until it crumbled like decayed wood. As the footage ended, Leon stood in silence. He knew what would come next. Cantor, you despicable tyrant, someone shouted. My son joined the Dragon Slayer Corps to protect this country and gave his life on the battlefield. And all along, this war was just a game to you? Cantor. Give me back my son. So to you, we're just tax-paying, cannon-fodder peasants, is that it? This country doesn't belong to you alone. We won't let you trample it underfoot. The anger and grievances, suppressed for so long, erupted. The citizens surged forward, closing in on the landship. Even the royal guards wavered, unsure whether to strike down their fellow citizens or abandon a ruler who had betrayed them all. Everything was happening too fast for Cantor to process. Mouth agape, he looked around, lost and uncertain. Leon Casmod, you damned traitor, he shrieked. How dare you disturb the peace of Lantern Festival? Seize him. At his command, 3 figures leaped down, landing before Leon. The atmosphere around them was thick with murderous intent, though one of the 3 was missing an arm. Casmod, muttered Kinney, leader of the dagger trio. We meet again, though under unexpected circumstances. Leon gazed at him coolly. So, even after seeing Cantor's treachery, you choose to serve him. Loyalty doesn't matter to us. We just want to kill Dragon Kings and make a name for ourselves. The Empire gives us that chance, Kinney replied. We don't care if this war is a staged game. So long as there's blood to shed, we'll play our part. Leon scoffed. Pity. If you had any remorse, I might have spared you for my master's sake. Oh, so he's still alive, Kinney sneered. My master is alive and well, but as for you 3, you're not long for this world. As Leon spoke, a palpable wave of killing intent surged from him, sending a shiver through even the battle-hardened dagger trio. Leon rarely unleashed his full bloodlust, but these 3 had left his master gravely wounded. Had it not been for his master's wife, the old man would be dead. This was a debt Leon intended to repay in full. Queen Elizabeth screamed from the landship's deck. It's not enough. Scott, release the fusion beasts and dangerous creatures. Crush Leon utterly. Yes, Your Majesty. At his command, the ground shook violently. Citizens scattered, frantically seeking shelter. As they cleared the streets, the ground erupted, splitting open, and monsters began to crawl out of the cracks. They howled and shrieked like souls freed from hell. In an instant, Leon was surrounded by the dagger trio and dozens of fusion beasts and dangerous creatures. Casmod, no matter how skilled you are, you can't fight all of us. How do you plan to escape now? Queen Elizabeth sneered, confident of her victory. Escape, Leon chuckled. If I'm standing here, it's because I never intended to run. Then you must be delusional. Those fusion beasts could crush you with sheer numbers alone, she taunted. What good is quantity? They're nothing but ants. Arrogant to the end, aren't you? You. And besides, Leon raised his hand, silencing her. Did you think you were the only one with backup? What? She exclaimed. Leon snapped his fingers. In the next instant, a dragon's roar echoed through the night sky. The people of the upper district looked up to see a massive blue sea dragon soaring overhead. With a graceful dive, it landed beside Leon and transformed into a blue-haired beauty. The sea dragon princess, Claudia. "It's the dragons," Elizabeth gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Before the crowd could process this stunning entrance, a powerful gust swept over them. A giant silver figure with massive wings descended from the sky and took her place beside Leon. After returning to her human form, a tall, silver-haired woman stood proudly, radiating a fierce, unyielding aura. The Silver Dragon King, Rosvisser. Leon crossed his arms, grinning as he met Elizabeth's horrified gaze. "If you thought that was all then..." Boom! A crimson figure crashed down in a classic superhero landing. Leon introduced his final ally of the night. The Red Flame Dragon King, Constantine. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (432). Vol 3ch, 131. The Dragon Kings, they really are Dragon Kings. But why are they helping Leon fight the Empire? Wasn't it said that the Empire colluded with the dragons to control this war? I guess there must be some within the dragons who have always been devoted to exposing this massive conspiracy. Honestly, I don't really trust the dragons. Just look at that dragon king called Constantine, he looks fierce. Well, of course, you think anyone gentle could become a dragon king. No matter what, if we're all victims deceived by the Empire for so long, then I'll support whoever can beat that tyrant king. That's kind of extreme, don't you think? Oh, who do you support then? Leon. Huh? The crowd was a mix of opinions and discussions. Some believed in Leon unconditionally and supported him, while others remained cautiously skeptical about his actions. However, regardless of their stance, they were all people who had suffered under the Empire's oppression for too long. None of them would side with King Cantor. This was precisely Leon's purpose in using the recording stones to expose the Empire's wicked face to the public. Even if he couldn't win everyone's support, he could at least make the majority recognize the current state of affairs. The Dagger Trio, standing at the forefront, watched as the three Dragon Kings descended from the sky, visibly stunned. They were indeed the Empire's newly trained generation of dragon-slaying machines, with efficiency that rivaled Leon's back in the day, dominating any dragon with ease. However, since these were Leon's chosen allies, they must be different from the dragons they'd faced before. Especially that, Constantine. The fusion technique and the dagger project had been conducted simultaneously, so the brothers of the Dagger Trio had heard a bit about this monstrous amalgamation known as Constantine. Moreover, he had once escaped the mind suppression of the royal sorcerer's core and fled the Empire, causing a considerable commotion. Now, that symbol of burning vengeance had returned, seeking retribution against the Empire. Despite anticipating a tough battle, Kinney showed no sign of fear. "Seems like you haven't done so well among the dragons all these years, Leon," Captain Kinney sneered. "Two women and a corpse that's died twice, these are your allies. If you couldn't find anyone decent to stand with you, you could have just surrendered instead of embarrassing yourself." Kidai, the second brother, added mockingly. Finally, the one-armed Kaimai grinned arrogantly. "Three Dragon Kings, just enough for each of us to take one. Unlike before, there's no need to share." Pre-battle taunts were standard procedure, and sharp words were a given. But Leon was well past the age for trading petty insults. His wife, aunt, and Constantine were even less interested in this verbal sparring. Claudia and Rosvisser folded their arms, quietly watching the trio's antics with eyes full of a patient sympathy one might have for dim-witted children. Constantine, though dubbed a corpse that's died twice, remained calm, not making any sudden moves. He knew he was here to serve as Leon's muscle, and unless Leon ordered otherwise, he wouldn't need to draw attention. Why, you ask, was the mighty Red Flame Dragon King obediently listening to General Leon's commands? Well, it was for the roomful of ancient magical tomes Leon had promised him, of course. Leon glanced around. Seeing none of his allies responding to the taunts, he sighed inwardly. Though he wasn't one to engage in trash talk, this was an important battle, and a few words were necessary. "Don't worry about the head count," Leon said, stepping forward and extending his right hand, lightning crackling in his palm. "I'll take on the three of you alone. Constantine and the others will handle the dangerous breeds and fusion beasts." Kinney raised an eyebrow. "Leon, you're quite cocky, aren't you? Do you know that on the dragon-slaying field, our record is just as impressive as yours?" Leon let out a cold chuckle, bending slightly and preparing for battle. "After a few moves, I'll explain the difference." Without further ado, Leon activated his lightning magic, his figure blurring as he charged forward. In a life-or-death battle, seconds decided everything, and no formal signal to start was needed. Leon's sudden attack was highly effective. The dagger trio failed to react in time. By the time his figure solidified, he was already at Kinney's side. A sharp, bird-like screech echoed in Kinney's ear. Boom! A clean, decisive strike sent the dagger captain flying several meters. This move, Chidori, served as the starting gun for the battle. On his command ship, King Cantor wiped the sweat from his brow and bellowed, "Go, kill this traitor." Roar! The fusion beasts and dangerous breeds charged en masse. As Leon said, these creatures were left for his three allies to handle. Claudia's eyes swept over the hideous creatures, a sly smile playing on her lips. "So, he's keeping the strongest ones for himself and giving us the riffraff. Rossvisser." "Your husband is quite stingy." Rossvisser chuckled, taking a battle stance. "In battle, stinginess doesn't matter. Every enemy deserves full effort." "Oh, good resolve. No wonder you're a couple." With that, Claudia stopped teasing, raising her hand and unleashing dragon fire, blasting the creatures into the sky. Rossvisser timed her fireball perfectly, complementing Claudia's first wave with seamless coordination. "Not bad, keep it up." The two fought with coordinated precision, dispatching the monsters with a practiced elegance. Meanwhile, Constantine's side was noticeably more chaotic. His deep-seated hatred for the Empire, coupled with the sight of fusion beasts reminiscent of his torturous days in their laboratories, left him with no restraint. A few blasts of large-scale dragon fire nearly demolished half a block. Luckily, the Lionheart Society had already evacuated the civilians, preventing any casualties. "Pathetic scum," Constantine muttered, wiping the residual flames from his hand before charging a particularly large fusion beast. Only a formidable opponent could satisfy the Red Flame Dragon King. The battle for the Empire's fate was in full swing. Leon engaged the dagger trio alone. Even outnumbered 3-1, he was unfazed. The brothers attacked like a storm, fists striking like lightning, but Leon dodged each blow. No matter how fast they struck, Leon emerged unscathed. The four fighters moved from the upper district boundary to 2 blocks away. Leon fought as he retreated. "Hey, revolutionary hero, are you ever going to hit back?" Kaimai, the one-armed third brother, taunted mid-assault. Leon crossed his arms, blocking a heavy punch from Kaimai, and replied, "And you've been fighting this long without using your other arm. Don't want to or can't." Leon's knack for verbal barbs outclassed all 3 brothers combined. As the former leader of the Dragon Slayer Corps, his tongue was sharp. After years of sparring with Rossvisser at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, he'd become even more formidable. Out-talking Leon was impossible, let alone defeating him in combat. Kaimai's face flushed instantly, and his attacks grew erratic. "You bastard, I'll rip off both your arms." "Kaimai, wait, don't go alone." Too late. The furious one-armed brother lunged at Leon, aiming a kick at his waist. This was the moment Leon had been waiting for. The instant Kaimai broke formation with his brothers, Leon created distance. Now it was a one-on-one with Kaimai instead of 1 against 3. Leon feigned an opening at his waist, baiting Kaimai. As the kick came, Leon swung his elbow down on Kaimai's leg. Cracked. A bone-breaking sound, followed by Kaimai's scream. Leon capitalized on this, grabbing Kaimai's ankle and spinning him around before hurling him into a nearby low building. The structure crumbled, burying Kaimai in rubble. "Kaimai," Kidai's eyes flared with emotion at seeing his brother injured. "Worry about yourself," Leon whispered, appearing beside him in a blink. A crack of thunder sounded as Leon released Chidori, using the shockwave to send Kidai flying. Kinney's attack followed swiftly, but Leon sidestepped, narrowly dodging. Leon countered with a powerful knee to Kinney's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and robbing him of movement. Leon grabbed Kinney by the throat, lifted him, and slammed him onto the pavement. The impact left cracks in the ground, and Kinney coughed up blood. Leon stood, nudging Kinney aside with his foot. Now, the dagger trio lay around him in a triangular formation, one buried, one flung aside, one nearly embedded in the ground. Leon remained vigilant, knowing this wouldn't be enough to kill them. Sure enough, the trio soon stirred, wounded but more enraged than ever. Today's lesson: when fighting outnumbered, separate your opponents to make it 3 one-on-ones, Leon said calmly. Now, let's return to your earlier claim. Leon stood tall, meeting Kinney's eyes with a composed stare. You said your record on the dragon-slaying field was just as good as mine. That's not true. Raising his right hand, blue lightning crackled in Leon's palm, sparking with fierce intensity. You may have killed dragon kings because that's where your limit lies, Leon said, his voice unwavering. But I kill dragon kings because the strongest beings in this world are the dragon kings. And if there's anything stronger, it just hasn't met me yet. With that, Leon clapped his hands together, releasing a deafening crack of thunder. The raw power of his lightning surged, shaking the air around him as the sky above darkened and roiled with storm clouds. Bolts of lightning twisted and leaped within the clouds, resembling a caged beast about to break free. Ultra S-class lightning magic, Dragon's Annihilation. From outside the battlefield, Rebecca watched in stunned silence as Leon unleashed his strongest spell only 3 minutes into the fight. She muttered under her breath, a mixture of awe and disbelief. Captain, isn't that a bit much? (433). Vol 3CH, 132. The environmental shift triggered by Dragon's Annihilation drew the attention of Rossvisser and Claudia, who were still clearing the dangerous beasts nearby. Claudia looked up at the darkening sky as the last traces of moonlight disappeared behind a thick layer of storm clouds. The sheer power of the thunderous energy roared and howled as if it couldn't wait to burst forth. This level of lightning magic, it's a bit much, Claudia remarked, even with her extensive knowledge and experience. Having studied countless ancient texts and admired the techniques of her predecessors, Claudia had never seen anything as overwhelming as Dragon's Annihilation *. It's one of Leon's rarely used ultimate moves. I've only seen him use it twice, Rossvisser said. The first time was during the Rift Battle, when Star Dragon King Stura led the charge against Leon and Rossvisser. In that desperate battle, with the Silver Dragon clan's support, Leon unleashed Dragon's Annihilation * to turn the tide. At that time, he needed help to summon enough natural lightning to use it. But now, 6 months after Leon's return from the future, he could execute Dragon's Annihilation alone, although he would be so exhausted afterward that he could barely stand. Still, Rossvisser vividly remembered Leon's triumphant display that felled 6 dragons in mere seconds. As she reminisced, a proud smile tugged at her lips, her heart swelling with the thought, look at him, my husband. However, she couldn't ignore that Leon had used such a powerful technique so early in the battle. Was it because the dagger trio was too strong, forcing him to act quickly? Or was Leon simply impatient and wanted to end things fast? Her thoughts were interrupted when a charred fusion beast landed at her feet. She turned to see Constantine approaching. I don't mean to disturb you too, but shouldn't we handle the task at hand before admiring someone's heroic display? Constantine was well aware of Leon's strength, so he wasn't worried about the situation on Leon's side, no matter how many Dragon's Annihilation attacks were involved. There are more fusion beasts appearing, and they seem capable of a second phase of fusion, Constantine said. Rossvisser's brows furrowed. Second phase of fusion? What do you mean? Before Constantine could respond, a massive shadow overtook hers. Turning around, Rossvisser's expression grew serious, her face marked by a hint of disbelief. The fusion beasts behind her and Claudia were merging, extending black, viscous tendrils that bound them together. Their skin melted like tar, fusing into one colossal creature with multiple heads. Just as Leon suspected, the Empire has even more depraved tricks up its sleeve. While they knew the Empire had been developing fusion beasts, they had never imagined these beasts could undergo a second phase of fusion. The creature's magical energy was comparable to that of a dragon king. Constantine stepped forward to stand beside Rosvisser and Claudia. The three dragon kings aligned, facing the monstrous abomination. "Let's burn this thing to ashes," Constantine said. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the dragon kings naturally coordinated. Roar! The second phase fusion beast charged with a deafening roar, swinging its dark claws toward them. The three didn't flinch. Instead, they unleashed their power, summoning roaring flames that met the monster head-on. Their combined fire magic formed an enormous, unstoppable fireball, burning everything in its path. Triple dragon fire eradication. The fireball struck the beast, creating an explosion so intense that it leveled nearby buildings and lit up the night like day. The heat waves lifted Rosvisser's hair and skirt, the searing temperature grazing her face as embers danced in front of her silver eyes. Moments later, the fire dissipated, revealing the smoldering remains of the blackened giant beast, which lay on the ground, barely breathing. "Ha, what a show. It fell faster than I expected," Constantine scoffed, unimpressed by the stitched-up monstrosity, even though he himself was a product of similar patchwork. "But something feels off," Rosvisser said warily. "The fight here is balanced, and Claudia and I were still gauging its strength. It doesn't make sense for them to use a second-phase fusion beast so soon." Claudia's eyes narrowed as realization struck. These creatures didn't go into second phase to fight us. They're after. All three looked toward Leon's battlefield. They're heading for Leon. As if on cue, hundreds of fusion beasts surged toward Leon's location like a flood. So it wasn't just us who sensed the immense energy from Dragon's Annihilation Asterisk. Even these seemingly mindless beasts picked up on it, Constantine observed. "But why charge at him instead of avoiding such a powerful attack?" Claudia asked. Rosvisser's dragon eyes gleamed as she connected the dots. "They're trying to shield the dagger trio." Having witnessed the power of Dragon's Annihilation Asterisk, she knew it could counter even the self-destructive attack of the Star Dragon King. It was too much for the dagger trio to withstand alone. The Empire's mages controlling the fusion beasts must have sacrificed them to protect the trio. Realizing this, Rosvisser and Claudia spread their dragon wings and rushed toward Leon's battlefield, leaving Constantine alone, bewildered in the wind. "Damn it, my stitched body doesn't have wings." When he'd arrived, it was Fair who had brought him. "I hate the Empire," Constantine muttered and broke into a run. A lion formed of lightning emerged from the storm clouds, baring its fangs and claws as it descended upon the dagger trio. "Big brother, the attack range is too vast, we can't dodge it," Kid-Eye shouted, abandoning any thought of combining forces to block it. Anyone with basic knowledge of magic could tell that nothing on this continent could withstand such an attack from Leon's lightning lion. "Don't worry, stay calm, someone will step in to help us," Kinney said. "Help who, the useless army?" Kid-Eye spat back. "No, not them, I mean those things." Kid-Eye looked where his brother pointed, seeing a swarm of fusion beasts and dangerous creatures charging toward them, some entering a second phase of fusion mid-run. Kaimai, the one-armed brother, shuddered at the sight. "I've seen second-phase fusions before, but they still make me want to puke." "Better to puke than be turned to dust by Leon's attack," Kinney said grimly. "Brace yourselves, it's coming." The Lion of Lightning struck, illuminating the battlefield with blinding light and shaking the ground with its impact. Shockwaves rippled outward, almost shattering a nearby land cruiser. On the cruiser, King Cantor collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest in panic. What do we do now? Even the dagger trio can't block that. Who can stop Leon?" Elizabeth stood calmly, casting a disdainful glance at Cantor. "Pathetic. If Shadow Lord saw you now, he'd regret entrusting the throne to you." Cantor's already fragile composure shattered at the mention of the Shadow Lord, his mind going blank. "S.H. Shadow Lord." "Relax," Elizabeth said, her voice steady. "We will win this. Look, the fusion beasts have taken the hit for the trio. The royal sorcerers also reported that Leon's last attack was likely his limit. A confident smirk spread across her face. Now, it's our turn to strike back. As the light faded, Leon stood alone in the middle of the street. Before him lay the scorched remains of dozens of fusion beasts, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. He squinted, they blocked it. The smoke cleared, and the dagger trio emerged from the rubble, battered but alive. The beast's sacrifice had worked. They'd avoided a direct hit, though not unscathed. Kinney stepped forward. An impressive attack, Leon. We finally witnessed the power of the greatest dragon slayer. But it's unfortunate, that move must have drained all your magic. We know your limit. This is where it ends for you. Leon said nothing, listening silently. Moments later, two figures, a silver and a blue, landed beside him. Leon glanced around. Where's Constantin? Running here, Claudia replied. Oh, the pain of having no wings, I get it. So, what's the status? Rosvisser asked, eyes on the fallen beasts. Looks like they shielded the trio from the attack. Exactly, they've guessed my magic reserves are low. Claudia frowned, studying Leon. You're not really out of magic, are you? No, I have plenty left. The blue-haired woman rolled her eyes. Then, why did you look and sound like you were on your last legs? Leon shrugged, to set the stage for an unexpected power surge. Claudia still didn't get it. Rosvisser explained, so he can fool them and make them feel the sting of being proven wrong. Immature, how did you marry such a childish man? Claudia muttered, half exasperated. The queen covered her face, sighing softly. It's a story best left forgotten. Leon stepped forward, raising his right hand. You said I was at my limit, right? He called out to the trio. Kinney's eyes widened. Wait, you. Before he could finish, the air crackled as Chidori formed in Leon's hand, sweeping the dust away with its power. The dagger trio's expressions froze. This didn't match the intel at all. They'd calculated that Leon's last attack should have been his limit. How was he able to use Chidori again so easily? Your information must have stopped updating after I returned from the rift, Leon said. Back then, yes, that was the extent of my power. Even if I split Dragon's annihilation into 4 segments, the total strength was unchanged. Your conclusions were correct. But people can grow, can't they? Kinney couldn't believe what he was hearing. No human could double their magic reserves in just a few years. You must be bluffing. True, a normal human couldn't, but there are special ways. Special way, carving a second dragon mark on his arm. After the infamous, Leon's 10-second 6-dragon kill incident, Leon and Rosvisser had tattooed second dragon marks on each other, enabling them to store more magic, a secret the Empire could never learn. Leon's voice dropped to an icy edge. As for whether I'm bluffing. He raised his right hand as the sky churned once more. Trust me, when you hurt my mentor, every attack I make is meant to kill. So, if I unleash Asterisk Dragon's annihilation again and you survive, then ask me if I'm bluffing. The palpable intent to kill radiated from Leon, enveloping the dagger trio. For the first time, the seasoned dragon slayers felt true fear. On the land cruiser, Cantor gulped. The sorcerer's analysis was wrong. Leon still has magic, but we're out of beasts to block him. Even Elizabeth's composed face turned serious. She frowned, eyes sharp. Don't panic. The Shadow Lord gave you an ace, didn't he? Now's the time. But that would sacrifice the dagger trio. HMPH, Cantor, after all this time as king, you still don't see the board clearly, Elizabeth said. For victory, sacrificing a few pieces is necessary. Do it. The brothers will consider it an honor. Cantor hesitated, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a black dragon scale. Shadow Lord, we're counting on your trump card. He tossed the scale from the cruiser, and it landed on the corpses of the fusion beasts below. Leon and his allies turned their attention to it. What is that? Rosvisser asked, eyes narrowing. A black dragon scale? I've never seen one before. Claudia's eyes widened as realization hit. No, that's... Before she could finish, the fusion beast corpses began to writhe. What's going on? The dragon's annihilation should have killed them all, Rosvisser said. The black scale was like a key unlocking the gates of hell. It needed a sacrifice, and that sacrifice was the dagger trio. Still disoriented, the brothers watched in shock as black tendrils shot from the corpses and bound them, rendering them immobile. What's happening? These beasts have gone mad. Let go of us, disgusting things. Brother, what's going on? Kinney looked up at the king and queen on the cruiser. Your Majesty, order them to release us. Cantor's voice, laced with cold finality, rang out. Kinney, now is the time for your loyalty. You will gain unparalleled power and form. Isn't this what you always wanted? What? Before Kinney could process it, the tendrils pulled the brothers into the black mass of corpses. The sacrifice was complete. The black wraiths crossed the threshold of death and returned. An ultimate monster born of hundreds of dangerous creatures, fusion beasts, and the dagger trio. The primordial nightmare asterisk had awakened. It rose, massive and grotesque, with countless tendrils writhing on its colossal body. The heads of various beasts and fusion creatures protruded from all over it. At its peak, the three brothers, now completely consumed by darkness, stared blankly into the distance, their bodies fueling the monster with primal energy. The sheer pressure it emitted forced Leon and his allies to brace themselves, as terror spread among the Empire's citizens. What is that thing? The Empire kept such an abomination hidden from us. Run, that's beyond anything we can fight, even Leon might not. Panic erupted, turning the chaotic streets into a frenzy. The noise seemed to provoke the primordial nightmare, which unleashed its primal energy in blasts that shot in every direction. Leon, worried for civilian safety, shouted to Rebecca and the others stationed on a nearby rooftop, "Help evacuate the citizens. Get everyone out of the upper district." "Yes, Captain." With the evacuation underway, Leon and the Dragon Kings had no choice but to face this monstrous foe. This thing reeks of resentment. I thought second phase fusions were the Empire's lowest point, but this surpasses even that. Judging by its body strength, even Dragon's annihilation might not be enough, Claudia said. Leon nodded solemnly. If not, then I'll be completely. Wait, was that a bluff? Claudia interrupted. Leon smirked weakly. No, 2 Dragon's annihilations is really my limit. Should we test it? Leon rarely doubted his chances of victory, but even without fighting it, the terror of the primordial nightmare was clear. It was an amalgamation of the dagger trio's wrath and countless dangerous creatures' malice. To it, every living thing was prey. So, we'll have to risk it all. Hold on, Rosvisser said, stepping forward until she stood at the giant monster's feet. The small figure against the towering creature seemed insignificant. But in the next moment, radiant light erupted around her, spreading a wave of righteous energy. Primal magic. The queen, grasping the 7-colored energy with silver hair whipping in the wind, opened her dragon wings to anchor herself. The scene was breathtaking, like a celestial being descending. Soul Judgment ***. Meanwhile, old Constantine was still running to the battlefield. Also, after this 5,000-word chapter, the next chapter will feature the Empire's final stand and Leon's most epic kick of the volume. And then, of course, the beloved back home, love, food, love, food, love, food scenes to follow. Smiling face with smiling eyes. *434. Vol 3ch, 133. The primordial nightmare seemed to sense Rosvisser's opposing primal energy, making it even more ferocious. It ceased its chaotic attacks on the surroundings and focused all its energy on its chest. A black and red magical orb formed there, radiating a violent, suffocating pressure. Even during the energy charging phase, Leon could already feel the unprecedented power of this strike. He stepped forward, gathering lightning magic to assist Rosvisser, but Claudia held him back. "What's wrong?" Leon asked, turning to her. "A clash between primal forces. Your usual lightning magic won't help here," Claudia said. "And that black dragon scale is peculiar. I doubt any conventional magic could affect it." Leon gritted his teeth. Though unwilling, he understood Claudia's explanation. If he acted impulsively, not only would he be unable to help Rosvisser, but he might also create unnecessary complications. With that realization, Leon stepped back, raising his arm to shield Claudia as magical energy surged, forming a blue skeletal framework around them. Ultra S-Class lightning magic, Shadow of Sumeru. Leon had once used this technique in the battle known as 10 seconds to kill 6 dragons to fend off a full-force assault from 4 dragon kings. At that time, he only used the basic form of the Shadow of Sumeru. But now, facing the do-or-die attack from the primordial nightmare, he reinforced it twice over. In an instant, the skeletal structure was covered with a layer of lightning armor, visibly elevating its defensive power by several levels. Claudia, surrounded by the protective shell, quietly admired it. Of all the people I've known, you're the only one who's mastered the Shadow of Sumeru to this extent. Leon, however, was too focused to be flattered by his aunt's praise. His gaze remained fixed on Rosvisser's back, silently cheering her on. The battle in the upper district was projected to every corner of the empire through the remaining resonant recording stones. This meant that the citizens could witness the revolutionary battle firsthand. At that moment, the projection showed the woman known as the Silver Dragon Queen standing alone before the ultimate monster created by the Empire. Her slender figure seemed powerless before the monstrous primordial nightmare. But she showed no fear. The 7-colored light emanated from her, and her silver hair billowed in the surge of energy. I can't believe the Dragon Queen is actually fighting for us. Can she really defeat that monster? Trust her and trust Leon Cosmod. They'll end this crisis. On the battlefield, both sides had finished charging their power. The primordial nightmare roared, releasing a cataclysmic beam of energy aimed at Rosvisser. Even those on the edges of the battlefield, like Rebecca and the members of the Lionheart Society, could feel the intense emotions embedded in the attack: fury, savagery, greed, and malevolence. It was less of a creature's desperate struggle and more the manifestation of hatred and greed itself. This feeling, it's bone-chilling. Rebecca, a master sniper, was not as attuned to magical energy as Leon or other magicians, but even she was shaken to her core by the beam. A shiver ran through her body, and cold sweat trickled down her temple. Nacho and Martin exchanged grave looks. I've never seen anything like this. It's not like the pressure of fighting a dragon king. It's... Martin struggled to describe the sensation. Nacho provided the answer. The dark side of humanity and intelligence. The dagger trio betrayed by Cantor, the intelligent creatures turned into fusion beasts. They've lost their consciousness and left only their rage at the world. So, what about Captain and the others? If they're facing it head-on, it means they believe they can handle it, Nacho said with a sigh. We're out of our depth here. Everyone could feel the sheer terror and power of the primordial nightmare, but the Silver Dragon Queen would not be intimidated by such chaos. The 7-colored light gleamed between her fingers as she released Soul Judgment Asterisk, countering the monster's beam head-on. The collision of their energies sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, turning day into night and stirring fierce winds. Debris rained against Leon's Shadow of Sumeru, which stood as an unyielding barrier. Fortunately, Leon had evacuated the citizens with the help of the Lionheart Society beforehand, sparing them from the devastating energy clash. The primordial nightmare continued pouring its power into the beam, drawing strength from the dagger trio's primal force and their deep-seated darkness. This made it more powerful than any enemy Leon had ever faced. This was precisely why Queen Elizabeth felt victory was within reach. Leon anticipated we had another card to play, Elizabeth said calmly, and he was right, but he could never have imagined how far our trump card extends. King Cantor, relieved after witnessing the power of the primordial nightmare, wiped his brow and laughed. Shadow Lord's Black Dragon scale is formidable. Before Leon dies, he'll learn what it means to meet his match. Elizabeth cast a sidelong glance at Cantor, her tone cryptic. The Black Dragon scale isn't our only ace. Oh, what else? Elizabeth turned her gaze back to the battlefield, shaking her head. I'll keep that a secret for now. We won't need it. Cantor didn't press her further and continued watching the battle. Die, all of you, die. The monster's deep roar made bones tremble. The clash continued, with neither side gaining an advantage. At this rate, Rosvisser won't hold out. Leon muttered, concern clouding his eyes. Soul Judgment was a draining move, and Rosvisser had never sustained it on this scale, even during practice. If things continued, she would reach her limit. Trust your wife, Leon, Claudia said, still composed. Her mastery of Soul Judgment surpasses your expectations, and, don't you remember? Soul Judgment isn't meant for direct confrontation. The stronger the opponent's negative emotions, the greater the damage. Leon blinked, recalling that fact vividly. He'd even once brought an enraged minotaur for Rosvisser to practice on. The beast hadn't been purified, but turned into beef stew instead. Then why is she holding her ground against it now? Leon asked. She's at a disadvantage in direct combat. She's waiting. Waiting for what? For the perfect moment to unleash its full power. Claudia's eyes lit up. Here it comes now. As the primordial nightmare's energy surged, so did the dark emotions it emitted. A glimmer of light flashed in Rosvisser's silver eyes. You should never have crossed us. The seven-colored light of Soul Judgment blazed with sudden intensity, overpowering the energy clash in an instant. The holy beam sliced through the darkness like an unstoppable blade. No, no. The monster's final, desperate howl was drowned out by the explosion of Soul Judgment *, illuminating the upper district and bathing the Empire in brilliant light. When the dust settled, a magnificent seven-colored rainbow arched across the moonlit sky. The massive black corpse lay at Rosvisser's feet. She panted, regaining her strength before standing tall again. Before she could declare her victory, urgent footsteps echoed behind her. She turned just in time to be enveloped in Leon's bear hug. If I knew you were this powerful, I wouldn't have bothered getting backup. We could have taken down the Empire ourselves. Exhausted after her attack, Rosvisser could only sigh and let the childish man hold her. She looked up at him, her gaze soft, like an older sister. I can't let you take all the glory. It was my turn. Rosvisser's words were true. If an MVP of the Empire battle had to be chosen, she was undoubtedly it. Sis, wow, you were amazing, Rebecca shouted as she ran up with Nacho and Martin in tow. Rosvisser finally pried herself from Leon's embrace and smiled down at the spirited girl. Was I? Who's cooler, me or your captain? Of course you're cooler, sis. I think so too. Hattie. Claudia watched the scene with satisfaction. A happy ending might not be the pinnacle of literary art, but it was what the people wanted. At that moment, Constantine arrived, panting but there. Is it over? He asked Claudia, who nodded toward the monster's corpse. Yes, it's over. The Silver Dragon Queen ended it in one strike. Constantine's eyes widened slightly. In one strike. Ahem. He frowned thoughtfully before muttering. The Empire might still have another move. Leon, right arrow, right arrow. Rosvisser, right arrow, right arrow. Claudia, right arrow, right arrow. Constantine shrugged. Hey, I'm not jinxing it. Thud. The fall of the primordial nightmare was like the final straw. King Cantor's legs buckled, and he collapsed on the deck of the land cruiser. It's over, everything's over. Shadow won't spare us. A sudden thought struck him. He turned to Elizabeth, desperation in his eyes. You said there was another ace. What is it? Bring it out now. Elizabeth crossed her arms and looked down at him coldly. Do you really want to know? Of course, we're out. Of time, do you want to be torn apart by Shadow or the angry mob? Use whatever we have left. Very well, follow me. Elizabeth walked to the front of the land cruiser, with Cantor scrambling to follow. At the bow, Elizabeth looked down. Leon and his allies were still joking and celebrating below. Shadow decides who lives and dies, Leon. Cantor leaned over, searching for the ace she'd mentioned. Where is it? Before he could finish, Elizabeth slipped behind him and pushed. He tumbled from the land cruiser, screaming. Elizabeth! His cries faded as he fell into the black remains of the primordial nightmare. You are Shadow's final ace, Elizabeth whispered coldly. The dagger trio sacrificed themselves for the Empire. Now it's your turn. Her voice was icy, devoid of any trace of affection. Elizabeth, how could you do this to me? No, stay back, get away. As Cantor fell into the mass of dark ooze, countless tendrils surged to meet him, dragging him into the corpse of the primordial nightmare. Elizabeth watched impassively, murmuring, "Time to let go of the Empire, Shadow." "Hey, did something just fall from the cruiser?" Rebecca squinted at the black mass, noticing movement. "Is that thing still alive?" Leon and the others followed her gaze. Sure enough, the supposedly defeated primordial nightmare was moving again. Was it just the last death throes? Or... Rebecca's peripheral vision caught sight of the recording stone shards being absorbed by tendrils from the nightmare. She quickly reloaded her sniper rifle and fired at the tendril, but the magical bullet was absorbed. What's going on? Before she could react further, Martin scooped her up and dashed back. Constantine leaped to a nearby building, and Claudia took to the air with her dragon wings, avoiding the spreading tendrils. Rossvisser flew with Leon to safety. From above, Leon had a clear view of what the monster was doing. The tendrils reached out, absorbing everything: rubble, recording stone fragments, organic and inorganic material, turning it all into part of itself. As it consumed more, it grew even larger. The primordial nightmare now resembled a massive black octopus, its tendrils devouring everything in sight. Did I just see Cantor fall into that thing? This country has gone completely mad. Why won't it die? It's absorbing everything around it. The resonant recording stone array broadcasted the upper district's catastrophe to the entire empire. The fusion of King Cantor and the primordial nightmare sent a chill down every spine. Within moments, half of the upper district had been consumed. "Miss Caroline, I'm scared." A young girl clung tightly to Caroline outside the Cosmod orphanage. The eerie dread seeped into Caroline too, but she remained strong for the children. "It's okay. It'll be okay. Brother Leon will defeat it. He will." Even Sister Sharon, terrified as she was, didn't waver or despair. Because she knew that as long as Leon stood, hope remained. "Leon, you can do it, you must." Caroline whispered a silent prayer for the man on the projection. "If we let it keep consuming, the whole empire will be gone before the night ends," Constantine said, launching a powerful dragon flame at the beast. The flame was absorbed, and the monster grew larger, turning deep red. A high-energy fireball erupted from its surface, but it was slow enough for Leon and the others to dodge. "It absorbs magic and returns it amplified," Claudia said. "We can't use any magic-based attacks. That will only strengthen it." "What about primal energy?" Rossvisser asked. "Unlikely. The dagger trio is still within it, so it's resistant to and can absorb primal energy too." Magic and primal energy were ineffective. It seemed like a dead end. After a moment of silence, Leon spoke up. "I have one last move." The 3 dragon kings looked at him. "It can't be." "Yes, if magic fails, only raw physical force remains." Leon looked at Constantine. "This move was originally for you." "For me," Constantine echoed, surprised. "Yes." Leon's eyes returned to the monster below. "But now, I have to use it here. Rossvisser, put me down and take Rebecca and the others to a safe distance. I need space." Rossvisser frowned. "You're playing the hero again." "No, I need room to maneuver without worrying about you." Her eyes narrowed. Leon sighed, losing their silent battle after mere seconds. "Okay, maybe a little heroism, but trust me, I'll be fine." "I will be," he added softly, his voice carrying assurance as he always did in moments of crisis. Rossvisser nodded. "Be safe, Leon." "I will. Our daughters are waiting for us to come home." Rossvisser smiled, lowering him to the street and leading Rebecca and the others to safety. They took refuge on a tall building out of the monster's reach. Claudia approached the ledge, looking out at the burning district. "He's going to use the *9 gates of Hell*, isn't he?" "Yes." "All 9 gates?" "Yes." "But he's not of the dragon clan. Without a Heartguard dragon scale, the backlash from the 9th gate will destroy his heart." Claudia had helped compile the ancient text of *9 gates of Hell*, so she knew its consequences. Even with a Heartguard dragon scale, she had only reached the 8th gate. The 9th gate required exceptional talent and came with immense risk. Heartguard dragon scale. Rossvisser's lips curled into a faint smile as she looked at Leon. "He has one." "What?" Claudia realized. So that's how he survived back then, with your Heartguard dragon scale. Yes, he will win, I know he will. Claudia sighed, reminded of her devoted sister. But now wasn't the time for nostalgia. She focused on the battle as Leon began opening the gates. Blood Boil, Bone Rush, Godspeed, Star's Might, Sun Chaser. The 2nd to 6th gates enhance the body's capabilities, allowing for powerful attacks. But the 7th and 8th gates aren't offensive. Gate 7, Twilight's Aegis. Gate 8, Rebirth's Radiance. The 1st for defense, the 2nd for rapid healing. They prepare the body for the 9th gate. Because when the 9th gate opens, the energy's backlash can destroy the user's body. The previous gates mitigate this, but most practitioners never reach the 9th. Lacking talent or unwilling to risk it all. Leon wasn't of the dragon race, but was opening the 9th gate. It was awe-inspiring. Claudia exhaled, eyes on the man who now stood unmoving, like a divine guardian. The last page of *9 Gates of Hell says this. On the battlefield, Leon stood tall as scarlet steam rose from his skin. His veins glowed, not with blood but molten crimson. Lightning coiled around him, like an old companion. When twilight fades and the light of rebirth dies, he crouched like a lion preparing to strike. The primordial nightmare sensed his power and lashed out with massive tendrils. Leon awaited this moment. He launched forward, an unstoppable force wrapped in scarlet energy. The deep night becomes his only armor. The red steam took the form of a roaring lion, charging toward the monster. 9th Gate of Hell, Knight's Armor. Otter notes. Writing out all 9 gates proves I didn't just borrow from others' techniques. Using puns at the end is my tribute to Naruto *, the anime that defined my youth. Thanks for your support. We now move to the next phase, No Time to Mourn the Empire, as we embrace the Melkve family's comedic chaos.